We just got the ICE agent's perspective of the Minneapolis shooting.
Every morning, just so you know, it'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking citizen. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Whoa!
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. Said in a very relaxed and almost loving tone were the last words of Renee Good just moments before she was shot. You can also see from the agent's perspective, Renee clearly turning her steering wheel away from the agent to avoid the agent as her wife screams at her to drive, baby, drive. Well, in that video, you can also hear the agent's shock as the car revs up and accelerates towards him. He screams, whoa, and you can hear a collision of when he was hit by the car. I mean, threats to people's lives in a split second are still real, regardless of what was said before or after. But the White House is framing her as a domestic terrorist, when I think if anything, this video shows her intentions were not to harm, but to avoid. Plus, this video was recorded by the agent. So if he really was threatened for his life, would he have the ability to hold his phone and record before, during, and after? To which after, he seems to call her an effing B word. Yeah, I just think indisputably this shows the agent reasonably feared for his life. You could see how fast the situation quickly escalated from a conversation to the car revving and seemingly hitting him. He knew Renee's state of mind. She literally said, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. And he could see her turning the wheel away. How much more evidence did he need? Not being hit by a car would help. Oh, please. 2 of the 3 shots were when she was well past him through the passenger window. It all happened so fast. Yeah, and Renee Good should still be alive today. Trump wants to ban large institutional investors from buying up single-family homes. That's a horrible idea with many unintended consequences. Why? These corporations aren't living in these homes, yet they can outbid just about anyone, driving out first-time homebuyers and transforming us more and more from an ownership to a renting economy. Except when you look at the numbers, despite investors owning about 20% of the 86 million single-family homes in our country, 90% of those investors are small, usually owning less than 10 properties, while overall institutional investors own less than 1% of the U.S. single-family home housing supply, despite housing prices nearly doubling in the last 20 years. Well, they used to own like none, and then you'll see in 2011 they started increasing their share, and they target specific, usually tourist-prone areas where rental demand is high to try to create economies of scale. Therefore, locals looking for a place in these areas are bidding against the world. Some counties have upwards of 10% institutional ownership, so I think more than anything, this is about seeing something that is hurting certain communities and stopping it before it becomes more pervasive. Except we see places like San Jose metro area, Bend, Oregon, Grand Rapids, nearly 0% institutional ownership, yet they vastly outpace the national rises in housing costs, while places like Memphis and San Antonio that have relatively large institutional share, their housing costs have increased below national average. So I think this is just one big scapegoat, is even if these institutions sold all their homes, the housing shortage would remain robust. Well, there's always anecdotes, but simple economics tells you these investors have nearly unlimited capital. They can outbid anyone, and increasing demand in this way increases prices for those looking to buy. Some studies show in markets institutions are most active, they account for 20% of the price increases. Well, that same analysis shows how these institutions, because they're adding supply to the rental market, they decrease rental prices, and in mass and in the long run after secondary effects. An institution buying one home decreases the quantity of homes available for ownership by 0.22, but increases the quantity of homes available for rental by 0.5. So do the economic benefits outweigh the negatives? Seems so. Well, if you want to become more and more of a rental economy, but that's not the American dream. So sure, the added demand is great for those who own a home looking to sell, but for those starting out, the median age of a first-time home buyer reached its highest ever, 40. I just think it's clear other factors are contributing to that more, and because many cannot afford to buy, they're forced to rent, and taking institutions out of ownership should drive rental prices up, especially since their operating costs compared to a small landlord is less. Well, this should push institutional investors to use their capital to build more houses designed for individual ownership specifically, rather than buying existing stock, as ownership becomes more affordable for more Americans. Yeah, I think you're just going to see the unintended consequences of rent going up. Yeah, they'll find other ways to invest in rental properties like those fat-ass apartment buildings, but prices for those young people looking to buy a home should on net come down. San Jose, California ain't feeling that with no institutional ownership. Do you work for BlackRock or something? No, BlackRock actually owns no homes. It's Blackstone that does. Get your facts right. Further proof you work for them. Shut the heck up. No.
All right, guys, and let's go ahead and get right into it because we are live. Well, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to go ahead and get into Trump's, meeting with the oil executives and how he's promising them safe passage into Venezuela to, refine their oil. And, of course, we're going to get into the ICE shooting or the shooting of Renee Good updates because, like I said, or as you guys seen during the video, they have released the cell phone, not a body cam, but a cell phone cam footage that came from the ICE officer that was, well, hit by the car and that shot Renee Good. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go.
Well, Cuba's in bad shape. Cuba relied on Venezuela for oil and for money, and nobody really knows what's going to happen with Cuba. They're doing very poorly. They're really third world all the way, and we have a lot of great Cuban Americans, and I would say Marco fits very solidly into that category. And I might ask you,
yeah, our seizures of Venezuela oil tankers is actually, like, honestly, is furthering. Yes, it's deepening Cuba's fuel crisis. So it's getting even worse for Cuba because we're doing what we're doing with the Venezuelan oil tankers.
you to say a few words about, we were discussing it before. Cuba is a very different, they don't have energy, they don't have oil, but they would live off of the oil from Venezuela. And what they do have is very strong people and very powerful people militarily, and they would protect the people running Venezuela, and they would take in a lot of money from Venezuela. Now they don't have that. They won't be taking in any money. So, Marco, what do you think?
Well, I mean, the fundamental problem in Cuba is that it's run by incompetent people that don't know what an economy looks like, much less a functioning one. They've made a choice, and that is they would rather have political control over their people than they would have an economy that functions. And they've gotten away with it for 60-something years because they've had donors, the Soviet Union, and now most recently Venezuela, but that's now gone. So the people in control in Cuba have a choice to make. They can either have a real country with a real economy where their people can prosper, or they can continue with their failing dictatorship that's going to lead to systemic and societal collapse. That's a very stark and dramatic choice, and it's one we hope they make the right one. We don't have an interest in a destabilized Cuba, but that would be their fault because they refuse to allow the people of Cuba to have either economic or political freedom for that matter.
And you have,
I mean, that was one of the main problems with Venezuela too, is that they sell billions of dollars of oil to, well, Russia, China, and all of our adversaries, but it don't go to to their people. It don't go to the Venezuelan people. And what Cuba gets from the Venezuelan oil tanker don't go to the people of Cuba. It goes, well, to pretty much their government, the high ups, the oligarchs. That's who get paid while everybody else suffers.
you have a lot of people in this country that want to go back to Cuba and help Cuba. A lot of people have left, they came in penniless, they didn't have anything, and they become very rich people in our country, and they want to very much go back and help Cuba. So that's something that Cuba has that a lot of other places don't have. Peter?
I do want to ask you about Minnesota, but first, just more on topic.
But just to go ahead and explain the Cuba situation. So Cuba relies on shipments that include 35,000 barrels a day from Venezuela, plus 5,500 barrels a day from Mexico, and roughly 7,500 barrels a day from Russia. While the Trump administration stepped up sanctions and the January 3rd raid captured former President Nicolas Maduro, constructed Venezuela's exports. So yeah, we pretty much took away about 35,000 barrels of oil a day from them, which they were getting from Venezuela. So yeah, that gotta hurt, and it further deepens their oil crisis because and from what I read, that was their biggest export. Or I'm sorry, but not export, but import of Venezuelan oil. I mean, of oil was from Venezuela, 35,000 barrels. Then their second was from Mexico with 55. Well, nope. Russia was 7,500, and then Mexico with 5,500. So we took away their biggest supplier of oil, and I know that's really screwing them right now.
President Zelensky said that he was watching with the rest of the world as you made this order to go and capture Nicolas Maduro. And he said, if that's how it works with dictators, then the United States knows what to do next. Sounds like he wants you to go and capture Vladimir Putin. Would you ever order a mission to go and capture Vladimir Putin?
Well, I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think we're going to have I've always had a great relationship with him. I'm very disappointed. I settled 8 wars. Look,
I'm sorry, but Zelensky is very delusional for thinking that we can do Russia or Putin like we did Nicolas Maduro. We can know these are two different military powers. We would not be able to fly in the same way and kidnap Putin the same way we did Nicolas Maduro. I highly doubt it. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I just highly doubt it. And I doubt that we're just going to do it scot-free. Like, I'm sorry, but as soon as we capture him, we're going to have a nuke chasing us on. We'll bring him all the way back to America. I'm sorry, just not a good idea. And it's not reasonable. And Zelensky only wants it because, well, he's desperate. He's desperate for any type of hope that can lead him to a victory. It's kind of crazy how he said, oh, America knows what they must do next. Oh, no, we don't. That's up to you to decide what you need to do with Russia.
Thought this would be in the middle of the pack or maybe one of the easier ones. And I don't know if you know, Peter, the last month, they lost 31,000 people, many of them Russian soldiers, and the Russian economy is doing poorly. I think we're going to end up getting it settled. I wish we could have done it quicker because a lot of people are dying, and mostly soldiers. They get hit in Kiev and they get hit a little bit here and there, and people are dying there too. But largely, it's the soldier population. When you have 30,000, 31,000 soldiers dying in a period of a month, 27,000 the month before, 26,000 the month before that, that's bad stuff. So, as you know, President Biden gave $350 billion to Ukraine to fight. And we would never get that back, although I did make a rare earth deal to get it back. So we will be getting it back, but shouldn't have done that. It was a bad thing to do. I will say that right now, because I was able to get NATO to up.
Let's be real. Yeah, it was a bad investment. And we pretty much took a $350 billion gamble on Ukraine. And I mean, we lost out on it. I mean, appreciate that, Biden. But we didn't help Ukraine fight back Russia. Ukraine is still losing land. They're still losing lives, and they are losing the war, even though we put $350 billion in, well, of course, weaponry and dollars, of course, cash. It still didn't really give us much. I mean, to be quite honest with you. And now we're just hoping that we can end this and utilize the rare earth mineral deal that we have with Ukraine.
GDP from 2% to 5%. NATO's got a lot of money, and they're paying for everything. We're not losing any money. We're making a lot of money, I guess, if you think of it, because we're selling them military equipment. They're probably giving it to Ukraine, but we're selling them to NATO military equipment. We're getting full price and all of that, but that's not a big deal to me. What is a big deal is stopping a war where 30,000 people are being killed every single month.
Minnesota, the vice president yesterday suggested that Renee Good, who was killed by this ICE officer, was part of a broad left-wing network. What has your team told you about this broad left-wing network? Who is in charge of it? Who's part of it? What's it called?
Well, I haven't seen the vice.
It's called ICE Stoppers. So it's a network of people in Minnesota and throughout the United States that are dedicated to impeding ICE investigation, their arrests, and trying to slow them down in any way, shape, or form. They follow them around the city. So yes, they call themselves ICE Stoppers, and this was a group that she was a part of, her and her wife at the time. At that moment. So yeah, that's what the group is called. ICE Stoppers.
President's statement, but he's generally very accurate. I hate to say, look, I watched that yesterday, and there are a lot of different forms to it. But there was a woman screaming, "Shame, shame, shame, shame." She was a agitator, probably a paid agitator, but in my opinion, she was an agitator, a very high-level agitator, so professional. She wouldn't stop screaming. I said, "This isn't a normal situation. This is a professional troublemaker."
Now, the real agitator, I can't say. I'm not going to say it was Renee Good. The real agitator was actually her lesbian wife. She was the agitator. She was the ones getting in ICE face or getting the ICE officer's face. And the ICE officer was pretty much just recording the license plate on the vehicle, waiting for backup to pull up. Backup pulled up, and it was the wife. It was the lesbian wife that told Renee Good to drive off, which got her shot and killed. So, I mean, like I said, man, I would blame left-wing media for sowing this fear into the people and the lesbian wife. I mean, God rest Renee Good's soul, though. God rest her soul.
Because you heard
Nobody
it and I
deserves
had it. Now, I will say this. The news sort of turned her down, turned her off, because you're trying to watch. She was so loud and so crazy. And just not normal. When somebody sees something like that, they don't go screaming and screaming and the same words. So I guess you could say professional, but I didn't think she did a very good job. You have agitators, and we will always be protecting ICE, and we're always going to be protecting our Border Patrol and our law enforcement. Yeah.
All right, though, before we go ahead and continue this, I do want to go ahead and show you that video that was recently released, about 47 minutes. Shout out to these guys at Alpha News. They went ahead and grabbed this. This is the video here.
I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
4 times.
Get out of the car.
Whoa! And you can actually hear the car hit this man. Surprisingly, you can hear the car hit this man, just like it. The Libs try to deny it, saying, "No, he wasn't hit. No, he wasn't." Yes, he was. Now, I'm be real with you. Did he have to shoot that girl in the face? Not really. Honestly, I'd have liked it if he'd maybe shot the car. I don't know, the tires, get out the way. But who knows what would have happened if he only did that? So, like I said, he has a really good case for self-defense. Like, could he have done better to not kill Renee Good? Of course. But in that situation, in the heat of the moment, is really, you can't really say he went out there to kill this young lady. I mean, let's be real. If he wanted to, he probably did it right there and then before they even pulled up. But all right, let's go ahead and get back to the video.
In your conversations with these oil executives today, did you provide any security guarantees so that they can do their work safely in Venezuela? Yeah. And separately, Mr. President,
they will have those guarantees, yes.
And separately, Mr. President, I'm curious in terms of the future of Venezuela. Do you see Venezuela, now led by Delcy Rodriguez, as an ally of the U.S.? Is that the way that you view that country
well,
right
now? Well, right now they seem to be an ally, and I think it'll continue to be an ally. And we don't want to have Russia there. We don't want to have China there. And by the way, we don't want Russia or China going to Greenland, which if we don't take Greenland, you're going to have Russia or China as your next door neighbor. That's not going to happen.
I mean, yeah, Russia and China pretty much dominate the Arctic region, and us getting into Greenland, that would help us have some type of dominance in that region as well. And I mean, look, if you didn't get the breakdown from the Venezuelan strike, they had China radars that didn't catch the jets that was flying in, and nor the helicopter. So their Chinese radars failed them. Their Chinese missiles failed them. They had a Russia weapons. What was it? Missile defense system that failed them. So, I mean, I don't think their foreign help or them working with our adversaries actually helped them out in the end. I mean, let's be honest. According to how the military tech went off, yeah, I mean, maybe the Latin American countries should take notes and be like, you know what? Do we have any Chinese weapon in our stock? We might want to send those back.
The white.
Mr. President, thank you. You just said that these companies would have security guarantees if they go in on the ground in Venezuela.
They will have.
And what is your plan there actually for these companies and those Americans who are going to be on the ground working for these companies?
Well, there are.
And that would be occupation in a way. So we're going to have military forces on the ground to protect, the oil refinery of their crude oil in Venezuela. Military forces on the ground now. And like I said, if Delcy Rodriguez, which is right now the interim president of Venezuela, she's agreeing to this, and she's pretty much talking one way to the Maduro regime and another way to the Trump administration, then I'm not really sure how this is going to work out. People are going to start attacking them? We got small militia groups who support Maduro are going to start attacking these guys? Because now this would be considered somewhat of an occupation. Somewhat. Well, honestly, in just an actual definition, it is.
Going to be Americans. I assume they're going to be using a lot of Americans, but they're going to be using a lot of people from Venezuela and other places, I would imagine. But I would think that mostly they'll be using Venezuelan workers. They have a lot of great workers. They have a very high unemployment rate, and they have workers that are very familiar with taking oil out of the ground. Yeah.
How long do you think the Ayatollah will be in power after what we've seen play out on the ground there? When is the U.S. going to get involved now that reports of protesters being killed on the ground?
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard.
Which I do not agree with, because I mean, like, bro, why are we? Look, if we strike these guys because of their protests, it might just get the protesters to unite with the government, with the Ayatollah to go against the U.S. They're not feeling that. Like, bro, if they're going to have their uprising, let them do so. Let them determine if they want a king or they want elections. Let them do that. It seems like they're about to make the Ayatollah leave. If you're pretty much saying that, oh, yeah, when they use deadly force against their protesters, we're going to get involved, that's really not a good reason to get involved, to be quite honest with you. But, hey, it is what it is.
Where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job.
Yeah, and I say just let them cook, bro. Let them cook. They're going to get to it naturally. Seems like their uprising is going to be naturally. Iran, their leadership is completely terrible. I mean, let's be real. 42 to 47% inflation. They're going through a water shortage while they're giving out money to other countries for their operations against Israel or to defend themselves against Israel. It's just like, bruh, you can't be doing all this while your people is suffering and the people has had enough of the excuses.
They've treated their people very badly.
Can't blame America forever.
Paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it. We're watching it very closely. Go ahead, please. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Do you have any comments in reaction to the recent attacks by the Syrian government alignment groups against US-backed Kurdish forces in Aleppo, Syria, which killed dozens of civilians and displacing many families? Does your administration bring peace between the Kurds and the Syrian government?
I want to see peace. Yes, I do. The Kurds and the Syrian government, we get along with both, as you know, very well. They have been natural enemies over the years, but we get along both. And we want to see Syria succeed. And so far, I think they are succeeding, but this is just breaking out, and we want to see that stopped.
Oh, guys, make sure you guys double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Go ahead, please.
Colombia, Gustavo Petro, in a few weeks. Do you hope this meeting with Gustavo Petro marks a new chapter, a new beginning in the benefit of the U.S. and Colombia relations?
What country?
Colombia, with the president of Colombia, Gustavo Petro.
I had a very good talk with him yesterday, and he's been very hostile to us and to the nation and to me. Called me a dictator and lots of other things. Called Biden some terrible names, far worse than he called me. But he called yesterday through people, and he wants to meet. And that's fine with me.
So funny. I mean, he said the same thing about Nicolas Maduro before he just, captured him in the middle of the night. So we'll see where this goes. He said the same thing, like, me and Maduro talked, and he seems like a good guy. 3 days later, we're just, paratrooping in, snatching this man.
I've made up with people also, so we're going to have a meeting with him. We had a very good conversation. The people of Colombia are incredible people. Marco would know that better than anybody because he's married to a woman from Colombia. And I don't mean Columbia University. That would be, I'm not sure. I think I like Colombia, the country, better, if you want to know the truth. The people, hold it. The people are great people. I look forward to meeting with them. We're going to meet in the very near future.
President of Venezuela here in the White House. Would you greet her to discuss the fate of the oil?
Yeah, well, I'm going to meet a lot of people, and we're going to meet, we meet a lot of people. When you end 8 wars, you get to know a lot of people, and I think it's very important. As an example, we have over $18 trillion. Think of it, $18 trillion coming into our country. A lot of that's coming in from foreign countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE and others. And I get to meet a lot of people, but I will be meeting with various representatives of Venezuela, probably pretty soon. We haven't set that up. But the relationship that we have with the people that are currently running Venezuela is very good. We also have a young lady that received the Nobel Peace Prize. She's going to come in and pay her regards to our country, really, to me. But, you know, I'm a representative of the country, nothing else. And she's coming in sometime next week, I think Tuesday or Wednesday.
So we talk about Maria Machado, who we want to be running Venezuela, but we're not sure if she has that support, to be quite honest with you. But we'll see. It's either we leave in DIC Rodriguez, and you know she works for the Trump administration, and we work through that, or we install Maria Machado, and it looks like we're going in that direction because two of her political allies have been released from Venezuelan jail. And I'm pretty sure the Trump administration has something to do with that.
And we'll see how that is. But no, we're dealing with the people from Venezuela. We're dealing with them very well. I think they've been very smart in the way they've dealt with us, frankly, because that whole place could have been obliterated with one more strike, and we didn't want to do that.
On Venezuela and your meeting with Machado next week, if she gives you her Nobel Peace Prize, will that change your view about her running that country?
Well, I have to speak to her. I mean, I'm going to have to speak to her. She might be involved in some aspect of it. I will have to speak to her. I think it's very nice that she wants to come in, and that's what I understand the reason is, because Norway is very embarrassed by what took place. I mean, they're getting decimated. Look, whether people like Trump or don't like Trump, I settled 8 wars, big ones, some going on for 36 years, 32 years, 31 years, 28 years, 25 years, some just getting ready to start, like India and Pakistan, where already 8 jets were shot out of the air. And I got it done in rapid order without nuclear weapons. I can't think of anybody in history that should get the Nobel Prize more than me. And I don't want to be bragging, but nobody else settled wars. Obama got the Nobel Prize. He had no idea why. He still has no idea. He walks around, he says, I got the Nobel Prize. Why did he get a Nobel Prize? He got it almost immediately upon attaining office, and he didn't do anything, and he was a bad president. So, I mean, you should get the Nobel Prize for every war you stopped. These were major wars. These were wars that nobody thought could be stopped. President Putin called me, and he said about 2 of the wars that he's been trying to stop them for 10 years. He wasn't able to do it. He couldn't believe it. So in theory, you should get the Nobel Prize for every war you stopped. Every one of them was major. But I don't care about that. What I care about is saving lives. I've saved tens of millions of lives. You know, the Prime Minister of Pakistan came here, and he made a very public statement. He said that President Trump saved minimum 10 million lives having to do with Pakistan and India, and that was going to be raging. So
it's actually kind of funny because Pakistan gives the Trump administration credit for stopping the war, or my bad, a potential war from starting, and India says, oh no, the United States had nothing to do with it. So it is kind of funny how Pakistan gives us credit while India denies it.
You know, but I'm honored that she's coming here. I look forward to meeting her. Yes. Go ahead.
The state officials there have said that the FBI is not sharing evidence with them. Typically, they would conduct a joint investigation, as you know. Do you believe that the FBI should be sharing evidence with state officials in Minnesota?
Well, normally I would, but they're crooked officials. I mean, Minneapolis and Minnesota, what a beautiful place, but it's being destroyed. It's got an incompetent governor, fool. I mean, he's a stupid person. And it looks like the number could be $19 billion stolen from a lot of people, but largely people from Somalia. They buy their vote. They vote in a group. They buy their vote. They sell more Mercedes-Benzes in that area than almost. Can you imagine? You come over with no money, and then shortly thereafter, you're driving a Mercedes-Benz. The whole thing is ridiculous. So they're very corrupt people. It's a very corrupt state. I feel that I won Minnesota. I think I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won it since Richard Nixon won it many, many years ago. I won it all 3 times, in my opinion. And it's a corrupt state, a corrupt voting state. And the Republicans ought to get smart and demand on voter ID. They ought to demand maybe same-day voting and all of the other things that you have to have a safe election. But I won Minnesota 3 times, and I didn't get credit for it. I did so well in that state. Every time the people were crying every time after. That's a crooked state. California is a crooked state. Many crooked states. We have a very, very dishonest voting system. The last time,
I mean, yeah, I remember people was trying to say, "Oh, Minnesota has like the worst fraud in America." Oh, no, it don't. No, it don't. I mean, bro, that crown belongs to California. Sure does. We ain't even peeled that onion yet.
I won 24, the one that just took place. I won because it was too big to rig. You couldn't rig it. It was too big. But I won the state of Minnesota. It's a corrupt voting system with an incompetent governor, a very incompetent governor.
President.
And by the way, he's a very corrupt governor, too. Go ahead.
I have a question on Iran, but first, very quickly on Venezuela. How do you provide total security guarantees to these companies without putting U.S. boots on the ground?
Well, we're going to work with the Venezuelan leaders and people, and we're going to have a very safe group. And they're going to also bring over some security with them. You know, these are not babies. These are people that drill oil in some pretty rough places. I could say a couple of those places make Venezuela look like a picnic. These people around the table, these are tough people. They go into areas that you wouldn't want to go. They go into areas that if they invited me, I'd say, no, thanks. I'll see you back in Palm Beach. No, this is a tough group of people. They know how to do it. But we are, in addition to that, we'll have very good security for them. We're going to make sure there's very, very good security. And I think the people of Venezuela are going to give you very good security. You know, the people... Now, I'm not talking even leadership. The people of Venezuela are going wild over this. They named a street after President Trump. What do? You attack a country and they name a street? That's never happened before. Although I heard that's also taking place in Iran. They named a street. The protesters. I just hope, just God bless them. I just hope the protesters in Iran are going to be safe because that's a very dangerous place right now. And again, I tell the Iranian leaders, you better not start shooting because
I mean, yeah, we got about 3,000 people that's been arrested, about 36 people that's been reported to have been killed, and the protesters are still growing all through Iran, like nationwide.
Start shooting too. With your glasses, sir, go ahead.
Everybody has a BLM.
Hold it. Next to you. Yes, glasses. The gentleman with the glasses.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
With those very big glasses, actually.
Yeah, Ferrari, actually. Mr. President, I have two questions. What do you want the European Union to do in Ukraine? The European leaders seem pretty divided on Ukraine. And then if you can reiterate this straight message that you have to the Iranian leader, to Khomeini. The message that you have.
You're talking about Iran.
Iran, yeah.
What
the first one is
Hey, and shout out to Country Fried Hillbilly, hilarious name by the way. Send the clapping seals for $250. Appreciate you for starting us off, brother.
Iran to do?
I'm sorry.
Where are you from?
Italy.
Oh, nice place.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first question.
So
is
what are
on
you
Europe.
asking about Iran for?
Well, if you can answer about Europe and what you think the Europeans should do on Ukraine, and then a message.
Well, look, Europe has been doing so much for Ukraine, but it hasn't been enough. And obviously that I would say that President Putin is not afraid of Europe. He's afraid of the United States of America, as led by me. There's no fear of Europe. Europe's fallen behind, and Europe, and JD said it very strongly. I don't know. He took a lot of heat, but I didn't give him any heat. Europe is a different place. Europe is changing. Europe has got to get its act together. I love Europe. I guess I came from Europe, essentially.
I mean, bro, the speech laws are insane, and their legal immigration policies absolutely hurting them, and their economics aren't really doing too good. So, yeah, I mean, the Europe is not doing too well, especially the UK. We're mainly talking about the UK, to be quite honest with you.
I have my roots are in Europe, but Europe is a different place. They have to get their act together. Now they've said they have a great NATO leader, and they've gone up to 5% from 2% GDP. That's a big step. But they have to be very careful with their immigration policy, and they have to be because, I will just say, to be nice, that there are certain places in Europe that are very important that are no longer recognizable. I'm being very nice. I'm being very diplomatic when I say that. They are not recognizable. And they have to be careful on energy because They're putting windmills all over the place and losing a fortune. They're destroying their country. They're just destroying the beautiful landscapes, the beautiful everything. They're doing. And by the way, in case you people don't know, I'm not much of a windmill person. I can proudly say, Doug, that we have not approved one windmill since I've been in office, and we're going to keep it that way. My goal is to not let any windmill be built. They're losers. They lose money. They destroy your landscape. They kill your birds. They're all made in China. And all you have to do is, just about all of the windmills are made in China, the structures. All you have to do is say,
I mean, yeah, windmills and solar panels. The problem with green energy is that, well, one, we don't produce it, so we don't make money off it, and all of it's coming from China. And do we really trust all that that's coming from China, especially when the story that was released that they're sending switchers that can shut off these solar panels that they're producing and sending to us? I mean, yeah, maybe we were producing our own, windmills and our own solar panels. Maybe Trump would get down with the idea a little bit more, because I know a lot of people actually have faith in in wind and solar energy, as do I. But the way we're going about it is not helping us.
To China, how many windmill areas do you have in China? So far, they're not able to find any. They use coal and they use oil and gas and some nuclear, not much, but they don't have windmills. They make them and sell them to suckers like Europe and suckers like the United States before. They are the worst form of energy, the most expensive form of energy, and in 8 years, they're rotted out anyway. Go take a look at Palm Springs, California, and take a look at what that looks like. It looks like a junkyard of steel. So we don't approve, and I've told my people, we will not approve.
Hold on now. I'm almost sure. Hold on, Trump. I'm not sure where you got that one from, because I'm pretty sure China has the world's largest wind power capacity. I think they have one of the largest wind farm fields. It's like, hey, they produce it. And they got these big facilities, but I also think they also have a lot of wind turbines on their land as well, at the detriment of their, I would say, nature life. But like, man, when has China ever cared about, the environment?
Approve windmills. Maybe we get forced to do something because some stupid person in the Biden administration agreed to do something years ago. We will not approve any windmills in this country.
On Venezuela, is it ultimately more important to you to establish stability there or democracy there?
Well, you're talking about maybe the same thing. I mean, you're talking about stability or democracy. I don't know. To me, it's almost the same thing. We want stability, but we do want democracy. Ultimately, it'll be democracy. Peter?
I do have a policy question, President Trump, but I'm having a hard time seeing here. I see the American flag lapel pin. What is the other lapel pin on
Somebody gave me this. You know what that is? That's called a happy Trump.
Don't cry.
And considering the fact that I'm never happy, I'm never satisfied. I will never be satisfied until we make America great again, but we're getting pretty close. I'll tell you what, this is called a happy Trump. Somebody gave it to me. I put it on.
Thank you. And the policy question. How much money are you thinking of giving people in Greenland to get them on board with a possible U.S.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not. Because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland. And we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay?
Wow. Like it or not, he says, yeah, like it or not. I mean, look, just know that it's not going to be Russia or China moving around there. That's not going to be their stomping ground. It's going to be the U.S. And that's if Greenland likes it or not. So who knows what the future what the future holds for Greenland at this point, because they're going to be on our side. They're going to be working within our interest. Well, if they like it or not.
I would like to make a deal, the easy way. But if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way. And I'm a man. And by the way, I'm a fan of Denmark too. I have to tell you. And they've been very nice to me. I'm a big fan. But the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land. I'm sure we had lots of boats go there also. But we need that, because if you take a look outside of Greenland right now, there are Russian destroyers, there are Chinese destroyers and bigger. There are Russian submarines all over the place. We're not going to have Russia or China occupy Greenland, and that's what they're going to do if we don't. So we're going to be doing something with Greenland, either the nice way or the more difficult way. Please, go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. President, why is it so important to you to own it when you have a military presence there, which you could expand to affect the security?
Because when we own it, we defend it. You don't defend leases the same way. You have to own it. And, you know, with a nation, look at what happened with Obama with that horrible deal they made with Iran. It was a short-term deal. It was like a 9-year deal. Countries can't make 9-year deals or even 100-year deals. Countries have to have ownership. And you defend ownership. You
I mean, yeah, China, which are 99-year leases.
don't defend leases. And we'll have to defend Greenland. If we don't do it, China or Russia will. It's not going to happen. We are not going to have, and I like China. I like Russia. I love the people of China. I love the people of Russia. I get along very well with President Putin, but I'm very disappointed in him. I get along very well with President Xi. I'm going to go over to China in April, but I don't want them as a neighbor in Greenland. Not going to happen. And by the way, and NATO's got to understand that. I'm all for NATO. I saved NATO. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have a NATO right now. But we're not going to allow.
I mean, we are NATO. Let's be honest. Like when it comes to NATO's military force, it is the United States. So it is kind of funny how he is talking about pulling out of NATO and they're kind of losing their ish about it because, I mean, look, we are NATO and you're kind of using the United States to, well, push war with Russia. And maybe if we pull out, you know, you guys will sit the F down. Hopefully.
Russia or China to occupy Greenland, and that's what's going to happen if we don't. Go ahead.
Mr. President, one, can you respond to that? And two,
Yeah, it was an amazing report. The most amazing thing is government jobs are way down, and yet the unemployment or the employment numbers are very good. We've gotten rid of tremendous numbers of federal government jobs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And yet the employment numbers are very good. They're really getting better. But now we have all those people to work in the private sector for a lot more money. I think that's one of the very big things. The other thing is at 5.4%. And remember, this is after we had a shutdown. And that shutdown had an impact because the concept of the shutdown, even though it's before, people knew we were going to be shutting down. A lot of bad things happened. And by the way, on January 30th, you may have another shutdown.
Yep, I predicted that as well. I was like, bro. Now, it does look like then they did pass the S.E.T subsidies in the House, and it's going to now go to the Senate. So they passed a 3-year extension on the S.E.T subsidies in the House. So it's going to go to the Senate. We're going to see if this 3-year S.E.T subsidy extension gets passed. If not, then we'll be looking towards a shutdown come, you know, the end of the month.
And we'll see what happens. But I think the numbers, Caitlin, were really amazing. Look, to think about 5.4%, nobody thought that. They thought it was going to be 2%. And you know what it is? It's tariffs. And it's also November 5th. We had a great election, a great election. Our country was dead 1.5 years ago. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I hope you guys were impressed. 5.4%. And we haven't even really transitioned yet. There's no reason it can't be much, much higher than that. Yeah.
first off, can you respond to the manufacturing
Let's
number?
give CNN a chance. You know, they've been fighting so hard to get back into the mainstream.
Mr. President, you posted some numbers actually on Truth Social last night. People saying you posted the job data early when you're not supposed to obviously share it till the next morning. Did you do that on purpose?
No, I don't know. If they posted them, I said post them whenever you get a chance. I don't know. They gave me some numbers. When people give me things, I post them. But the numbers are amazing. Yeah, please.
How does the administration plan to distribute the money from the Venezuela oil sales? Is it, obviously you say it's going to.
All right, so go over the numbers here. The job reports for December 2025, non-farm payroll jobs increased to 50,000 jobs in December. So yes, last month in December, there was 50,000 jobs added to the economy. Total jobs added in all of 2025. So in all of 2025, total 2025 payroll gains were 584,000 jobs. So this goes from December 2024 to December 2025. We have added 584,000 jobs. And then, inflation's at that 2.7 still. Core inflation is at the core CPI is at 2.6. And and of course, real GDP growth is at 4.3. And I think unemployment went down from 4.6 to 4.4. So yeah, not too bad.
Go into these controlled accounts.
Yeah.
Would it go back to Venezuela in a
Yeah.
direct payment? Is it going through these goods? How do you plan to do that?
Well,
And
we
then I
want
have
to
a
make
second
sure
question.
that Venezuela can survive. Venezuela needs money, and we're going to make.
Hey, and shout out to my man Jet. He says, morning set. Hey, appreciate you, my man. And I rhymed a little bit. Appreciate the support, my man.
Sure that they get money, and we're going to get money, and the oil companies are going to make something for the work they do, and they're going to get back their money. We're devising a formula, but it won't be so much of a formula. It's going to be what they need. We're going to take care of what they need. There'll be plenty left over. We're going to have a lot of money left over, and the money left over is going to the United States of America, and the oil companies are going to be very happy. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Offer a backstop to these oil companies for like financial guarantees, some sort of backstop.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen, and make sure to subscribe to the channel as well. Appreciate the support, guys.
If the country did destabilize again.
That's a very interesting question. Using the word backstop, I haven't heard that word in a long time. That was at the Wharton School of Finance I last heard. That's a good term. We ought to use it more often. I hope I don't have to give a backstop. I'm just, look, these are very smart people, the smartest people. They're not only in oil and business. These are the biggest companies in the world sitting around this table. They know the risks. I mean, there are risks. We're going to help them out. We're going to make it real easy. They're going to be there for a long time. We're going to be there together for a long, long time. And they're going to be taking the oil, and they're going to be bringing oil prices down. They're going to make a lot of money. They're going to get their money back. They're going to be safe. The people of Venezuela are going to be big beneficiaries, and the United States of America is going to be a big beneficiary for what we've done. And one other thing I might say, it's also very big for national security because, again, just like Greenland, we can't have China or Russia occupy Greenland. We can't have China or Russia occupy Venezuela. And if we didn't do what we did, China or Russia would have been in Venezuela. I think I can measure. Where's Mr.
I mean, bro, they're already there. I mean, Venezuela relied on their intel, weaponry, their purchasing of their oil. They were already there. They already had heavy influence. Chinese delegates were already in Venezuela when we pretty much raided Venezuela and took Maduro. I mean, trust me, they already had heavy influence in Venezuela. That's one of the main reasons we needed to take Nicolas Maduro out. One of the main reasons is because he was aligning and getting too comfortable with all of our adversaries. A little too comfortable. And shout out Toad. He says, good morning. Good morning. Did I miss much? Nah, we're only about 50 minutes in.
Chevron. So let me ask you, they would have been there if we didn't do this. Do you agree with that?
They certainly have a lot of economic interests in country. There's absolutely no argument about that.
They were trying to be there. I mean, we had a Russia, I guess I call it a semi-Russian ship yesterday that we took over, and Russia decided not to defend that ship against us. It's a big movement. The ship was loaded up with oil, and we took the oil, and it came out of that port. But Russia would be there or China would be there. And we want them to be there for a different reason. We want them. Do you people agree? In particular, China, they need a lot of oil. Russia doesn't need so much, but Russia was there anyway. But I assume you agree that China would like to be doing a lot of business there by buying oil. And I want to just tell President Xi and President Putin, but more so in this case, President Xi, because they do need a lot of oil.
Yep.
And we are open for business in the United States.
And we pretty much just shot China in the foot with that one by pretty much seizing Venezuelan oil. And of course, Xi and Putin are going like international war crimes. And I'm just like, bro, I mean, Putin really need to sit down with that. And Xi, I mean, bro, you break international trade laws all the time. All the time. That's all China does. They cannot operate with fairness when it comes to trade. So I really don't want to hear it from them. So we'll see how this plays out. But to be quite honest, yeah, the influence of China and Russia did need to be removed out of Venezuela. And of course, them benefiting off of Venezuela, which is in our hemisphere, needed to be stopped as well.
So we're,
I mean, either through persuasion or force. Well, and Trump chose force.
Open for business in Venezuela, right? Go ahead, sure.
Mr. President,
You know,
what is your
I could take questions from these people all day long. They're sitting here, and generally they're very rich.
Oh, yeah. And shout out to my man Jay. Says Xi and Putin are screwed if Iran, Greenland, and Venezuela are gone. Yeah, if they don't have Iran to, back them up, well, I would say get the oil from them. It's not going to help. I mean, Iran's going to be screwed. And of course, if Greenland and Venezuela go, well, Greenland, that just helps us, have our little foot in the Arctic. So it does back them off a little bit. And then Venezuela, I mean, yes, that was very beneficial to them. So they're already hurting from that one. I think the people who are hurting the worst from us seizing Venezuelan oil is probably Cuba.
Very powerful, but nobody gives a damn about them.
You like that?
It's a sad thing. You have all that money, all that power, and look at all these crazy questions. We could do this all day long and they wouldn't be satisfied.
I have a question on today's meeting, Mr. President.
We'll take a few more,
I have
though.
a question on today's meeting, Mr. President.
Let me ask you more importantly, do you have any questions from the biggest?
Yes, sir.
Hold it. Do you have any questions for the biggest people on earth, the biggest business people, the biggest companies anywhere on earth? Do you have any questions for these people? No. Do you have a question for them? Go ahead. Ask them a question.
To rebuilding the oil infrastructure in Venezuela. And for the executives in the room, what do you need from the administration in order to invest?
That's a good question. Do you want to go and answer that question?
Yeah,
Exxon, small company.
I'll refer you back to the statements I made before. There are a number of legal and commercial frameworks that would have to be established to even understand what kind of returns that we'd get on the investments. So I think all the investments and the opportunity sets, I think everyone sitting around this table would have the opportunity and the know-how and the capability to make the investments. The questions will ultimately be, how durable are the protections from a financial standpoint? What do the returns look like? What are the commercial arrangements, the legal frameworks? All those things have to be put in place in order to make a decision to understand what your return would be over the next several decades that these $1 billion investments would be made on.
Could I do this? Because we have, again, the biggest people on the planet Earth around this table, biggest companies in the world. I'd like to just ask them to introduce themselves. We'll start from this end and go around to here. And if you have anything to quickly say, we can do that. But you want to just start right over here? These two guys, we'll leave them out because they're with us. Please.
Thank you, President Trump. John Addison at VTOL. We're here to ensure that you are going to be able to move all of this oil all around the world at the best price possible so that the influence that you have over the Venezuelans will ensure that you get what you want.
Thank you. Thank you. Good point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brian Sheffield of Formentera. My grandfather, Hugh Sheffield, was president of ARCO, Venezuela.
Right.
Thank you for what you did.
Do you like what we're doing?
There's a lot of shale there, a lot of upside.
He would be very happy looking down. He'd be very proud of you right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. President, Luis Rodriguez, I'm probably the only Venezuelan American sitting on around this table. I want to personally thank you for the courage of your actions over the last couple of weeks. I think I speak, and I speak of Venezuela in general in saying there's optimism. You've brought optimism to the table. And if the conditions are met, the opportunity is absolutely immense.
I agree with that. That's true. Thank you. Well said, too. It's immense. This is a tremendous opportunity. Thank you.
Richard Holton from Trafigura. We're working with your administration, Mr. President, to bring that Venezuelan oil to the United States. Our first vessel should load in the next week.
Right. Good job. Thank you.
I think the reason that most of us are here and thinking about the future is because we trust you initially to set this program up that will work and guarantee that this can be done. And there's a huge investment that needs to be done. We've all agreed on that. And certainly we need time to see that through. So thank you for what you've done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm Lane Riggs, CEO of Valero Energy, and we're one of those companies that refineries in the U.S. are uniquely configured to run Venezuelan oil, and we're more than happy as this opportunity expands for us to further invest in our refineries to produce more of it.
And you're very much set up for the heavy oil, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, they said we're uniquely specialized, pretty much saying like, look, bro, you don't even got to worry about the quality of the oil. We're going to go in there, refine it, and get the oil that we need. All right, then. Now, so, yeah, it does seem like Trump already has the businessmen or the oil executives lined up and ready to go into Venezuela. Of course, what he makes it sound like is that they're going to be protected by, well, Venezuela or the Venezuelan army, security, who knows how they're going to plan that out, instead of having, boots on the ground. Because at that point, it would be considered occupation.
That's great. That's great. We're ready for it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
And thank you for opening the door to a better Venezuela. We are a Spanish company, but we are fully committed to invest here in the States. We have invested over the last 15 years, $21 billion in the American oil and gas industry, in Pennsylvania, in the Gulf of America, in Texas, and in Alaska, with the discovery of Pica that is going to have the first oil this quarter, and is going to change, is going to reverse the declining history of that great state of Alaska. We are in Venezuela, Mr. President, with our partners of ENI. We produce the gas that guarantees the stability of a half of the grid power in Venezuela. So we are committed with this stability. And on top of that, we are on the ground. We have people, we have facilities, we have technical capabilities. And I take your point, Mr. President. We are ready to invest more in Venezuela. Today, we are producing 45,000 barrels a day gross of oil, and we are ready to multiply by 3 this figure in coming 2-3 years, investing hard in the country, following your recommendation, if you allow us, of course, and in the framework, commercial and legal framework that could allow this growth. So thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and get those likes up all the way up to 100. And if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud, engage with it. Just $2 and up. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into it. Oh, and if you want to support through the Venmo, which is worth double towards the call-in and conspiracy hour, you can go ahead and see the QR code right up there. I mean, look at it. Isn't it kind of cool? Shout out to the QR code.
Thank you. Great job you've done. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for having me. Matt Sheehy, I'm with Tallgrass Energy. We are an infrastructure business, so whether it's oil, gas, CO2, we move that around. So most of my customers are sitting around the table and happy to lend our expertise to what's going on in Venezuela to support the people. And obviously infrastructure is going to be critical to see it repaired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. An honor to be here. Marianne Mannon, Marathon Petroleum. We are one of the largest U.S. refiners. On behalf of the men and women of Marathon Petroleum and of our industry, thank you and the administration for what you're doing for U.S. energy independence. We have the ability and the capability of our assets to process Venezuelan crude, and the people of Marathon Petroleum stand ready to do so.
Do we need more refineries in our country?
In the U.S., probably
Yes.
not. We have sufficient capacity.
It's amazing. A lot of it was approved during my first term. We were getting you approvals that nobody could have gotten in Louisiana and other places, and they got built. Before that, it was a disaster. We didn't have the refineries. Now we do because of the first term. Please.
Darren Woods, ExxonMobil.
Okay, we'll go over here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jeff Hildebrand, founder and chairman of Hillcorp Energy, one of the largest private energy companies in America.
Who's bigger, you or Harold?
We're close.
Huh?
We're close. Harold. Absolutely, Mr. Ham. But thank you for your great, tremendous leadership in protecting the interests in the Western Hemisphere. The message that you have sent to China and our enemies to stay out of our backyard is absolutely fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And finally, Hillcorp is fully committed and ready to go to rebuilding the infrastructure in Venezuela.
You'll go there? You'll be going?
Yes.
Good. That's good. You'll be very happy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jeff Miller, CEO of Halliburton Company. We are the largest American oilfield services company. We're the second largest in the world, been in business over 100 years. Started operations in Venezuela in 1938, long time in Venezuela. I personally lived there for 4 years and raised my kids there. So quite familiar with Venezuela and just couldn't express gratitude more so for the opportunity to return to Venezuela under the stability that I know that this team and your team are able to deliver. And so
When did you leave?
Huh?
When did you leave Venezuela?
As a company, we left under the sanctions in 2019. So we had intended to stay, and then when the sanctions went into place, we were required to leave. But very much interested in returning. Have 600 Venezuelans with Halliburton today, all around the world. Look forward to putting them back to work.
Great job. Great
Thank
job.
you.
You'll be back. Please.
Mr. President, I'm Alex Cranberg. My company, Aspect Energy, is one of the leading American international wildcatters. We've found significant fields in central
Are
and
you a
south.
wildcatter?
I'm a wildcatter.
That's pretty cool, I'll tell you. I would have been a wildcatter too if I was in, and you've been successfully wildcatting.
We've found significant fields in Central and South America, in the Middle East, and in Europe. We're a leading
That's
oil
great.
producer in Hungary. But probably the most pertinent example is what a wildcatter does is take on risk and try to reduce it. Then other people come in and put more capital in later. So we're kind of kickstarters in the oil industry. We went into Kurdistan very early on, back when
Right.
people told us it wasn't safe and we shouldn't do it. We found a big field there, and it ultimately has got to be developed along with one of my colleagues here to be one of the big leading fields in Kurdistan. We think that Venezuela has a tremendous amount of opportunity. If you look at the reinvestment required, the investment required, people are talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. But if you put that in perspective, that's 1 million barrels a day for 15 years is $220 billion net cash flow. So what we really need to do is to be able to kickstart production and then reinvest and have the confidence to reinvest. And what you're doing by putting the United States in control of the cash flow coming out of the country, it gives companies like ours the confidence to say we can kickstart this production and then reinvest and reinvest. In Hungary, we've invested $1 billion in changing the trajectory of Hungarian oil production. We were only able to do that not because we could write $1 billion check, we're a smaller company, but because we reinvest all the cash flow back into new production.
Good.
Mark
Good
Nelson,
job.
Mark Nelson with Chevron again.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Claudio Scalzi, and ICO, Italy. We started working in Venezuela in 1980. We have a lot of oil, but now just the gas is flowing because it's not under sanction. And as my colleague from Repsol said, we cover more than about 50% of the electricity in the country. So that is essential to avoid any kind of problem, social problem. We own about 4 billion barrels of reserves. So a huge amount in the Orinoco Belt and in central Venezuela. We have now in the country 500 people, most Venezuelan. And we are ready to invest. Clearly, we are ready to invest. We thank you for the big efforts and the efficiency of your action. And we are here. And we are here to work together with the U.S. We are also a big investor in the U.S. So
I know that.
we thank you again, and we are there. And we are also ready to join with American companies in our assets to develop and go faster with good investors and good know-how from the U.S. company.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You've done a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Ross Perot, good to see you again. I'm chairman of Hillwood and HKN Energy, been in the energy business 45 years, and we have been working with your team quite a bit. We have been in Kurdistan now for 19 years, along with Alex, and built a very good business. But now with your team, we're looking in Syria, we're now in Libya, and so we are very excited to look at Venezuela with you and your group and look forward to continuing to build this great industry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here today. Wael Salwan from Shell.
Of course, we have a huge presence here in the US, in the Gulf, as well as in Pennsylvania with a petrochemical facility, which I think we had the opportunity to host you at, as well as being one of the largest LNG off-takers of American LNG. We have been in Venezuela for a very long time. We actually drilled in 1914 the first well that discovered oil in Venezuela, and on the back of which the entire energy industry.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and move on because, well, all these oil executives are all telling us the same thing. They're ready to go. They're ready to invest in Venezuela and other countries as well. You heard one guy pretty much just name off like 3 Middle Eastern countries they're about to start drilling in for our benefit. So, like I said, we'll see how this all progresses. Hopefully they can get a stronghold. Hopefully they can get some protection so they can start oil refinery as soon as possible. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into right-wing media and let's see what they got to say about this shooting update or the new video that's been released. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
About the Minneapolis car ramming was a lie. First, they told you the agent was never hit.
The ICE agent walked away.
And which is wrong. I mean, you can actually hear him get hit in the newly released clip. Well, I'm sorry, but the newly released video that we got from the ICE agent's phone.
With a hip injury that he might as well have gotten from closing a refrigerator door with his hips. He was not injured.
The best way to frame it.
I've seen worse injuries from doing that. And so give me a break. No, he was not ran over. He walked out of there with a hop in his step.
Then they said this was just a mom stuck in traffic.
It's horrifying to watch. And to think about this 37-year-old woman drops her kid off at school, not involved in protest activity or anything, seems to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
They also said she was a legal observer.
She died trying to be a legal assistant to legal observer to look out for the interest of the most vulnerable.
No, obviously she was there as part of ICE stoppers or ICE watchers to pretty much impede ICE investigation, impede on their arrests, and do everything they can to slow them down. That's exactly what she was doing there, to try to slow ICE down. She shouldn't have lost her life over that, but let's be real, she put herself in the way. Sad.
Members of our community. And she leaves behind a lot of people who love and admire her.
None of this is true. New video from the ICE agent that was rammed was just released, proving he was hit. The woman was there to block the op, and she wasn't a lawyer. Watch.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. It's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Wild. And we can go ahead and play it, without the news cut to it. But here's also the video as well, because I played it earlier for you guys. So remember, ICE agents were already on both sides of her. At that point, when they told her to get out the car, she should have stepped out that car. She knew ICE agents were on both sides of her, yet she still decides to pull off. Very reckless decision, but I don't think she did this to try to hurt the officer. I truly think she did this out of fear. An overreaction.
I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you.
And then here's the thing, though. It's crazy how they're saying, but she said, oh, I'm not mad at you. That means she was peaceful and all that. I mean, honest with you, maybe, but that still doesn't excuse the fact that, you got this agitator right
we
here.
We change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate.
There you go. Her wife, her lesbian wife right here is the one agitating. And why are they parked in the middle of the street? Because they're trying to stop ICE. And sadly, she's really the one who put her in this position.
When you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say
Really?
Go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
And now look, as she's talking tough, here are the other ICE officers pulling up in the Ford truck, pulled up, And you're about to hear her told to get out the car about 3 to 4 times.
Go ahead.
Get out of the car.
Get out of the fucking car.
Out of the fucking car. And that's about 4 times. Drive, Sherry, drive. Well, so yeah. And like I said, it's crazy how nobody want to sit here and blame her, because maybe, just maybe, if she didn't say drive, she'd have stood still. Or maybe she'd have, yeah, no, don't resist, stay still. Yeah, there's a nice officer in front of you. Yeah, maybe if she'd have did that, she'd still be here today.
Get out of the car. Get out of the
But no blame will reach her, huh?
Get out of the car.
Whoa! Yes. Yeah, and the fucking bitch part, I mean, extremely unnecessary, but I mean, bro, like, yeah, shot her in the face. Don't you think you might have accidentally killed her? But hey, like I said, there's a strong case for self-defense. As much people want to sit there and cry about it and be like, oh, you can't see this as murder. No, I'm sorry, but not a lot of people can't see this as murder. And do you want to know why? Because one, she put herself in that position, and also by the video, you can tell that the man was hit by the car. I mean, we were trying to tell you, but apparently you need to hear it in the video. And because you guys can't refute that, you're now focusing on the whole, oh, she said, I'm not mad at you. That doesn't mean anything. I'm sorry. It don't. What matters is her actions, not her words. But God rest.
We don't know whether this woman intended to hit the agent with the car or was peeling off, but she
Oh, and shout out to my man Jed. He says, big ass smile on her face for fearing for her life. I mean, hey, look, man, she thought she's doing the right thing, you know, protecting her neighbors and all that good stuff, her illegal ones. And shout out Tove. She says, funny how people believe the first video, which was also cell phone footage, but not this cell phone footage. Yeah, I know, right? This just cell phone footage. I mean, but so was the original, but so was the first video that was released. That was also cell phone footage. It looked clear as day, though. I'll tell you that. That's a good cell phone right there.
accelerated right towards him. Legally, looks justified. But we wish the officer hadn't been in front of the car.
Mm-hmm.
It appears he fired his weapon as he was getting clipped. The woman on foot calling the agent fat was the driver's lesbian partner. And they didn't just make a wrong turn and get stuck in the snow. They'd been stalking the ICE officers all day, interfering with their raids. Video shows the car was blocking traffic for 4 minutes, refusing to leave and not complying with orders. And she waited until the agent was in front of the car and the other agent was grabbing onto the door handle before she accelerated.
Yeah. I mean, if she was going to take off, probably the best time to take off was before the agent start, you know, hands in the car. But shout out to TB and for the baller alert. Appreciate the support, sis. Let me go and give you that shout out. Shout out TB. She says, I watched a 2-hour show on an attorney's channel, frame by frame. The guy was hit. Could he have jumped out the way? I guess so. But could she have stopped? Yup. She hit the gas while someone was in front of her. Yeah, and that's the fact of the matter. And it's a very strong case for self-defense. Do we wish this had ended differently without her life being taken? For sure we do. But we're not going to sit here and pretend like she didn't have ample opportunities to save her own life. She could have got out the car after she was instructed 4 times. And once the ICE officers touched her car, she should have just put her hands off the wheel. Like, bro, when you get pulled over by a cop, usually the best thing to do is, you know, put your hand on the dashboard and all this good stuff. So when law enforcement walk up to you, why would you think it would be okay to do different and try to drive off? And even though your lesbian girlfriend is telling you, oh, drive, you shouldn't listen to them, because sadly, that's what got her killed.
While the partner screams, drive, baby, drive. Fox's DHS sources confirmed today that Renee Good was a trained member of ICE Watch. It's a coalition of activists whose mission it is to make ICE's job as difficult as possible. Here's a flyer from ICE Watch that directs people to block the kidnappers' cars and for white witnesses to put their bodies in front of the person that's being kidnapped. See what's going on here? This is an intelligently designed.
And it's kind of crazy because it says it right here. Now call community and ask for help. Break the wait. I don't know what the heck they mean by that. Where's a little bit too. Let's see. Let the victim in your car. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, break the bystander effect. Let the victim in your car, aka let illegals into your car, ask questions and waste time. So run up on the ICE officers, ask question, waste their time so these guys can get away. Ask a nearby business to let them in a lockable room. So go ahead and ask your local business, mom and pop shops, to embed these illegal aliens. Block the kidnapper's car. Wow, kidnappers is crazy. But yeah, block the kidnapper's cars with multiple cars. So it's literally their plan to do so. And let's see here, call surrounding businesses and alert street vendors. So yeah, you know, the street vendors out there selling tacos that might not have their documents, you know, go ahead and warn them. And don't ask, let's see here, victim's name or date of birth, or ask them for an emergency number or name of a family member. Okay, wow. And let's see, ask white witnesses to put their bodies in front of the person that's being kidnapped. Wow. The white people, go out there and risk your lives for the illegals. That's what they want you to do. Okay.
Stagecraft. A fellow ICE watcher called
Y'all
Renee.
not people anymore. Y'all cannon fodder. That's fucked up. Dang. That's grimy.
An anti-ICE warrior.
I mean, white people, y'all don't kind of see how y'all being used by the left at this point, especially white women.
Warrior. Now, every vigilante in Minneapolis wants to come out and play.
If I continually see you following us, interfering with us, honking your horn, blocking our cars, you have a very high probability of making a really bad.
And look, what he's doing right here is exactly the same warning that lady got. That ICE officer came around and said, look, bro, look, lady, if you keep blocking our cars, you're going to have a bad day. We're going to have to escalate this into you being arrested. And they warned them. So most likely, in my opinion, she was warned before those ICE officers came out there and said, all right, get out the car. Nope, it's done. No ifs, ands, or buts. We gave you your warning. Time to go.
If I continually see you following us, interfering with us, honking your horn, blocking our cars, you have a very high probability of making a really bad decision and being arrested today. Yeah, there's a lot of ICE around here.
And apparently they don't know the law, because one guy said it's not illegal. I mean, yes, it is. When you impede law enforcement, when you try to impede law enforcement, that is, yes, against the law. I mean, especially when you try to evade arrest from law enforcement, against the law. But apparently people forget that. Now, shout out to Jay. He says, in other words, paid protesters being told what to do. I mean, here's the thing. I'm not even sure if they're paid. They might just be doing it for the hell of it because they truly believe in the cause.
You know, if we continue to have you follow us, okay, have fun. Don't make a bad decision today.
These women think it's a game. They could just lay down wheels in the middle of traffic. They can tailgate federal agents, box them in, and alert eagles of impending searches. Our own Matt Finn was doing an ICE ride along in Minneapolis when they got chased down. Watch.
Okay, so in the distance is a blue Rivian, an electric truck. It's been trailing us now for miles. What are you guys going to do?
If that individual does anything that would indicate that they're going to impede our federal law enforcement operation.
Oh, guys, make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen and liking the video. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Or if you want to support the channel and double your support to get us closer to the call-in, you can go ahead and hit the, well, go ahead and scan the QR code above right there. Appreciate the support, guys. And, shout out Tove. Look up Minnesota's law. It backs the officer. I mean, yeah, trust me. A lot of self-defense laws, when it comes to the officer, back this guy up. I mean, we was even watching a video with the FBI agent pretty much saying, bro, he has every reason for self-defense. Like, everything the liberals are pointing out is sad, but it don't matter when it comes to him defending himself on the grounds of, self-defense.
Does anything that would indicate that they're going to impede our federal law enforcement operation.
Oh, and also, yeah, when you commit a traffic violation, you get out the car when they tell you. Like, somebody said that in the chat, and that's, I mean, you would think it would be common sense at this point.
We're going to stop. We're going to give them a warning. And then from there, they will be arrested.
All right, let's go back on that. Because it's pretty fair. This is fair. He's literally telling you what the process is, and we need to hear it.
along in Minneapolis when they got chased down. Watch.
Okay, so in the distance is a blue Rivian, an electric truck. It's been trailing us now for miles. What are you guys going to do?
If that individual does anything that would indicate that they're going to impede our federal law enforcement operation, we're going to stop. We're going to give them a warning. And then from there, they will be arrested.
That SUV is also trailing you and beeping at you right now.
That is correct.
These warriors, mostly women, have nothing better to do in the middle of the day on a weekday than to drive around and block immigration cops from doing their jobs. Jobs they were hired to do because people voted for it. Here's how it works. They look for tinted out windows, out-of-state plates, and then they shoot out coordinates on encrypted apps with hundreds of members so that ICE warriors can hit the streets and swarm agents. One of them told a Minneapolis paper they'd rather spend a night in jail than see a neighbor locked up for months or be deported. Let's be honest. These activists don't even know these illegals. They don't know their names, where they live. A lot of them have issues and are looking for attention. They're going after ICE agents in street clothes now. One report says a gaggle of women followed ICE agents who weren't even in uniform into a restaurant and hassled them, screamed at them so loudly the guys had to leave without breakfast. Patriotic men in uniform are getting run out of diners in America. But MS-13 can sit down and order huevos rancheros. No bueno.
And shout out TB coming in again. She says, pull it up here. One more thing. She was committing a felony by not stopping. I wonder a bit about the no 3 seconds before she was shot. It's all tragic, but you think the agent really wanted to kill someone that day? Like literally, nobody wakes up in the morning hoping to kill somebody. Like, trust me, nobody does that unless, well, I'll be real, unless they're a serial killer or somebody who's completely insane. But your normal individual, your normal cop, your normal ICE officer, trust me, they just want to lock up illegals and get them out of here. They don't want to hurt a fellow American citizen. And I'm pretty sure they hate the fact that their own people are trying to turn against them just off of the rhetoric they hear from, well, left-wing media. Not by their actions and what they're doing, but the rhetoric that's being pushed.
One woman spit a loogie at an agent. Enough's enough. Here comes the cuffs.
Step back.
She hit a vehicle. Now you cook, big girl, you cook.
There's a term for this. It's called suicidal activism. Remember suicide by cop? People are so dangerous, they dare officers to shoot them.
You want to shoot me? Shoot me. Go ahead.
Okay.
This is what's going on now. A lot of these women want to be victims, and the Democrat politicians have no problem pushing these women into the front lines. Human shields for the party machine. Remember what the base said this summer? There needs to be blood to grab the attention of the public and the press. They're taking it seriously. Hips isn't telling his people to be safe.
Some are even being told they need to be more willing to go out there and get shot when fighting. That was a direct quote, get shot when fighting back against some of Trump's policies. How do you respond to that, Leader Jeffries?
Well, we are in a more is more environment in terms of the unprecedented assault on the American way of life.
Democrats are now saying that ICE, just a bunch of trigger-happy killers.
But the truth is that every single person in the United States of America, U.S. citizens, white, black, brown, whoever you are, you have to worry now that an ICE agent is going to come and shoot at you and kill you.
No, I'm sorry, but no. If you do exactly what that girl did while ICE law enforcement is walking up on you, try to run off on them, I'm sorry, but it may not be that extreme when you die, but you will be handled roughly. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's kind of common sense. If you run from police on foot or by car, expect to get slammed on the ground right after, okay? Okay.
They're saying all illegals aren't criminals,
Not saying that is
but
right,
all ICE agents
but it
are.
happens.
The Maryland dad gets due process. This ICE agent gets none. They're saying put your body on the line because ICE is going to shoot you in cold blood in your car.
The message from this administration is clear. Only they determine the truth. And when their forces come to your city, obey or die. And if you die, you clearly didn't obey.
I mean,
that's a late night comedy show.
I mean, to be quite honest, in this situation, because she did not obey law enforcement, yes, she did die. I'm be honest with you. Like, bro, what are you trying to promote? To disobey law enforcement? Like really, what's the message here?
The former governor of Minnesota, Jesse the
Sound
Body
like a villain.
Ventura, no relation, just declared war on the federal government. Watch.
We have leadership now that has destroyed the Constitution. They don't follow it. They could care less about it.
Oh, and shout out to my man Monty, says vid realist in Discord. Got you. Oh yeah, I went and sent you that link.
Am I right or wrong? I took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I view after January 6th, the Republican Party is a domestic enemy to our Constitution.
Bro.
Why are the Democrats starting a civil war over foreigners? A civil war over foreigners? I'm confused.
Me too.
Have you ever seen these people fight so hard for Americans? I've never seen it.
Bro, I see them fight harder for corporate elites. I see them fight harder for China than the American people. That's the problem with the liberals. It's like, you guys know you literally speak against the same people you're claiming to want to what? That you're for? Because how are you for us, but you're over here protecting illegals who should be kicked out the country? And then you're risking your life for it. I mean, when have you ever risked your life for, I don't know, the security of the American people? Like, come on now. There's more nobler things to do than crash out like this. I'll tell you that right now.
People who put on a badge and uniform and swear an oath to obey the Constitution every day, they're the enemy. The agents protecting the country from gangs and drugs, they're the ones being called Nazis and being hit with cars. Tim Walz just called Minneapolis the new Gettysburg, and they're drafting women to fight.
I quit my job for this, and I've been having flare-ups and stuff, so
Huh?
it's like I can barely, and I have panic attacks.
Wait, what? You quit your job for this? Just to have flare-ups and panic attacks? Like, maybe it's the fact that you have no income and you don't know how you're going to make it next month. I don't know what you are doing out here protesting. Hopefully you want them paid protesters, though. You know, hopefully she's getting a bag off this.
And they're drafting women to fight.
I quit my job for this, and I've been having flare-ups and stuff, so it's like I can barely, and I have panic attacks.
She quit her job. So someone's apparently paying these people to protest.
Shame! Shame! Do you have a job? Do you have a job? Shame! Shame! I'm getting paid right now!
Oh.
Vance yesterday said Renee Good was part of a vast left-wing network. We've documented how these people are trained, paid, and organized.
There was a woman screaming, shame, 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 shame. She was a agitator, probably a paid agitator, but in my opinion, she was an agitator, a very high-level agitator, so professional. She wouldn't stop screaming. I said, this isn't a normal situation. This is a professional troublemaker.
These are the same people torching Teslas, chanting Free Palestine at BLM riots. Doesn't matter. They just want to stick it to the man and cause some heat in the streets because something's not right upstairs and they hate their country. Even after Trump was shot, almost killed twice, MSNBC is still calling him a dictator.
Once you have 3.5% of a population protesting nonviolently against a dictator or an authoritarian, that is essentially an unstoppable force that they can't oppose.
What happens to dictators? They get killed, arrested, toppled. You think that's what Mata is asking for? Does she want Trump to get Maduro'd or Gaddafi'd or Saddam'd?
I mean, shoot, when Trump got shot, they said, damn, why'd you miss? I mean, yeah, when Republicans get shot, oh, you deserve it. But then the liberal gets shot. I mean, let's be real. She did kind of put herself in that situation. Y'all say she's completely innocent. She did nothing at all to put herself there. Oh, my God. Did she deserve to die? Of course not. But did she put herself in that position to get herself killed? Well, sadly, yes. Sadly.
First step, light the city on fire.
When the city burned, After George Floyd, all of a sudden there were some charges. So for those who are on the media talking about, don't burn it down, don't set it on fire, let me tell you this, we need justice and we need it now.
Once the cities start burning, they can repeat the Summer of Love, where they scare the country into DEI and defund the police. It's the same MO. Senator Chris Murphy, the same guy who told us he's at war with President Trump, says Democrats' next step is to defund ICE. So if the Democrats win the midterms, ICE is going broke.
I agree that we need congressional restraint to limit or address decisively the lawlessness that the Department of Homeland Security has unleashed on the American people.
Democrats can't win an election or win in court, so they're forcing women to get hurt. So cities burn to drive Republican numbers down with chaos, so they can swoop into power on a pile of ash and bone and doge Homeland Security.
Do you think ICE should be abolished?
We have to absolutely start over with this agency. And frankly,
Oh, we don't need to start over nothing. You guys just need to get down with the fact that we're enforcing immigration policy. Undocumented immigrants should not be here. And instead of you guys trying to sell fear porn about ICE, you should honestly be supporting them, or just say, look, we disagree with how it's done and that's all, but we're not going to demonize ICE agents. Instead, you guys disagree and you demonize the people who are carrying out the law. I mean, let's be honest. It don't need to be taken down. You guys just need to turn down the temperature.
Kristi Noem and leadership of ICE should be dragged in front of Congress. And let's be clear, how they are acting right now is unconstitutional. So should we throw out this current model of ICE? Absolutely, yes.
So we finally found the one thing Democrats want doged. We're going to keep the money for sex changes in Guatemala, but we're going to strip it from ICE. So now that we understand the strategy, we have to realize the left's tactics, they're only going to get more aggressive. They're going to drive more cars into ICE. They're going to throw their bodies into ICE cars. They're going to spit, kick.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jed. He says, if the officer deserves arrest, so does the media. I mean, bro, it's literally, if the officer deserves an arrest, so does the media, because I'm be real with you, the media done put these young ladies up to it. I'm sorry, but these middle-aged ladies up to this. And it's sad because one of them lost their life because of this BS, because of what the media has been saying. And, instead of the media being like, yeah, we're going to turn down the temperature on our fellow Americans, they are doubling down and taking zero responsibility. Man. And shout out TB for the baller alert on this one. Appreciate the support, sis, because she gifted 5 memberships. Let me see if I can actually catch who got the memberships here. I know, let's see here. Yeah, it's not even showing me. I'm going to see if I can catch it, though. Go scrolling a little bit further back.
It's going to look like a UFC fight. It's going to look like Demolition Derby. Suicide by ICE. That's what you're going to start seeing. So they can frame the federal government as a murderous dictatorship and then take any means necessary to end it. The Trump administration has to be vigilant about all ongoing ICE operations. They need to start setting up perimeters around entire blocks, boosting manpower, providing backup for the safety of the ICE officers and the agitators. Because these guys want blood. That's what they've said. We can't give it to them. They want a civil war. They've said that. Can't give it to them.
Nope.
So be calm.
Bro, we're not going to fight you over illegals. I swear to God, no. I would not want to fight my fellow Americans over, something that hurts us. Like, I would feel very foolish to go into civil war. Oh, what are we fighting them? For the illegals. Like, are you fucking serious? Like, bro, really? The illegals? Like, come on, bro. It can't be something, I don't know, better like the first Civil War, like slavery or something, like something a little bit more consequential. Illegals? Yeah, no, we don't want to fight y'all over that. Actually, we don't want to fight you guys at all. You are fellow Americans. We just disagree on immigration policy. We just wish that you wouldn't try to villainize a group of people who are also your fellow Americans and putting them in danger, thus putting other Americans in danger. It's kind of crazy. It's like a double whammy.
Professional, but be very strong and very aggressive when conducting operations. Make an example out of people. Arrest people for obstruction. Conduct surveillance. Make sure everyone has body cameras. Don't let them interfere with the mission. mass deportations. That's what you voted for. And that
is what we want. Now, we do hate that things like this happen, but I mean, let's be real. This wouldn't have happened if this lady wasn't trying to be an agitator or didn't put herself in the way, or honestly, like I said, just stepped out the car and accepted the arrest. A lot of things she could have did to avoid this. All right, now let's go ahead and get on to my man Monty's video. He posted this himself, so make sure you go over there and like my man, Mr. Paramedic, man. Shout out to my man Monty. You know, he's right here. Make sure to go follow him. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get this video started.
This is how you don't get shot by federal agents. Step 1, do not commit crimes. Be sure to keep your vehicle on a safe path of travel. Do not use your vehicle as a barricade because of your political objections to law and order. That's not what it was meant for. If stopped by law enforcement for using your vehicle as a barricade because of your political objections to law and order, remember to comply with law enforcement instructions. Do not, I repeat, do not ignore their orders that may lead to being taken out of the car in a spicy manner.
Oh, wow.
Step 3, if an officer attempts to take you out of the car in a spicy manner because you decided to use your car as a barricade because of your political objections to law and order, do not attempt to drive away. You are not free to go, especially if there is an officer in front of you.
This is excellent advice. I mean, let's be real. That is excellent advice, and it's catchy. You can't be mad at really good advice when it's catchy, guys. Like, come on now. And shout out some of the. And let's go ahead and get the man himself up here. Shout out to my man Monty. How you doing, brother?
I sang that myself. I'm just kidding.
Shout out to my man Monty. But hey, bro, so what you thinking so far?
I got on right when I heard the Shaggy Has-Been talk about his oath to the Constitution. Guess what? I also swore an oath to the Constitution, and so did a lot more people that disagree with you, bud. So go ahead, fight the Republican Party. I'm ready.
Man, I'd rather not. But I mean, if I really want to fight over illegals, oh wow.
I'll fight over the defense of our nation. That's literally what we signed up to do.
National security. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into our guy Sean Hannity, and then we're gonna make our way over to the left.
Now, let me just state an obvious fact. Left-wing political leaders, some in the legacy media mob, they are putting their supporters' lives at risk. Their endless, incendiary, dehumanizing rhetoric has resulted in more violence and threats against ICE agents than we have ever seen. ICE agents, they are simply doing their jobs, you know, the jobs that they were hired to do. They're conducting dangerous raids around the country. They are.
Oh, and shout out to Mr. Patch Plays for sending 100 for 2 jewels. Shout out JB2 for sending 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support. And shout out Tove, member for 3 months. Hey, shout out. How much left for the call in? I believe we're at let's see if we're going at that $23. Yeah, we're about $23 away. So there you go.
Enforcing federal immigration law, supremacy clause. That means jurisdiction is with the federal government. That's it. In many cases, they're getting violent criminals off the streets. They are not the Gestapo, as Tim Walz has claimed. This is not Nazi Germany, as other Democrats have claimed. This is not a dictatorship of any kind. We are, in the United States, a constitutional republic. We are governed by the rule of law. The left, especially under Biden and Harris, they have aided and abetted widespread law.
Yeah, I mean, we're not only governed by the rules that don't hurt your feelings. I'm sorry, but our laws, they don't run off your feelings, guys. Just because you feel like they should be here, sorry, the law says they shouldn't. So thank God we don't have laws that run off your guys' feelings.
Go vote at the ballot box, not at the fucking streets. You ever heard the expression "fight the ticket in court, not in your car"?
Yeah,
like fight the law at the ballot box, not fucking when the federal agent that has been there for 10 years decides that he's gonna fucking uphold the law.
Fair.
assisted by Democratic mayors and governors in their respective sanctuary cities and states. We have allowed in known terrorists and murderers and rapists and cartel members, other violent criminals and drug dealers. And ICE is trying to make our streets and city more safe, more secure. Democrats need to stop lying to the country and their base in particular, whipping them into a frenzy. Or guess what? The predictable outcome is more people sadly will get killed. Now take a look at some of the
shout out TB. She says everyone has forgotten why they were there in the first place.
No, that's what they want. That's what these fucking activists, if you can even call them that, agitators want. They want us to forget why ICE is there. They want us to forget what the actual mission is. Completely ignore all of the pedophiles that the DHS has posted pictures of arresting. Forget all that. But Trump's a pedophile, and I want the Epstein files.
But don't care about any of the other billionaires that are heavily involved. Like, you could damn near confirm that they were the ones, doing all the evil deeds that you think that Trump was doing. Don't want to look into them. It's just, hyper focus on Trump and ignoring all the evidence in your face about other, influential figures.
That's the thing.
You care.
That's the thing, Set. They're gonna live in their heart of hearts thinking that Trump is a pedophile, and you cannot disprove a negative. You can't prove that something didn't happen, and that's what they're banking on, and that's what they know. Because it's very easy to convince somebody that convince somebody of something. It's hard to convince somebody that they were lied to.
Yeah, I agree.
Protests in the past few days.
Don't escalate. Don't escalate.
No!
Quit your job. Quit your job. Quit your job. Hey, Nazi, Nazi, Nazi.
So, guys, we're about 22 away from opening up the calling lines. We're in a conspiracy hour, or you can send $11 on Venmo, and that will double your support and go ahead and get us to that goal.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, Seth?
Yeah.
The Fox News is actually being really tame about what they're showing, because I was watching JD DeLay's live last night, and he he was covering it, and they were basically just saying, hang Donald Trump and hang ICE, kill ICE to save a life. That was one of the chants, was kill ICE to save a life.
Damn.
Yeah. So this is tame by all comparisons, and after seeing that, come on, bring it.
I like how they're being tame because they're not trying to do the same thing the left is doing. So you can tell they're taking a higher road on this. Like, we're not trying to sow any more like radical division like you guys are. And here's the thing, though, if they were to do the same thing, it would be messed up, because let's be real, they're going to be radicalizing their protesters.
And you know what's crazy is, remember, this is a large swath of our country that thinks this. This is not like some fringe group. It's not the majority of our country by any means. It's not even a quartile of the country, but it is a big majority, or a big group of people that think that law and order shouldn't exist, and we should just go hang presidents.
Jesus. All right. Great.
Shane.
He said paintball.
Yeah. Type of balls.
Now, this is what ICE agents have to deal with every single day, everywhere they go. And in Minneapolis, here's some more. Take a look.
If I continually see you following us, interfering with us, honking your horn, blocking our cars, you have a very high probability of making a really bad decision and being arrested today, okay? I'm not.
Oh, then why are you giving her a warning?
I'm giving her a warning to not interfere with what we're doing, to not make a bad decision today and ruin your life. Okay, thank you.
Funny coming from you.
Okay, alrighty.
And like the disrespect is crazy. He's like he's literally trying to spare you so you don't get arrested, and you're just being disrespectful. Like at this point, how do y'all even stick up for this type of disrespect and this type of childish like I'm gonna be real, just type of childish performance in front of the ICE enforcement?
It's just because there's a camera on set, and they stick up for it because they believe she should have went harder. She should have rammed them with their car. She should have been violent. That's what they think, and that's why they stick up for it. Because remember long ago, back when Teslas were getting burned because Elon Musk was a quote unquote Nazi, and I asked you, I was like, think about it. If you genuinely believe somebody was a Nazi, what does that mean you should do? It means you should go kick their ass because fucking Nazis are horrible people and don't deserve to live on this earth. It's playing out right in front of us. They believe in their heart of heart, they have made the convincing argument that Nazis are what ICE agents are. So it doesn't matter. Like all this performative, they're waiting for a couple of martyrs. They're waiting for a couple of people like Renee, and they're gonna start being a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more aggressive, and then pretty soon you're going to have all out war on your hands. And then fucking Tampon Tim is waiting to hold on to power and completely ignore the fraud allegations against him, so that he can send in the National Guard and start a civil war. He's talking a big talk for someone that has to lie about his military service. Just saying.
Oh, guys, and make sure you guys double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. And make sure you guys go follow my man, Mr. Mr. Paramedic. Sorry, bro. But Mr. Paramedic on YouTube. God, make sure you get that. Make sure let's try to get him to that 100. All right. Let's get him to 100 subscribers. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
You have a good day.
I hope you have a terrible day.
These indoctrinated, unhinged individuals seem to believe that Renee Good was murdered in cold blood. Is it a tragedy? Every death is a tragedy. It's sad. It was preventable. You know, for merely existing in Donald Trump's America, they would have you believe that lie. And because that's what their dear leaders in the Democratic Party, now radicalized and extreme, are telling them. Example, Exhibit A, AOC. Take a look.
I understand that Vice President Vance believes that shooting a young mother of 3 in the face 3 times is an acceptable America that he wants to live in.
I thought she had 1 kid. She has 3 kids now?
Oh, Renee, yeah, she has 3. She had 2 kids that live with their father and 1 that stayed with her and her wife.
Is that the one that she put cigarettes out on? Her wife?
Allegedly. I never really heard any confirmation on that, but yeah.
And that is a fundamental difference between Vice President Vance and I. I do not believe that the American people should be assassinated in the street. Thank you.
But you said nothing about Charlie Kirk.
People's minds into a frenzy. Of course, you got.
Actually, they got mad when they were trying to make a Charlie Kirk Day, and when they were asked to denounce the murder of Charlie Kirk, a lot of them, were acting kind of pissy about it. Yeah. So
he's an American citizen
now from us.
But he's a fascist. He's a Nazi. Remember, Set? So it doesn't matter. That do you see the consistencies in what I'm saying? If you demonize them and call them Nazis, violence against them is justified, and any steps they take to defend themselves is murder. That's the narrative. Follow that narrative and apply that narrative to every situation of violence you see from the left, and it'll make perfect sense.
Add in the congenital liar, Adam Schiff. You know, he looked at the same footage we showed you, and he concluded that Renee Good she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, but was doing it like day in and day out, according to reports, before getting attacked by ICE for no reason at all. Take a look.
And to think about this 37-year-old woman drops her kid off at school, not involved in protest activity or anything.
Bullshit.
Seems to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But at one point, she's waving other cars to come on past, trying to make sure that she's not in the way, although she's been pulled over. And then you see her trying to turn away from these officers. and the shots fired into the car.
Bro!
The wheels of the car pointed not towards the agent, but away from the agent. That's what leaps out to me from the video.
The woman next to her got out of the car, taunting, as we just showed you, ICE officers, as she was. Keep in mind, this woman was a dedicated anti-ICE agitator who was stalking and impeding federal agents all day. You know, as the New York Post put it, she was, quote, an ICE watch warrior who was trained to resist the feds. Like always, the congenital liar is wrong. And then there's, of course, Mr. Bang Bang himself, Eric Swalwell. He wants to get a promotion. He wants to be worse than Gavin Newsom. It appears that, well, he staged a fake impromptu interview set to dramatic music in order to politicize the death of Renee Good and hype up his supporters, if he has any. Take a look.
Hey, Congressman, what's going on, man? What the is up with?
Dedicated to radicalizing the public, bro. Dedicated to radicalizing the public against anything that Donald Trump does. And, well, I'll be real with you, radicalizing the public towards ICE and anybody who supports Donald Trump. Like, just radicalizing us like we're just the worst people in the world. We wanted this lady to die, which we didn't. We just wish he didn't make those moves during, like, well, a law enforcement operation, or, to be quite honest with you, or an engagement.
I don't want anybody to die, but if it ever comes down between a law enforcement officer and somebody who's trying to obstruct a law enforcement officer from legitimate business, and they want to take it to the grave, I'm happy the law enforcement officer came out on top. Not gonna lie.
All right.
If this then this, then it's that.
I give you that. But all right, man. Shout out Tove. She says, oh, and appreciate you, Tove, for the baller alert. Timmy Boy is legitimately threatening civil war in Minnesota. They called us Nazis to justify our deaths. I mean, ain't that the truth? And let me go ahead and post this call-in link real quick. So, because shout out to Tove, she'd open up the call-in line. Appreciate the support, Tove.
ICE murdering a woman.
Well, all of you did, but Tove, you know, she hit the game winner.
Minneapolis.
She has a name, right? Renee Good. Looks like she was a mom of 3 and had every right to go see her kids last night, and instead she's dead. And of course, this is what happened when you have a president who surges his thugs into our communities, masked, unidentified. And I guess you're lucky now if all that happens is you're thrown in the back of a van. Or,
you know, it's crazy. They're complaining about, you know, them being masked, but yet we've released the identity, or they released the identity of this, you know, masked individual. I mean, you know,
and
like,
he's getting death threats.
Show that, you know, them bitching about it, them being masked, it doesn't really matter, because if anything happens, you'll still get their name regardless of them being masked or not.
Yeah.
But please do not harass this guy. Like, lefties, come on, man. Come on, show some decency and don't harass this guy and his Filipino wife.
Man. They think the decent thing to do is to get a pound of flesh. That's what they think. They're living by Hammurabi's code, fucking thinking an eye for an eye is how we do things in America.
You know what? I do want to respond to this comment too, because they think they're being funny. Ashley Babbitt didn't obey law enforcement, and she found out too. You know what? To keep it consistent, I mean, you're right. But guess what? To also keep it consistent, they didn't have to use that force. The bro didn't have to shoot her in the face. He could have probably shot the wheels, or he could have got out the way and took it to the hip. He didn't. You're right. He didn't have to take that shot, and neither did the guy that shot Ashley Babbitt. So we're not picking and choosing here. You guys are.
Remember what I said?
Which situation or which life means more to you.
Yep.
Both lives are equal to me. But
I said, if the shooting of Ashley Babbitt is justified, then so is the shooting of Renee Good.
Damn. Well,
and
I mean, that's a really good point.
You're dragged by your hair through the streets because now they're just shooting people in the face and bodies are piling up. So, yes, to ICE, my message is stay the out of California.
Stay the F
Bro.
away. Okay, don't enforce.
Yeah,
bruh,
wild.
You see what's happening, right? Set like you can parse through the fucking ill intent, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like this is This is dangerous, dangerous, dangerous fucking rhetoric. And they know it is. That's why they're using it. They're using shock value to rile people up because they can't win on the debate stage. They can't win against political ideologies. So they must use violence to sow fear. They must use violence to get control. And this is all they care about. Notice how every time Donald Trump is up for an election or a midterm, there's some fucking mass tragedy and fucking chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Bro, it's literally what they convinced their base to do.
This is all that matters. Literally starting the year off strong with fucking sowed fear and sowed ideology, fucking hatred towards law enforcement. And it's the same thing. That's why I did not give any credibility to the fucking Derek Chauvin trials. That's why it's literally for political gain to radicalize and revolutionize people. And
Man, you know, so crazy, man. Out of the 767 votes, 50% murder, 50% self-defense. It's kind of funny. It's actually worked out like this like twice in a row. I think even last night was still kind of a close, self-defense won by a close margin. But as I keep putting it out, hey, man, they're ending up at that 50-50. And I don't blame them. Trust me, I don't blame them. People on the left and the right who are completely convinced this is murder. And then there's the more, I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm sounding a bit cocky when I say this, but the more level-headed is seeing this as self-defense, or at least a strong case for self-defense.
but that doesn't matter. We should hang that ICE officer, Set.
Jesus. Nah, he good out here.
Oh, the border is closed. The border's secure. Up next, Pothole Pete blasting the ICE agent who fired defensive shots. According to Pete, he should have been trained on how not to get hit by an accelerating SUV headed right at you. Okay, take a look.
A Minnesota woman lost her life yesterday in an incident that never should have happened. She should be with her family, alive and well right now. We have an ICE agent who, by the way, is or should have been trained not to be in front of a vehicle and never to shoot into a moving vehicle.
Now, far-left mayor, this idiot, Jacob Fry, also weighed in, mocking ICE agents and their injuries. Take a look.
Don't take my word for it. Don't take their word for it. Watch the video from every single angle. I mean, the ICE agent walked away with a hip injury that he might as well have gotten from closing a refrigerator door with his hips.
Are you serious?
He was not injured.
Yeah, I know. I was like, wow, you're kind of making him seem like a wuss right now, but okay, I see where you're taking this.
That's the thing. They want to dehumanize. Watch the video from every angle. Don't believe your lying fucking eyes. And then you know what's absolutely hilarious? The Democratic Party social media put out and their last command was to ignore your lying eyes and ears. That was their most important command from fucking Orwell. That's what they post after this.
I've seen worse injuries from doing that. And so give me a break. No, he was not ran over. He walked out of there with a hop in his step.
I'm done. Look, bro, he said he basically got hit by a car and he walked out better than ever. I'm like, bro, shut your dumb ass up.
Bro, I've seen people run over by cars. I have seen what a tire can do to you. It is not pretty. You will never fucking walk again. So,
bro basically said he got hit by a car and walked out like 10 years younger. Like, bro, you serious?
He knows in his heart what he's saying is complete bullshit, but he knows he can convince fucking weak-minded individuals like half the people in the chat that somehow this was murder. This is not an argument over murder or not murder. We're not a fucking jury. We don't get to make that decision. But yet somehow people remember we give the benefit of the doubt to the accused in America. But somehow half the country has completely forgotten about that, but wants to talk about civil rights.
But actually, though, let me actually finish this video before we start going in, to the release footage. I'm going to bring in Tove and TB.
Is it playing?
Oh, whoops, my bad.
Any
My bad.
sympathy
Forgot to press that button.
One thing I cannot play on this show is the same people we're showing you, these same radicalized Democrats, ever showing any sympathy to the hundreds and thousands of Americans that have been murdered and raped or victims of other violent crimes by unvetted illegal immigrants, the ones they said were not coming into the country when they were lying to the country because they put the so-called rights of illegals above your safety, your security, and the security of the American people. And now Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who recently compared ICE to Nazi Gestapo, is now, quote, inviting all Americans to join Minnesota in a day of unity. The gaslighting and deception, it is off the charts. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
And all righty, though. Let me go ahead and bring in shout out TB and Tove. How y'all doing?
Hello. Hello.
All right,
Oh,
so
shit. Hello.
I know we got two girls, well, two women up here today. So
That's unusual.
So I do want to get y'all thoughts on this. What do you guys think?
Oh, I would say based off of now, like I said, I'm not an officer, but I have armed security training, and our training is not much different than majority of police officers, and it's also very close to an ICE agent's basic training. He's the one who told her to stop and get out of the car. That means he took over the traffic stop, which means he's in charge. So he's going to take the fastest route to the driver, which at that point was to go around the front of the car. As soon as she started backing up, he stopped for a second, looked, and was about to, pretty sure he was about to move, because that's what we're told to do. Because when someone backs up, the situation is no longer under control. It is no longer a point of negotiating. It is no longer a point of de-escalation. Once the car moves, it is now a threat.
All right, and before we get TB's thoughts, and I do want to play the 40-second video, and then TB, I want to hear your thoughts.
Hey,
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us?
Former fucking veteran.
Boy. Go ahead.
Navy.
Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
So she should know better. I did not.
Whoa.
All right.
No. She's
Well, what do you
not a
think?
veteran, Tove. She's not a veteran. No one that is a veteran refers to themselves as a former veteran.
Okay.
That's a veteran.
Hold on,
Veteran
guys.
is a word
Let
for
TP
former
go. I
military.
did say she was gonna go. Go ahead, TP.
Sorry, thank you. I bet, okay, there are a couple of things that I want to say, but sorry, my voice. But the first is, I bet that the majority of these people are against Venezuela, right? And the Venezuelans are like nothing but happy because they are free, finally, right? And I also like they are almost it's like they are saying, I don't believe my own eyes. I only believe what the mainstream media is telling me is that this is murder. This is murder, and I'm going to go after it. And I'm going to go and I'm going to be there in the front lines, you know? Like, whenever like the BLM riots were taking place in my city, I was like, yeah, nothing good can happen down there. I was 9 blocks away. And I was like, nothing good can happen down there. I'm not going to go down there just to see the riots, start to take place.
All right. All right. And hold on, but Amant, do you have anything to say, or are you good?
No, I mean, look at the video. Like, and put your if you want to dehumanize somebody, you should first try to humanize them. He gets hit by a car. We were
Thank
told
you.
he
Yes.
was never hit by a car, that he just got but a glancing blow. All this fucking fun rhetoric of different ways they can twist the situation, and every time we get a new angle,
Go ahead.
every time we get a new angle, more and more of their bullshit gets proven wrong. And now, instead of clamoring over whether or not he got hit by the car, which would allow use of deadly force for the record, especially if he still felt he was an imminent threat, and that's his opinion, not fucking Gavin Newsom's or not fucking Tampon Tim's. That's his opinion, based off of a reasonable fucking officer. As soon as he got hit, the question is, oh, he called her a bitch. I'd fucking call her a bitch too if she fucking tried to run me over.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Monty, for bringing me back to like where I was trying to go. Is nobody has asked the officer like, how does he feel? Like, I mean, he must feel terrible. Like nobody wants to kill anyone. Nobody wants to like jump out there and kill anyone, regardless of what side you're on.
He didn't wake up that morning and say, I'm gonna go kill me a Democrat, like
No.
Thomas Matthew Crooks did. He didn't wake up and say, I'm gonna go kill me a right-wing conservative like Tyler Robinson did. And then the right is not cheering him on in TikTok dances like fucking everybody on the left did. So I don't want to fucking hear it about the humanization of Renee Good, somebody who tried to run him over. I don't want to hear about it. I don't care. I tried to humanize her. I gave her every benefit of the doubt until I made up my mind, and that's that. And if you think I'm a threat to this country because of that, come find me. That's all I have to say.
Oh damn.
Careful, Monty.
Monty said, I'm willing to go Street Fighter on anybody.
Monty, we can just have coffee or something. So it's fine.
I do have one more thing I'd like to say real quick. My husband's line of work, he's a mechanic. He has been hit by a car who they didn't even hit the gas. There was no one in the driver's seat. The brakes were going out and it started rolling. He got rolled into and got hit right in the pelvic area, and he had a bruise for about 6 weeks from his hip all the way across the front of his stomach, and it was from the driver's side panel in the same spot that guy was. So you can't tell me that a glancing blow from a 2-ton vehicle is not gonna hurt.
I want you to bear with me for 1 second, Seth. I'm gonna go on a monologue here. I get asked all the time, what's the worst thing you've ever seen as a EMT, as a paramedic? You know what the worst thing I've ever seen was? A 10-year-old boy that was run over by a car, mid-thoracic region, and had all of his organs smushed out on the ground and was still alive, just asking for someone to take the pain away. So when I hear, oh, he could have done this, he could have done that, he could have done this, I think about what would have happened if he would have been unlucky enough to not be able to get out of the way. If he would have been unlucky enough that just a piece of his armor or his leg got caught under that and he got rolled up on. Because he wasn't standing in front of the car until the car backed up. Then he stood his ground. He was walking to the driver's side door to pull her out of the car. And when she actually hit the gas, you know how he would have gotten run over? It would have been up through between his legs and up over his head. That's how he would have gotten run over the car. And I don't want to fucking hear about how much of a poet Renee Good was when I hear about how a fucking Iraq war veteran and a fucking law enforcement officer for 10 years who has already almost lost his life from it is a little apprehensive to get run over again. That's what I don't want to hear.
All right, let's go ahead and get back into it, guys, because we got Fox News touching down with Laura Ingraham steps into the Minneapolis protest. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it.
Look, there is nothing like being on the ground, talking to people to try to get a clearer picture of the story, which is what we did today in Minneapolis. Right now, there are about 300 people here, fairly peaceful. I guess some Antifa are back there, but we're going to have the fires, food, water, a lot of people in masks, but people are coming out and expressing themselves. It kind of takes on almost a community civic event. I wouldn't say celebration, but it's a...
Wait till it becomes nighttime, Laura.
And although it was pretty peaceful, like, and it really was. I mean, in that vigil, it was basically people, you know, they had a fire, they were giving out food, water, and, you know, some people were chanting. So that was fine. But if you actually go into the mix and try to chat with people, you end up getting escorted out. And they kind of nicely, but aggressively escort you out across their border. So then we headed over to the Whipple Federal Building where Garrett just was. And earlier in the day, you saw some of those, you know, those conflicts between the ICE officers and the protesters were there. And things there, well, they got a little more interesting.
That. To the human race. Why are you wearing a mask? Why are you wearing a mask?
Because my nose is cold.
Oh.
Why do you care if I'm wearing a mask?
I'm just curious. Just a question. This is the crowd, and they apparently are policing their borders. So they're policing their borders here, which is fascinating.
That's fucking hilarious.
Oh, bro, it's so boring.
Shame.
Do you have a job? Do you have a job?
Shame. I'm getting paid right now.
Well, and as we were leaving in our vehicle, they did what they can do. They gave us all the finger. I think they secretly liked us, though. But a few observations here. So the protests are always smaller than they look on TV. Many of the folks there seem like they do this for recreation. And there are others, they're truly mourning and really upset. And others seem to be people who just don't believe the United States should have any borders. But again, they sure do aggressively police their own borders. And while, again, there were plenty of people there just peacefully protesting, there are just as many people out there who seem like lifelong members of the agitator industrial complex. You heard that one woman, unclear whether
I'm sorry, but protesting us, I mean, real with you, protesting borders with borders or protesting ICE while having a border yourselves is hilarious.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's crazy how they don't see the irony in that. I'm like, oh, really? So y'all can have borders to, you know what, protect y'all people, but we can have borders to protect the national security of Americans? Okay. Yeah, that makes
Did you hear what? Sorry. Did you hear what she said after she asked her, do you have a job? She goes, I'm getting paid right now.
Yeah, but she could, honestly, yeah, she could
Even
be a paid
still.
protester, or she could just be being a smart ass.
Even
Or
still,
she's on
the fact that
unemployment.
she said that, or that too, but still, the fact that she said that right after being asked, do you have a job?
It's bold.
I mean,
it is bold. TB, what you think? All right,
So, earlier today, I saw this video of this woman who was like, shoot me. I don't know if you played it here or not, but she was like, just shoot me. Like, what are you people doing with your time?
That
they want
proves
murders.
that no, they don't think they're gonna get shot. They know they're not gonna get shot. They know this is not normal. They know what she did was wrong. That's why they're trying to fucking slant it in this way. Shoot me. If they actually thought ICE was just out here executing people, they wouldn't be putting themselves in that position. Trust me. They're trying to create a fake stoic fucking manipulative ass martyr syndrome, and and people are fucking buying it up. They're like, oh, look how courageous they are. Oh my gosh.
Amazing.
All right, hold on, guys.
You know what? If they had actually been in a country where somebody was trying to kill them, like, yeah,
They'd be dead already.
yeah,
All right, guys, let me go ahead and read out Jet's super chat. He says the lesbian wife admitted she got her wife killed. Yes, she did say she did claim some type of responsibility. She claimed some type of responsibility. Which I mean, that's admirable, but it's like, man, lady, don't you think it's a bit too late?
Let me lay this out for you from a legal standpoint.
Wait,
Because I
hold
asked,
on. I'm sorry. Is she the one that was yelling no?
No.
No, she
she was the one
the
that
lady
told
in
him
the
to get a
white hat.
sandwich. Go get lunch, big boy. That one.
Yeah.
The white beanie lady. So let me lay this out to you, because she not only thinks she's responsible, she actually is responsible under the letter of the law. She had a conspiracy to obstruct justice that led to death. So a felony, while being a conspirator to that felony, is felony murder.
Talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Oh! And was also the one that told her to drive.
Hey,
Yep.
hey, Set, real quick. Just to reiterate for everybody else in live, I said and Monty said, the moment her car started moving, it is now a deadly weapon.
Yep.
Oh, and see if you could turn up your mic gaming.
Oh, I'm just talking quiet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear
Sorry.
you.
Okay, so oh, am I echoing?
Somebody's echoing.
I know Monty was for a minute there. I don't know about.
Oh no, go ahead.
So when I was watching the show that I was watching the night that it happened, we watched it 10 times, I don't know, 15 times from different angles, and people are saying he didn't get hit. He could have moved out of the way. Like, just, I mean, like, why are people saying, yeah, he could have moved out of the way, but yeah, he could have stopped too, or she could have stopped too. But there was like there were like 2 or 3 seconds before she started moving backward. She put it in reverse, and then she started going forward, right? And right before that, somebody was yelling no. Do we know who this is?
It was the lady, I think it was the lady that provided the first video footage that we've seen of this whole incident, the one that was on the side of the road, which I have to say, this is just a theory though. I believe she was aware of what they were doing. She knew what they were going to do, and she was trying to agitate the situation. But that was that person.
So this is like premeditated then?
Yes, that's why I
Yes.
said it rises to felony murder, because this was a conspiracy to obstruct justice, which led to a death.
Technically, it's attempted premeditated murder or involuntary manslaughter is probably what they're going to slap her with. I was looking at some of the possibilities and what actually they could hit her with.
Yep.
Yes, they could go with felony murder, but this is going to fall under involuntary manslaughter, because the definition of involuntary manslaughter is you doing something that is knowingly dangerous and ending up causing substantial death or substantial harm or involuntary death, which in this case, it fits that bill most likely. So if the friend who's running her mouth does get charged, it's going to be involved.
So involuntary manslaughter, you have to be the one that commits the crime. So she didn't.
In this case, she's an accessory to the crime.
Right. That would be felony murder.
Bro, talk about an Uno reverse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to the video.
Joking or not, saying she was paid for being there? Huh, interesting. So even if they're not throwing stuff or physically blocking ice, disrespecting law enforcement, a lot of them just seem perpetually pissed off. Well, and I wonder why. As we see with what's happening is more horrible news out of Portland tonight. Rage is being stoked, and it's mostly being stoked by a party with no solutions.
They wanted a moment like this, and look, it happened.
We should not have ICE agents patrolling our streets.
They're not needed. They create chaos, and they even create deaths.
There are going to be protests around this entire country because of the state-sanctioned execution that we all saw.
Blood is clearly on the hands of those individuals within the administration.
ICE has been carrying out state-sanctioned violence in our communities. We have seen them terrorize so many of citizens.
But the worst of the worst today was a slimy comment by the ever odious Tim Walz, governor of this state, claiming that he wants to calm things down. And then he invokes a Nazi threat.
We're at one of those inflection points that simply asking our government to give us accountability, listen to local leaders.
That's rich.
Ratchet
That's
down the
rich.
rhetoric.
Hold up.
Let people feel safe.
Go ahead.
Remember,
that's rich coming from the guy who literally ran his country's finances into the ground, who had no freaking idea what he was gonna do if he ended up becoming that cackling horror's freaking vice president. Nothing. That is so rich. He's asking for accountability.
Well, at least he stepped down and took like halfway accountability. He still blamed Trump in the end when he resigned. Well, when he resigned his bid, or stepped down from his bid to run for governor again.
No, I'll tell you who's rich. Or is the government in Minneapolis right now.
And sure, I'll tell you who's rich. Shoot, the Somali daycare owners in Illinois.
Exactly.
They're actually rich.
ABC Learning. Shout out
Leering.
to ABC Learning.
I mean, yeah, bro. Shout out to that Leering Learning Center, man. The shout out to look, man. We all got to leer together and start us our own Somali daycare.
You're gonna leer today, boys.
Bro, I'll follow you.
Get some of their education.
But all right, guys, get
They
back to the
spell
video.
college with a K.
Let people feel safe. We remembered, many of us in here in sophomore, when we read it, that the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most important directive.
The irony is so funny.
In this moment,
I was getting ready to say that. You beat me to it.
Okay, so we want to tamp things down as we keep vilifying law enforcement, federal agents. And I also say, where is the empathy for the ICE officer involved in that shooting yesterday?
Yes,
who, according
that's what I was saying.
was himself dragged and hospitalized by an illegal alien driver last year.
Hey,
The
Seth.
attack on the officer, whom
Hold
the
on.
Post is not naming, happened June
Yeah.
17th in Bloomington, Minnesota, exactly a month after embattled Minnesota Governor Tim Walz labeled ICE agents modern-day Gestapo while speaking at the University of Minnesota Law School graduation. And today, Vice President Vance blasted Democrats and the media for lying about the basic facts.
Everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every
Yep.
single one of you. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the president of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. You people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian
Man,
Kilmeade.
they ain't trying to hear
Zach.
that part. Go ahead.
You know what? So I was watching JD's live yesterday, and they were all chanting. Who has their mic open? Because it's hard to think.
It might be gaming.
My mic was muted. Don't say that.
All right, well, go ahead.
Anyway, they were all screaming like trying to chant her name, and the guy gets up there and says, "Remember, don't say remember her name. That's reserved for marginalized communities. We can't do that." And then someone in the chat said, "I thought she was lesbian. Isn't that a marginalized community?" Their own logic doesn't even make sense. What would make this absolutely it would make him controversy proof is if the ICE officer himself was a black man. They wouldn't know what to do with themselves.
Bro,
He's
literally.
Latino.
Oh man, they really be scrambling. Or they just ignore it. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into this. Fraud fighters. Trump admin gears up to follow the money, says Besson. All right, man, let's get into this little interview with Scott Besson. Let's see what he got to say about this fraud, because he is Secretary of Treasury, so you know
what's crazy?
He's supposed to be on top of this. Go ahead.
Tim Walz is milking all the attention on this freaking
Yes.
ICE shooting because he knows once the hammer drops on him, he's cooked.
And I do apologize. My sinuses are going nuts because our weather's going from 50 to 20. So I'm trying to mute myself when my sinuses start, when I gotta blow my nose. But if you hear that, that's because of my.
All right, you're fine. But all right, let's go ahead and get back to the video.
We're gonna have
As
a 40-degree
descend on Minneapolis over the presence of ICE, the Trump administration, I'm telling you, you got that from Agent Bavino. They are not backing down, and they're also not backing away from tracking down, rooting out, and exposing what is billions of dollars in fraud.
What we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least, he looked the other way.
And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who we traveled with today to Minnesota, has a plan to
go ahead before we have
Can I
Scott
just
Bessent.
ask a quick question? So, do any of you know who Chase Hughes is? He's a body language expert. He also talks about psyops and all of these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he cover? Well, didn't he cover that one? It was like another shooting that happened, and he ended up covering it because the facts didn't make sense.
I can't remember. I mean, I've watched him for years, but so he describes what happens before, during, and after psyops, right? And this to me feels kind of like psyops, right? So I'm not saying that somebody, well, I mean, I kind of am, but I'm hoping that this is not the case. That, somebody went in and was shot, and then this is and now we've created this huge, sorry, I'm trying to figure out. So, no, it's just a diversion, right? So this is psyops, right? So it's people who are against the government. They're against, good things that are happening, and they're trying to make as much money as they possibly can. And they have a certain group of people that are complicit in this, not complicit because they want to be complicit in that, but complicit because they actually believe in what they're talking about, right? Anyway, this just feels like that to me. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, you were a bit all over the place there, but
I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
If I can distill it down, I'm gonna try to distill it down to what she's saying. What she's saying is this sort of feels like a psyop, but there are people who have been placed in particular situations to have to act in a certain way, not because that's something they want for themselves, but because they've been tricked into it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Like for example, I can buy that because you're absolutely making sense. So in a psyop, people are handled. So the wife in this situation that's agitating the police officer, that's agitating her wife even, is the handler in this situation. Notice how she was out of harm's way and she was out of the line of fire when everything happened. Notice how she's the one that's provoking the ICE agent. Notice how she's the one that's recording. Notice how she's the one that says drive baby drive. She is responsible for every action that was taken that day through suggestion. And so if it were a psyop, I'd be looking into the wife.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
And I was even saying that in the video of the attorney that I was watching. I was like, I bet that the wife has a bunch of answers.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to it. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into it. All right, let's get into it. Scott Bessent.
Terry Scott Bessent, who we traveled with today to Minnesota, has a plan to tackle fraud, and he joins us now. Mr. Secretary, a lot of people forget that just like Marco Rubio, you wear many hats. You're also the IRS commissioner. You have tools to go after this fraud, and you have new announcements to make about how you're going to do that.
Yeah, Laura, thank you for having me. And look, this is an outrage. President Trump is outraged. I'm outraged. The whole administration is outraged. And we are here to follow the money because that's what Treasury does. We have done that for years. We did it with the mafia. We have done it with the cartels. And now we are going to do it with these Somali fraudsters. And Treasury has something called FinCEN, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, and we are coming in, tomorrow. We are announcing that 4 investigations into money service businesses that we believe may have wired money out of the country, a lot of the ill-gotten stolen money over to the Middle East, over to Somalia. We'll see where that's going. So we're announcing investigations into 4 of those money service businesses. We are going to put in what we call a geographical targeting order. So there's something called a suspicious activity report if a certain amount of money gets wired
$10,000, right?
So we're lowering that to $3,000.
Oh, good.
And we're also targeting the 2 counties here.
No.
And we're going to do enhanced
Hold on.
surveillance. And from now on, anyone who wires money out from one of these money service businesses has to check a box saying whether they are on public assistance. And if you are on public assistance, we are going to start pushing that you cannot wire money out of the country.
So what if they lie?
Damn. I mean,
that's why I said no. That's why I was saying no.
Because then it's perjury and it's more crimes.
No. That's too light. You're going too light, Sid. That is a stepping stone into financial control. They already got the CBDC out. They're already trying to roll out digital ID.
But this is separate. This is stopping people from sending money out.
No, they're trying to do all of it. It's a separate. It's a separate push in the same direction.
Yes, that I will tell you one. I will tell you this from a fact. Every single time they want to introduce something new, they always do it in a matter-of-factly kind of way, and they always have a reason to justify it.
Yeah,
hey, Seth, do you have an iPhone?
Pretty much this. So pretty much.
You have it.
Do
you have an iPhone?
He's a black dude with dreads. Of course he has an iPhone.
No, I don't.
You don't?
I have a Galaxy S24.
But, all right, I was asking. I wasn't assuming like gaming. I'm not racist.
I know.
Anyway, so anybody that has an iPhone and is running iOS 26 should know that recently in the last update, you can now add your passport as a digital ID. Your United States documents for domestic flights. You know, you can't get visas on your phone, obviously. But
yeah, Samsung does the same things now.
Yeah. So tell me why all of this is kind of coming to head at the same time. They are trying to do this. They're trying to create. They're getting rid of currency forms, which the penny was the first one, and next it'll be the dollar bill. And they're going to start ramping a digital currency and a digital ID card.
I hear what you guys are saying, right? But how does monitoring those who sending their money out of the country, kind of lead into the digital currency?
They're using it as a Trojan horse.
Wait.
But where?
Let me go ahead. Let me say something. I want to lay some groundwork for you. Please do not be devil's advocate on this. Under
I can't
no
help.
circumstance.
I can't help myself.
This is one of those. This is one of those things like how left and right agree on age limits and term limits. We agree on this. Do not be a dissenting voice in that.
I have no choice.
If you give it an inch, it will turn into a mile.
All right, so I'm like I said, I don't know where you're honestly going with it, because we're talking about if they're on food assistance and we find out they're sending money outside of the country. I'm not sure where you're getting that from.
Okay,
oh,
can
this
I
is about
explain
to be
it
the
thoroughly?
market of beast, digital currency. It's not like we're turning over to stable coins now. Or I'd be hearing you out.
No, but it's done very sneakily. Like
It's not on its face. It's never on its face, and that's what you need to understand. That's why he's saying don't play devil's advocate, because you'll wake up one day and you've played devil's advocate for long enough, and then you're in that.
Yeah.
That's why they do it like this.
Because there's a lot of people that say, oh, well, it's because of this reason, it's because of that reason. Here's the thing. Think about it like this, Seth. They left the borders open, knowing a bunch of people were going to flood into the system and money, fraud, waste, and abuse was going to occur. Then they did the same thing in Europe. They rolled out vaccine. It started with the vaccine passports. Then they moved into digital ID currency. In Taiwan, not Taiwan, but in Thailand, Vietnam, and
Here's the thing. Before you go on your little monologue here, I get everything you're saying. I get how those lead in, but you have yet to connect how stopping these guys from sending money outside connects to digital currency, market abuse, all this.
Because eventually that's not going to be enough, Seth. That's what eventually the 3,000 is not going to be enough.
No, he already said that out loud. He already saying that, this could be utilized towards American citizens. He never said it just be for
I didn't say
could. But just because
public assistance means you are a U.S. citizen.
Just because they say it out loud doesn't necessarily mean that they mean what they're saying.
So they're only going to do it for immigrants?
No. I'm just talking about like the news in general and how they frame everything. And you can say one thing and it's the truth, but it's also a lie.
It's called doublespeak.
I get what you guys are saying, but I'm not seeing how this situation relates to it.
Allow me then.
Dang, bro,
can people mute their mics? I don't know who it is, but it is. Hello.
All right.
Anyway, eventually, like the airport security wasn't enough to stop a hijacking. Eventually, this $3,000 little limit or whatever, that wasn't enough. So what we need to do now is get rid of transfer devices, and you can only tokenize your purchases. So now you've slowly but surely, because they can't do it all at once, because then you can call it out very easily and say, oh, it's that. Eventually, we're going to say, oh, we're not having enough success with this. We need to do this. We're not having enough success with this. We need to do this. And pretty soon, there's going to be an electronic tag to every single penny that you move and which direction you move it in. And how do you do that? You force a digital currency. They could even make an order that says that cash is no longer legal tender.
Don't they already do that with the Stripe system?
No.
Can they check your financial payments if they got to in a court order?
You have another option, and that is to use cash, right?
Yes.
So you can always get around the financial. It is you gaming. You can always get around all of the financial regulations by just paying in cash. And that is what they will use. Oh, now they're just mailing currency out of the country. Oh, we can't use this system anymore. It was a good idea and all that fun stuff. They're gonna put that little box on there and say, are you on public assistance and all that fun shit. It is going to lead down the road of a digital currency which they can manipulate at any time without any proof.
I mean, yeah, that's true. So I get where you're going with it. Would push them away from using the stride system, which is what our system to send money out to people, and they most likely switch over to crypto. But you're right though. At that point, it's off into the wind. We can't stop them, but we can at least stop them from going through our system.
So no, here's the thing. What a lot of people don't realize is when Bitcoin rolled out, the reason why the original founder of Bitcoin got killed and then she lost all those patents was so that the U.S. government could get their hands on it. How do you think the U.S. got the information it did on the digital dollar and China got its information on the digital yuan? Once you digitize any currency, you have complete financial dominance over everybody. They set this crap up, and there's no way you can make an argument for it, especially given the last 4 years. All of this is orchestrated in terms of like digital ID and trying to roll out the one world government. This particular instance, it very much so is. Every single time they want to do something, they need a very real, very good, and very understandable villain for every group to make sure that they can get what they want. It's the ethos.
Patriot Act.
Basically,
like I said, guys, I get what you're saying, but I'm just not I see how cutting them off from sending money throughout the United States through the stride system could push them to Bitcoin, but that's really all I'm seeing here. Not seeing no big push towards one world government
so
control.
all right.
Like the scenarios you guys are laying out are valid, but I'm not seeing y'all have yet to use this as an example of how we're going to get put. We're just going to move on, guys. We're just going to move on. No. We're moving on. We're moving on because you guys have failed to explain it. Sadly,
no, you won't let me tell. You won't. Like I had to get muted. All right. So check this out. You remember this is a real law that passed. Do you remember the law that they tried to get passed where if you have over, $650 in your bank account and your Cash App account, then they'll flag it so that you have to pay taxes on it or something stupid like that?
Mm-hmm.
This is that system.
That is a law.
For business accounts. You're right.
And personal accounts. I have a 1099 for Tesla because I got referral credits over $600. It is a system.
Yeah, this is that system, but now they're trying to implement it on a nationwide scale, and they're doing it on the grounds of there's fraud. If they're doing it for this, yes, it sounds good. How long until it's going to get to us? They've already told us before that we're going to do this, and they did it.
How long until you can't spend the money you get on YouTube? Because not only does YouTube demonetize you, but the federal government just says your money's not worth anything anymore because they control the digital asset.
So you're saying because we're trying to stop money from going outside the United States, this is going to lead to a control?
No. They're trying to do this. You're framing it wrong. They're trying to do this. They want to do this, and they're using the fact that money is going outside the United States as a reason to start implementing it.
That's what we're trying to say. It's a perfect.
I'm sorry. Say that last part again.
They're using the fact that money is going outside the United States to implement that. That's their reason. It's not to stop
our
it.
Personal bank accounts and our personal assets.
Yes. That is the start of it.
They did it before, Set.
Y'all think this is step one? This is leaning towards that.
This is absolutely this is step zero. You have to lay the groundwork for why you're doing
was Cash App.
No.
Get never mind.
Okay, so step zero was Cash App. They wanted to be able to see how much pushback they would get. That Cash App rule is still a thing. Step one is to institute it in a federal sense, because a lot of people don't realize it starts at the federal level and then it works its way down. But the very first thing you have to do at step zero is get it normalized in the public first.
I think y'all reading a little bit too much into it. But did you hear what he said though? If they are on government assistance and they're sending money outside the United States, he's just saying, yo, if you're on government assistance, we don't think you should be sending money outside the United States.
That's why I said it's step 0. That's why I said it was step 0. That's why I didn't want gaming to conflate it, because this is step 0. Establish that there's a problem that you need to solve, and then when the first solution to the problem doesn't work, then you can start saying, "Oh, that didn't work. Let's try this. Oh, that didn't work." Meanwhile, you're desensitizing the American people to everything that you're doing. Like, think about traffic cameras. That was a huge issue, and now they're fucking everywhere because we were just slowly and surely pushed along.
Yeah, you're right.
And now we have fucking the link system or whatever.
So because we're trying to have fraud prevention, like
they were trying to prevent people from speeding. They were trying to have accident prevention.
So fraud prevention is going to start leading to more government control.
Yes.
No. So what?
Then I mean, then F fraud prevention, guys. Let's just have fraud throughout the United States because we're.
And that's the argument they want you to make.
No, that's the argument that y'all are making.
They've done it for hundreds of years before. Like he said, they got fucking Al Capone on tax evasion before there was any digitized system. So if they actually did any investigative work, they could prosecute it. It's not a new tool for law enforcement. It is a new tool to control people.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just have to disagree. Well, agree to disagree on this one.
Also, you also need to make sure that you realize when he says, he's being intentionally vague with the words. He says Americans that are on public assistance. Do you know that VA is considered public assistance? So
that's what I was about to say that too. Yeah.
Yep.
All these different types of programs that people were either technically pension before they nuked that system. Technically pension was a hybridized system. It was both public and private.
And
so do you need to? I mean, what are the likelihood of those guys needing to send me? No, never mind.
401k is actually.
It doesn't matter what the likelihood is. You have to start with a small enough population. It's actually better for them that it's a small population. It's going to start expanding to include more and more people. It seems super hyper out of the way right now.
You guys are jumping the gun, but I get it.
But it's the American government's history. It's not jumping the gun. If you know history, you know that's exactly what they do.
I mean, that response is kind of like, this time American government intervention into a foreign government changing hands of leadership will work. That's kind of the argument you're making with it.
No, I'm asking you guys, how is preventing fraud out here like leading to more towards government control?
It's not preventing. They're not trying to prevent fraud. They're trying to sell it to the American people.
Stop American dollars from leaving the U.S. Okay, how is stopping that bad and going to lead to government?
It's not stopping it. So they're still. They're not trying to stop it. They're trying to track it. They're not trying to stop it. They're trying to track it.
They're gonna stop it. They're trying to stop it. They said if you're on public assistance, they will stop it. They're saying you will no longer be allowed to send money throughout outside the United States.
Then why is there a checkbox?
Hopefully you're gonna be honest. It's because then they'll stop you.
No. Seth, you and I both.
You weren't listening.
They're gonna track the system.
All right, well, let's stop talking here because you guys weren't obviously listening. So let's stop listening to ourselves and let's actually listen to Scott Besson. All right, because I've been trying to move on for a minute and you guys haven't let me. So we're gonna move on. But all right, though. All right.
It gets wired.
$10,000, right?
So we're lowering that to $3,000.
Oh, good.
And we're also targeting the 2 counties here.
I can't. We have no sound.
We're going to do enhanced surveillance, and from now on, anyone who wires money out from one of these money service businesses has to check a box saying whether they are on public assistance. And if you are on public assistance, we are going to start pushing that you cannot wire money out of the country.
Oh, gosh. So what if they lie and they don't tell us public assistance?
Well, then
that's a crime, lying on a federal form.
We're going to follow it up, and we are going to push that you can no longer do that. The American people, our generosity has been taken advantage of.
Our generosity is funding al-Shabaab, in Iranian interest, it could be.
Well, the money.
Look how happy she is to have it happen.
The money is supposed to go for
Monty, you're mischaracterizing her, most definitely.
And their families and children. And if you are wiring the money out of the country, one of 2 things must be true. You are getting too much money and your benefits should be cut, or you are part of this conspiracy. Where did that money come from? We're going to find it out. That's what Treasury does. IRS has a group called Criminal Investigations. Criminal Investigations was the group who originally solved the fraud and brought all the charges to light here.
We want people in handcuffs. We want this shut down. These money remittances places, you see them all over the city.
Huh.
You just can tell by the storefront. It reminds me of the child, autism centers. It all looks phony. It all looks shady, and it's got to stop.
Well,
and people are ticked off about this.
Well,
beyond ticked off.
Yeah, Laura, I agree with
And
you.
I know you are.
And look, we believe the General Accounting Office believes there's between $300–600 billion of fraud. President Trump asked for $500 billion more to defend the United States of America. If we could cut out fraud, we can flex up our military budget by 50%.
Oh no, we need.
I don't understand why
a massive bond purchase, Mr. Secretary,
Hold on.
of $200 billion to drive down mortgage rates and monthly payments.
But all right, go ahead.
I was getting ready to say I don't understand why he's speaking when he's only is he the head of the Treasury or
Both.
the IRS?
Both.
The head of the Treasury is the head of the IRS.
Yeah, he's the IRS
Okay.
commissioner and Secretary of the Treasury.
So I just went on their website. They have an entire fraud advanced forensics unit. Okay, their entire shtick is looking for irregularities in business. This stuff was crimson red flags. They should have caught it, and they deliberately did not say anything.
So it's like the gun control argument. If you
Wait,
just
who
ban this
deliberately
gun,
didn't say anything? You mean the Treasury didn't say anything?
The head of the IRS or whoever was involved, because all 50 states have an IRS office that reports on irregularities within that state.
Yep.
All right. So you're saying what? Scott Besson is guilty of allowing, or are you saying it's the last administration?
No, the system itself, it wants itself to be propped up. Government, as a rule, wants to get bigger. Like I said, this is like the gun control argument. Oh, if we just ban this one specific type of gun, or do this or do that, in the eyes of public safety, it looks good. Oh, you don't want to stop children from dying if you argue against it. Oh, you don't want to stop fraud if you argue against it. But meanwhile, they're creating registries, they're tracking payments, they're tracking sales of firearms. Remember that. All of these things create registries and create lists. Every time you end up on that list, you now become subject to a government fucking agent's watchful eye. Once you become subject to that government agent's watchful eye, you become at the mercy of what the punishments for violating all these quote unquote regulations that aren't laws, that weren't passed by Congress. And then they say, wait a second, I don't like the way this guy votes, because now you have to prove who you are to vote, because I agree with that, but now they have more and more and more information about you, can know more about your life than you even know about your fucking life, and then they can start controlling aspects of your life. So let's say, for example, you're a veteran and you get VA compensation and you want to send money overseas, because that is your fucking right to do so. But you were there on January 6th.
Spend it on tie hookers.
Yeah.
Public assistance, though, are they counting VA as public assistance?
Public assistance is any check that's written by Uncle Sam.
Here's the thing that
I
they
seriously
might.
hope not.
Remember, we don't have it all the way written out, so they might just exclude certain things. Like
I'll get
VA
a definition
benefits.
for you, Seth.
At
Don't worry
first,
about it.
they will, and then they'll encompass it. That's why I said this is step 0. Make everybody argue for it, like Laura Ingram's doing right fucking now. Oh yeah, we have fraud. They all look shady. We should do something like this. Is a good idea. Oh man, how revolutionary! And then have people like you that buy it and say, I don't see how it could be a bad thing. We just want to stop fraud, and then sooner or later, fucking everything will be encompassed by it.
Yeah, I don't see it, but go ahead.
Just real quick. The government is always using social issues as like kind of a sleight of hand, right? They'll just, everybody pay attention to this. It's a social issue that everyone cares about. And then we're going to do this, right?
But all right, now what I'm saying is that, like,
Oh my
look,
gosh.
Scott Besson laid out a plan about stopping pretty much payments outside the United States if you are receiving public assistance. He is not even, we have not got the full layout of the plan. We don't know if they'll be excluding VA benefits or if it's just about food stamps or anything like that. We
It's
gotta
not
wait and
about
see.
what he's doing at first, Set. That's what you're
So
failing to realize. It's not about what they do first. It's not about, oh, this doesn't look too bad on its face. This isn't that bad until they expand it and expand it
I
and
didn't
expand it.
say
They
that.
don't
I said
talk
we
about
don't
the.
know the layout of it. We don't know how it's exactly going to be run.
It doesn't matter how it's exactly
It does
run.
matter. It
In
actually
its
does.
infancy, no, it doesn't. It's trying to get you
Kind of
used to it.
does. It does matter because that's what you guys are complaining about. How it's going to be implemented throughout other, like, agree with you, categories of finance. So
But
you can't
they're not
say it
going to
don't
have
matter.
conversations with the media about how they expand it. They're only going to make you say, "Oh, that's a good thing," or "Oh, it's not really that bad." See, you guys are fucking crazy. Oh
No,
man, that's not what they're doing
no.
until
All
they
right.
go and do
So
it.
I can't ask you the question of saying, so if a foreigner is on public assistance getting taxpayer dollars, should they be able to send money outside of the United
How do they
States?
know it's a foreigner?
Let's
Listen,
be real. The most I look up the records. Come on now,
did
Monty.
How do they
did
look up
you
their
guys
record set?
hear?
You don't have
Monty,
to
you're
put a name
trying
on
too
it.
hard. You're
You
trying
don't
too
have
hard.
to put a name on a money transfer.
Yeah, you do. Actually, you
Did
gotta also
It's
put a name on
TB.
who you're
Hold up,
sending it to,
TB.
too.
Hold up,
sorry?
TB's trying to talk.
Did you hear about how anyone born after like July 5th, I think this year, they're all going to get $1,000 put into their account?
I was thinking about that same thing. If you're going where I think you're going,
Yeah, I am going now. So,
Start an
but
account from infancy.
there are like six different things that they're removing our focus from that for sure. And obviously, it's going to remove Social Security. So they're trying to sneakily get that in. Nobody's talking about that.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get right back to the
say it
video,
louder.
guys. Well,
I guess I can.
all right, back
I'm a
to the-
girl.
Make the cost of owning a home more affordable. I guess these funds are going to come from Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. That in addition to the move that he's going to announce against private equity, institutional investors buying single family homes. He's hearing the people. They want these housing prices to come down. They're artificially inflated. Is this all going to hold up?
Well, we don't necessarily want the prices of houses to come down. What we want is affordability to get better. So since President Trump came in
That's an
January,
oxymoron.
mortgage rates are down almost 1%. And what the Fannie and Freddie buying will do is compress the spread between mortgages and treasury bills. So Fed is currently selling mortgages. Fannie and Freddie can offset that buying. On the other side, the institutional investors have a tax advantage when they buy single family homes. This is new. Institutional investors never used to be
private equity, hedge
No, the
funds,
hell
mutual
it's
funds.
not. It's
and
not
they were never
new.
in this before the great financial crisis, but all those homes came on the market.
That's why we got
They
into the
hoovered them
great
up, they
financial
kept
crisis.
doing it, and they buy somewhere between 2-5% of the houses every year, more in select markets, push the prices up, and we're not going to make them divest, but we're going to put an end to the buying.
There's a projection today by one of, and forgive me for not having it at my fingertips, that the GDP for the fourth quarter could end up being 5.9%. I might have sent it over to your people, but that's a projection from a very, very well-respected economic.
Well, it's the Atlanta Fed.
That's what it is. Thank you. I can't remember everything. Give me a break.
But
That's huge. If that's true, that's game over.
Okay, no, that means nothing. That means dog shit. Okay, so there is actually one Fed set aside, and I hate that he's being facetious. There is one Fed, and I know I'm not being biased either. You're gonna see why I say that. There is only one Fed in the entire U.S. other than the U.S. Department of Treasury that's in Washington that actually dictates what the true status quo of the nation is financially. It's called the St. Louis Federal Reserve. We are the only That Federal Reserve is based in St. Louis, and it is the only Federal Reserve that actually has the true financial heartbeat of the nation. And
Are
it's
you
because,
sure?
yes, because all of the money, no matter which way you try to slice it on a map, all of the money has to flow through St. Louis at some point.
It's a
Every last penny.
distribution center, essentially.
Yeah, every last penny.
He's
We
not
see-
wrong, Pat.
We see every single penny. So the St. Louis Federal Reserve, it's projecting more like 1.5 to 2.3%. So they're being facetious with that.
So you're pretty much saying that what you don't agree with the 5.4 growth in for the fourth quarter because it's coming from the Atlanta Fed. Which one Fed they said it was?
No, it's not that. The St. Louis
Atlanta Fed.
makes a direct comparison with the actual U.S. Department of Treasury. So basically what these two agencies do is they sit down together and they kind of like go through the numbers and they see what the actual average is. And the actual average is around like 2.3, 2.5% overall, not 5.4.
So you're thinking that's the only number we can listen to, and that's the only number that's accurate?
No,
because yes. To answer it shortly, yes.
Really?
Yes, Seth. Think about it. If you have if you have one thing that you're basing your numbers on, but there's 5 others where you could be getting numbers from, and there's one agency that monitors all those numbers and averages them together, and you're picking one, that absolutely is selective. I mean, maybe the Atlanta Fed is reporting 5.4% in their district.
I guess
No,
I'd have
I
to
don't.
look that one up.
I don't think so. They just hired a new Fed, right? She doesn't come into play until March, right? After that, it's going to go big, I think.
That doesn't mean that they hired somebody. She doesn't come in. What does that have to do with?
It doesn't mean that
They're not already contributing numbers.
Yes.
But
It
that
doesn't
has nothing.
mean-
That has nothing to do with what he's trying to ask. It's the Fed. The Fed chair is irrelevant to this conversation. The Fed keeps track of the numbers, despite who's in charge.
I mean, you could say I had nothing to do with that murder, even though I'm hired by the mafia. But like
no, that's not what we're saying.
But you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, right?
No, I don't know what you're saying. That's why I'm pushing back.
Okay. I really hope. I mean, with all of my heart, I hope that we are on the good side, right? I hope that these people who are running our country are on the good side. I really hope that. But at the same time, it all comes down to the bottom line. Always. Right? And so the Fed, the current Fed right now, he hates Trump, right? He's not going to do anything. And he's the one who calls the shots, right? So now we have a new Fed in a couple of months. She's going to call the shots and she's on his side. Like,
but we're talking about numbers. We're talking about numbers in areas, and they selectively chose one Fed in one region when they could have looked at the national agency that distributes all of those numbers.
you guys are talking about New Orleans.
Yes.
No, but I am talking about the general amount.
That's why I say you're missing what we're talking about.
Okay. I'm sorry, I missed that point. But at the same time, I think it's gonna go up. Everybody should buy.
All right, now I'm just going to read this off. It says the Atlanta Fed GDP Now, the best known real-time model estimate for the current quarter's real GDP growth. So, and this is coming from, let's see here, the atlantafed.org, and they're saying they're the best current one. So it's either the Atlanta Fed is BSing us or He might just be a
No,
little
the
bit
Atlanta
wrong.
Fed is running their numbers. That's why he fucking pushed back so hard and said that's disingenuous. In Atlanta, as a measure of their economy against everybody else's or against the United States, they are doing that. They're not lying about what they're doing.
No,
But when you
that's
put
absolutely going to hurt everyone, right?
but when you put numbers together and you have 5.4, 1.1, fucking 0.9, and 3.2, you come to an average. They're taking the high end of the average and reporting that as if it is across the entire country.
Okay, I get what you're saying now. All right. All right, then. All right, let's get back to the video.
Oh, it's the Atlanta Fed.
That's what it is. Thank you. I can't remember everything. Give me a break.
But
That's huge. If that's true, that's game over for the midterms.
Well, Laura, the numbers have been incredible. That we had 4.3% recently for the third quarter, and 4.3% is all in. The government shrank 0.4, so the real number was 4.7. So that is a 4.3 private sector number, Laura. And you know what contributed the most? I've been seeing it. I was in the investment business for 40 years, and exports exceeded imports. Our trade deficit shrank. We're back down to 2009 levels.
That is
thanks
true.
to the president's trade agenda,
I love
and
it.
it's growing GDP.
Okay, and everyone's surprised by that except you, myself, Jameson Greer, the president, JD Vance. We got to roll, but we're going to talk to you tomorrow as well because you have a lot going on in this state. He likes to go where the action is. What can I say? Mr. Secretary, we'll see you tomorrow.
Good to see him.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
All right, now we know what Scott Bessent's plans are. Let's go ahead and head over to, let's see here. Because there's just one video that Fox News released. They created themselves a little 3D replica of the shooting. Let's go ahead and hear their thoughts on it.
Video. As I said, it is so crucial because it was filmed by the ICE agent involved, but also because in that.
Hold up, Seth. I do want to lay some foundation for the for some other stuff that people don't know about the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Yes, it's in St. Louis, Missouri. The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis is one of 12 regional reserve banks that, alongside with the Board of Governors in Washington, D.C., make up the United States Central Bank. Missouri is the only state to have two Federal Reserve banks, Kansas, and the other one is Kansas City. And it's because we are the direct center of the entire nation. Everything flows through this state.
And it goes out and gets disseminated against other states.
Yeah.
Like
so when I told, go for it.
Like the Atlanta Fed, which is one of the banks that receives its governance by St. Louis and Washington D.C. So if you want to look at where the GDP is and what the interest rates and numbers and all that fun shit is, you have to go to the source of where it starts, not later on down the line after it's been pushed and the numbers have been folded into themselves 5 times. Or I guess it'd be 3 times in this situation.
Yeah, about 3 or 4.
All right.
An angle we have not seen before. And it does give a whole new perspective. It also, though, raises new questions. Kyung La is going to go through this slowly, bit by bit, out front with this special investigation to look at every piece of video, that one and all the others, to say, what is the story here? And of course, I warn you, when you put all of these together, you will have to see what happened again and again.
And I will say one more thing before this continues.
For the first time, we are seeing the fatal Minneapolis shooting from the ICE officer's point of view, footage taken on his own cell phone. It's a critical angle of many cameras on the street that captured Renee Good's fatal encounter with ICE agent Jonathan Ross. Using surveillance footage, bystander video, and Ross's own phone, CNN synced multiple perspectives of the shooting and mapped this incident in 3D space. Taken together, they show the fullest picture yet of what happened that day. A home surveillance camera captures the moment Renee Good pulls up in a maroon-colored Honda SUV 4 minutes before the shooting. 20 seconds after she arrives, her passenger and wife, Becca, wearing a white beanie, gets out of Good's car. Good then parks the SUV perpendicular in the road. Here's how Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem described what Good did.
ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day.
Available video doesn't show any possible contact Good may have had with ICE before this confrontation. What this video does show is that for a few minutes, while she is perpendicular to the roadway, several vehicles drive by. Even large SUVs are able to drive around her as she moves back and forth on the street. And that includes this light-colored SUV. It slowly drives around Good's car from the rear and stops. Agent Jonathan Ross is recording video from his cell phone as he crosses in front of Good's car, recording as he sees her up close. She looks calm, and you can see both of her hands as she talks to the officer.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Renee Good's wife, Becca, who had been the passenger in the car, approaches. Cell phone cameras on the street start recording as Ross walks around Good's car with Good's wife following.
I said go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Renee Good backs her car up as the agent walks around the front of the vehicle. At the same time, on the other side, two more agents approach. One tries to open the door as Good backs up. Good's vehicle starts moving. From Ross's cell phone video, you see Becca, the woman in the white beanie, trying to get into the car again. You also see Renee Good turning the steering wheel to the right. She then accelerates. Slowing this down again and matching the exact time of these two angles. This angle appears to show the vehicle moving close to the agent. But in this angle, he does not appear to be in the path of the vehicle when he fired. Seconds later, Becca Good runs to her wife, followed by the agent who fired his weapon. He briefly looks into the driver's side of the car and then walks away.
Shame!
Damn.
Now, what we cannot...
I ain't gonna lie.
No,
People be cold-blooded, but it is what it is.
No, that's not
check.
how.
Go ahead. Say it.
I saw it from like 3 or 4 different angles the night that it happened on the attorney show that I was telling you about. And he was hit. He was hit. He paused before he shot, and he was in front of the car.
No, well, I mean, I don't.
He
think
shot
really...
when he's laid up over the hood, when his leg is fucking parallel with the fucking deck. That's when he shoots. That's why the fucking bullet hole is so far down low, because he was shooting with his fist on the hood.
And I mean, you can actually hear the collision with him and his body, you know, during the upfront video or his camera phone video.
Which is why when you hear that pause between him getting hit and him shooting, that pause is how long he was on the hood of the car moving in space.
Yeah, and here's another little interesting tidbit. Usually when an officer or anyone in enforcement or guard discharges their weapon, you are pulled away from the scene, and the other officers are the ones that go and check what's going on with the person unless you're there by yourself. Even then, you're supposed to wait for backup and have them clear. You wait for backup, and then you clear the scene with your backup.
Right.
See in Ross's cell phone video is if the SUV made contact with the agent because the camera angle jerks up to the sky. But DHS still says it supports.
Why does the camera angle jerk up to the sky, guys? Come on.
The statement saying, quote, the footage corroborates what DHS has stated all along, that this individual was impeding law enforcement and weaponized her vehicle in an attempt to kill or cause bodily harm to federal law enforcement. The officer was in fear of his own life, the lives of his fellow officers, and acted in self-defense.
Hey, Seth, and I want to point something else out, because they're trying to fucking railroad this point without us noticing. They say, oh, she turned her wheel to the right. When your wheel is all the way canted to the left, it takes about 2 or 3 rotations, depending on what your lock to lock is, before your wheels go straight again. She did not turn her wheel to the right. She just fucking centered her wheels. That's why she went straight.
And guys, you know, it's a terrible, like, oh, did she said that? Oh, she's not mad at him. That means nothing. I'm sorry.
A woman that says I'm not mad
is mad.
Is
I
mad.
don't trust that at all.
I don't trust that at all. That's like saying it's fine.
But thing is, that's one of the main points they hinge on. But you heard what she said. She didn't want to hurt the officer. She said it. I'm just like, bro.
If she didn't want to hurt the officer, she wouldn't have driven away. Period.
So check this out.
But
When a
that
woman
piece of news is gaslighting all of us.
It's not me, not anybody that has a brain. The people that are getting gaslit are the people that are gonna fucking say it's murder no matter what. So what's the point of even talking to them?
No, because
Set,
that
check-
piece of news didn't say that he was hit. They didn't say that he was in front of the vehicle.
But it's CNN. Of course, the people that are watching this are they already have come to their opinions and already believe it. That this is just more fueled, more fucking brain rot juice. That's all that is.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and go ahead.
Wait. On that Federal Reserve thing, so I got the numbers off of the St. Louis Fed. And this is why I said he was being facetious. The median FOMC, which is basically the agency that projects the GDP growth, participants project 2.5% inflation over 2026, which is slightly lower than 2.6. And then it talks about the GDP growth. It says 2025.
Bro, come on now. It's not even the topic.
Hold on, let me get it off because I was doing my due diligence. I'm backing up my point because I did say he was being facetious. At least let me do that. Growth projections for 2025 have been revised upwards since September, which was Q4. So which is Q3. So at Q3 it was 1.6%. Q4 it went to 1.7%. With the current projections basically remaining stable at 1.7% in the first quarter of 2026.
So that's how you get to a 5.4% increase. 1.6 to 1.7 is a 5.6% increase.
Okay, I see what they're saying.
The shooting itself, Aaron, is also not visible. You do, though, hear 3 gunshots. Aaron.
All right, Kyung La, thank you very much. That is incredible work. Just to see all that put together. Everyone's
They didn't even show the body cam.
Joey, does that change anything?
I heard
this
echoes.
new video is a new perspective, but then just as Kyung has reconstructed frame by frame those crucial instances from all the perspectives we now have.
I think it's problematic for the officers with respect to
Pause.
justifying the force.
None of this fucking matters. Doesn't matter how many fucking slow-mos and recreations and all this bullshit that does. All that fucking matters, is how the officer felt as he was on the hood of her car being fucking hit by her car. That's all that matters. Did he
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, it didn't even show that he got hit in that example that they just showed.
Yeah, and they purposely did that to fucking to just further the point because they want you to disbelieve your lying eyes when you see him fucking go up the hood of the car. That they joke and they fucking make comments about 1964 or 1984, and they're doing that right there. And they're like, oh yeah, you see this angle? It looks like he's just out of the way. Yeah, he jumped off the fucking car.
Why? The first thing is let's talk
more
about
like
policy.
he was hit by the car and he rolled off of the car.
He deflected off of the car.
Yeah.
All right.
All the perspectives we now have.
I think it's problematic for the officers with respect to justifying the force, and I'll explain why. The first thing is let's talk about the policy. I do have the Department of Justice policy, which talks about the preservation of life, but it also talks about the obligation to get out of the path of the vehicle, right? Not to stand and shoot. It talks about getting out of the path of the vehicle. And it
Actually, he wasn't
standing.
moving across. He didn't stand in front of the vehicle. Hold on. If you actually looked at the video cameras, whoa. Yeah, if you actually look at the video footage, he didn't stand in front of it. He was moving across it, and she moved as he was in front of it. Still moving across. Think about it. He went from one side of her hood to the other side. If he went to stand in front of it,
That's what I was saying earlier.
right there. And instead of just
She was
walking
the threat.
across.
He was taking. Yeah, he was taking the shortest path to the threat.
All right.
talks about de-escalation. Why is that significant? I don't see much de-escalation there. That's important. I hear word to the effect of effing bitch. That goes to me to state of mind. So if you're not
Of the officer. He's saying that.
right?
Mhm.
I mean, so it's one thing
I
to
want to
defend
punch this
yourself.
guy
It's
in the
another
face.
thing.
I
to
want,
be
yeah.
angry
He's
and use
all he's doing is
animus
fucking
with
trying to
regard to
radicalize
employing
people.
force. The other thing that's true.
All right, man. Let him cook. Let him radicalize his
He ain't
base.
cooking nothing. No.
Bro,
I'm sick of that.
He's cooking
Because
radicalization. What you mean?
No. Radicalization is what got Charlie Kirk killed. Radicalization
Yeah.
is what got cities burnt down.
True.
Radicalization is exactly why all this political violence keeps happening. I'm so sick of these people radicalizing it. I don't want. If this was my stream, bro, I wouldn't even give him airtime because they're doing this crap again.
Hey, it is what it is, my man. Yeah, we
It's
gotta listen to both sides.
It's this
it's
reason
not a
why officers are being attacked. It's this reason. It's what he's doing right now is the reason why I've had people try and disarm my firearm when I was open carrying from my hip.
But all right.
Effect of effing bitch, that goes to me to state of mind. So if you're not,
yeah. He just got hit by a car. He's a little fucking mad.
It's one thing to defend yourself. It's another thing to be angry and use animus with regard to employing force. The other thing that's
let me ask
troubling
you a
to me
question.
is that
Sure, why not?
When
he said, did you fucking hear where he said, "Whoa," when he was getting fucking scooped up? Did you fucking point that out?
Whoa, Monty. Go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this, and if it goes too far, just tell me. I'll apologize for taking it there. Whenever you got shot, didn't you call people like out of their name, like "oh, you fucking asshole"?
Nah, I was too busy. Like, bro, I mean, I got shot like close to the femur, so I was too busy.
He's too
worried
busy
about the
not
blood
dying.
gushing.
Okay. That's not
No,
fair.
but in my mind,
That's
though,
not fair.
you know what? I'll give you this. In my mind, I was like, bro, you bitch ass. So
Did you say fuck? Did you say ow? Did you say anything along those lines? You just took it stoically? Didn't say a word?
Well, I seen the blood gushing. I looked at him. He looked at me. In my mind, I'm going like, this bitch ass literally shot me. And then they ran off.
Well, yeah, he was in a state of shock at that point. But
I mean, I
that's
could
a
see
human.
S.E.T doing that.
So one thing that I didn't hear in this recreation of this is that there was a bullet that went through the windshield, and then the other two went through the side, right?
No.
Yes, the other that is absolutely true. The killing shot went through the
Went
fucking
through the
windshield.
windshield.
And then through the fog of war, he fired 2 more shots. Those shots, if those were the first 2 shots, that would be unjustified. But if he's following up in a succession of shots after he engages deadly force, those are fucking a succession of shots. It doesn't matter where he is at that point. What matters is where he is when he takes the first shot. And if where he is when he takes the first shot is laid across the hood of the car, all these fucking commentators that fucking want to quote DOJ like we've been doing here for the past week are all they're all full of themselves. Now, if you can illustrate that he was never on top of the hood of the car, see by this recreation, then you start that's where the argument comes in that he was using excessive force or that he was not in the line of danger, and that's what they're trying to sow for the political reason of creating chaos and saying that this officer was a murderer. So that's why it doesn't fucking matter where the 2 other shots came from. That's called a succession of shots, and anybody that fucking has ever implemented deadly force can fucking tell you that's what you fucking do. When you have decided in your mind of minds that you're going to employ deadly force, you better fucking kill them.
All right, now I did want to go ahead and read something. Now, hold on. I did want to hold on here. Hold on. Hold on. Now, I did want to go ahead and read something out for the chat here. You know, ICE is considered a federal law enforcement officer. So there's a lot of guys in the chat saying that ICE had no probable cause. ICE has no right to pull her over. They're not the police. They are federal law enforcement.
Keyboard
if Gaming or Monty want to go ahead and explain that, you guys can. Because I think you guys can.
So basically,
they are better than cops. They have more authority than cops. They can pull you over in any state at any time for any reason if they're in the conduction of their business.
They don't need, sometimes they come at the behest of members of Congress, of people in the DOJ, of judicial, of the president himself. They are up under direct congressional, executive, and judicial high office orders, meaning that when they execute something, it's usually because Congress, the president, or the U.S. Supreme Court is telling them to do it, much like the military.
That's why they have the supremacy clause and immunity from state prosecution.
Because they're being told by the three highest offices to do it.
Also, not only that, if there's a situation where they are brought in and they tell local police, it doesn't matter if it's state highway, sheriff, town, city, what have you, as soon as they say this case is mine, the state,
it's theirs.
It's theirs. The police have every responsibility, hand over every single document
to
about that
assist
case
them.
to them.
That's why we
And
say
to assist them,
when they don't
yeah.
assist ICE, they're breaking federal law, because the state is required to assist in the investigation and not obstruct it.
It's one of the reasons why police officers get annoyed when the feds come in, because they always take their stuff and they can't do anything about it.
All right, though, let's go ahead and keep it going.
That if you're not standing in front of the vehicle, but if it
Probable
seems
cause.
to be,
What a low
I'm
IQ
not saying
statement.
it's what the video shows, you're off to the side of the vehicle, then how is it representing an imminent threat to death or physical injury? The other issue is you have to justify every projectile. If you're shooting a projectile,
Incorrect.
What's the basis?
Hold on, Armand. You got to give him at least a minute. But go ahead, explain.
You have to every projectile is justified by the use of force triangle. Once you've decided that you're going to employ once you've decided that you're going to employ lethal force, you are responsible for every projectile to make sure that projectile goes into what you're intending it to go into. That's where that statement ends, and he's fucking misrepresenting it. And it's like all he's doing is lying through his fucking teeth, or he's just so willfully ignorant because it supports his narrative.
The only shot you have to justify is the very first one. That's the
You're
only one you
accountable
have to
for
be able
all
to
shots.
justify.
You're accountable for all shots, but you have to justify the first one.
It came through the windshield, which means that the guy was in front of the car, which means that she put on the gas and was trying to run him over. And nobody else is talking about that. Like, nobody's talking about that.
Because we
I
can't
brought it up several times.
Yeah, like, because we can't really confirm if that was her true intention was to run him over.
It doesn't matter what her intent is, Seth. That's why I said none of this matters.
Well, you're right. None of it matters, like, when it comes to his arguments on self-defense. To be real with you, you're right.
None of it matters, and we're getting caught into the weeds about it. And let me remind you that the law says in Minneapolis itself. Now, I get Minneapolis is not the federal government, but their own laws say that a reasonable person would commit the same act to justify the force, and without the benefit of hindsight, i.e., CNN creating a recreation to radicalize people, or fucking even me going over it 1,000 fucking times to look for, is this the moral thing to do? It doesn't fucking matter. Without the benefit of hindsight, he can't see from 8 different angles when he's shooting somebody. He sees binocular vision with depth perception while he's on the hood of a car. That's all that fucking matters. Ask him how he felt when he was getting run over. That's what matters. Did you feel like you were going to get run over? Yes, sir, I did. Did you shoot because you felt like you were going to get run over? Yes, sir, I did. Why did you continue firing? Sir, I continued firing because the threat was not eliminated and I had employed deadly force. I made sure that all of my shots rang true. They hit the subject that I was intending to hit. There was no collateral damage, and the suspect was neutralized. That is how that interview goes.
Exactly.
All right.
That's clear and articulable fucking reason.
You know what? We're going to see it all come out. We're going to see it all come out.
Why was she in the city in the first place? Why wasn't she picking her kids up?
It doesn't matter. She's an American citizen. She can go wherever she wants to.
But
she can't commit crimes, but she can be wherever she wants to. That's not the question. That doesn't matter.
An imminent threat to
Let's
death.
go ahead and let the video play.
The physical injury. The other issue is you have to justify every projectile. If you're shooting a projectile and the car's not coming at you, what's the basis? And if you're shooting into the window, when the vehicle's going away from you, that's further problematic as well. So it goes against the notion of immediate fear of death or serious injury. It goes against the notion of the proportionality of the force.
I gotta
And
pee
finally,
myself.
it goes against the issue of it being reasonable. So as I see this, it's a problem to me for the officer, even though the White House says there's nothing to see here. There is plenty to
He
see.
just contradicted himself.
Hold on.
Also, one thing you see her do, well, there's a couple things that would show. First of all, her wife, Renee's wife, moves to get in the car, which would indicate they're leaving, which they were told to do, right? She moves to get into the car at that moment, stop filming.
Why
Okay,
would you
number
leave
one.
without your wife in the car if
Then
that's
you
what you wanted
see
to do?
her on the officer.
Now, all right, guys, hold on here. Hold on. Now, shout out to my man Jed. He says this retard got his law degree at the Leering Center. All right. Well, everybody.
Shout out to
I
Somalis.
needed
They
that,
just
Jet. Thank you.
freaking handing out
He's trying to be.
degrees.
He's trying to twist the law to fit his narrative to make a monologue. That's all he's doing. He's not using any aspects of the law other than to cloud the actual intent of the law and the letter of the law. He lied. He straight up lied when he said you have to justify every shot that's made. All you have to do is justify lethal force. Once lethal force is justified, you can you have to commit to lethal force. Because if you shoot to wound, for example, if you shoot to wound, that is excessive force. Because if you're shooting to wound, that means that you did not perceive a lethal threat, that you just wanted to wound them. And now that begs into the question, why did you use deadly force on a non-deadly subject? So if he
Dude,
shoots
this
to
guy had
kill,
no choice but to use deadly force because the only
exactly.
thing that was showing was, like that area, right? He couldn't have shot him in the knee or whatever.
And I hear that a lot. Why didn't they shoot, the tire, the radiator? You can't, because once you do that, you are proving that you had enough time to, not only was the person not a non-threat, but you also had enough time to de-escalate the situation, so there was no reason to withdraw your weapon.
She wasn't going to stop, no way.
Yeah.
This
She
is
proved
just
that by the
further
revving of that
proof.
engine.
Sorry. This is just
No,
further proof that they manipulate the scenarios. Like, oh my gosh, like why are you lying about this? Why are
Because
you
they
lying
want a
about
fucking civil war. That's why they're lying. They want their party to fucking maintain control. That's
and
why they're lying.
that's a question that we should be asking, not
I mean, it's the same song and dance when Republicans came into power 30, 40 years, 20, 30 years ago. And the first time, 10 years ago.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to it. All right, let's let the video play out.
A moment, stop filming. Okay, number one. Number two, then you see her on the officer, turn her wheel sharply away from him, and then and the acceleration. Now I know every single
not
incident
away
is going to matter
from
in terms of
him.
what really happened, but there's no mistaking what she's doing with the wheel.
Only if you're looking at it. And we don't know whether in his tunnel vision he was focused on her or the front of that vehicle or its direction. But what we do know is the value of this video is it's another angle.
Yep.
We came to conclusions which are now questioned when we looked at the first video because we got a second video. This would be a third video, which is instructive in a different way. What do we get out of this? We get three things. One, we get that it's not a high tension situation. She's smiling and saying, I'm not mad. And her friend is taunting them, but saying,
because she's psychopathic.
We're not wearing.
Right, we don't change our license plate. By the way, awareness of if you want to come and get us later, go ahead.
Right.
You have the license number.
So, I mean, tensions at that point are low. As he comes around the car, the officers who pull up in the pickup truck are saying, out of the car, out of the car. They're grabbing one door handle, which is locked. She starts to accelerate. Her wife is on the other door handle, which is also locked. And if you look at that
Attempted double
video,
murder.
here it is. When we come around to the front of that car, this is a different video.
Yeah.
When we come around to the front of that car, which we'll do in a minute,
yeah,
you see that if you're the agent, his point of view is the car is now moving forward. He unholsters his weapon, and you see the car moving towards him. Then you lose sight because the phone goes down as the gun comes up.
Yeah.
But you hear an impact, what sounds like an impact, which leans towards the officer's account and DHS's assertion that the vehicle made contact with him.
Right.
And you hear a groan. And simultaneous with that, not separate, you hear these 3 shots.
I mean, yeah, you definitely do hear a groan. It's kind of crazy how they try to play like you don't. So we're gonna go ahead and play the actual video so you guys can hear the same something that we did.
Just real quick. This is like Wild Wild West shooting. It is so quick. It's so fast. But
The
he
whole
does.
video happened in 2 seconds. The entire
Yeah.
incident happened in 2
Just
seconds.
like my sex life.
But
And
he,
we have gone over this for 5 days now to come up with the opinions we've come up with. You
That's
cannot
pretty
judge
good, too.
that officer for the decision he made in 2 seconds when half the country came up with the same fucking conclusion over 5 days of fucking studying it.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of rehashing this. It doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what this fucking bozo that thinks he's important thinks. It
No,
doesn't
but
matter
it,
what Set says. It doesn't
no,
matter
but
what
it,
anybody
no,
fucking
it doesn't
thinks.
matter. But it matters what the news spouts off. That's what matters.
The reason I'm still up here defending it is because there's still people up there fucking trying to convict this man of murder without a trial. That's the only
I
reason.
do have it.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and play the video because it's supposed to be a quick stop.
I'm not mad, boy. Show your face. I'm not mad. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Get out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Whoa! Get out of the car. Whoa!
So you don't hear the thug guys, you know, the guys who want to sit there and say, "Oh, he didn't get hit." I mean, did you hear that?
Whoa!
Wait. Set. Go look for the crime scene photo. No, it doesn't matter. Look at the crime scene photo of the fucking dent in her bumper.
There was a crime scene photo in the den of her bumper.
Yeah, the picture that you see where it's fucking run into the telephone pole, where the left side of the car, and there's a bullet hole right in line with the dent in the bumper.
All right.
Oh my gosh. Look at how cute and smug she is. She's like, "No, we don't care. No." And then she's trying to get into the car, and her wife is like, "Kate, I gotta go. There's somebody in front of me. They're gonna stop me." And she just like rams right into him.
Here's a little female psychology for you. When we know we're pissing someone off that we want to piss off, we get that little smirk attitude. I'm not mad. You're mad. I'm not mad.
I mean, I'm not mad that she's smug. I'm just saying, like.
No, I'm saying it, but that's how women are.
That's how women are, yes.
We like to irritate you to the point where we're gonna act like we're not. We might be irritated as fuck, but we're not gonna show it. We're gonna ratchet your anger up because we want you to react. And that is actually something that we are taught to do as children. Do not let them see you get mad.
Yeah, but she still turns her tires. She's backing up, and then she throws. You know that she throws her foot onto the pedal because otherwise after that she would not have been going so fast.
Yeah.
Do not listen to our words. Watch our actions.
Monty, don't say anything. I'm gonna tell you a personal story. I'm gonna tell y'all a personal story.
Oh no.
There is an instance where one of my boys, not gonna name him, we're gonna call him S. He was in that same position with somebody when we were in a foreign country. They tried to run it and they almost hit him. They pumped 4 magazines into that dude from 4 different MPs.
Yep.
The rules of engagement are the minute those wheels start moving after the order given to you to stop and get out of the vehicle, from that point on, it is taken as a life or death threat.
Yep.
And all right.
But that doesn't matter to anybody. It doesn't matter how we do things. It's always going to be they should act with impunity against us because their cause is just and we're just evil Nazis. We murdered her because she was just expressing her First Amendment rights to run people over.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into, let's see what the right is saying. And no, let's check out Steven Crowder to get a nice little laugh out of it. Well, if there can even be a laugh made out of this.
I like Steven Crowder.
The dark colored SUV driven by Renee Nicole Good. Prior to this, the video shows the SUV had been stationary and sideways across the road like that for about 3 minutes. The reason for that is unclear.
Unclear? Oh, okay, I see it.
Oh, no, and that is always an option. Shout out to my man Jet. Any of you Dems flapping your gums can go up in debate. Yeah, you guys can go hit the icon up there with my little cartoon face on it. Go to the main page, go to the post tab, and the StreamYard link will be right there. You can come up and defend your position on how this guy's a murderer. Please, we would love to hear.
One thing I would love for everybody to say, because one thing I've noticed that a lot of people haven't been saying is that a lot of veterans that have seen combat are all saying the same thing. He was justified. Even those that are skeptical, it's like, okay, well, if this condition isn't met, then no. But if this conditions are met, then yeah, he's justified.
Yep.
And sure enough, more evidence comes out, justified.
More conditions are met. And we all know, even if you're not a fucking war veteran, you know what the conditions of engagement are. If you're a police officer, you know what they are, and you know that they are different depending on where you're at.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it.
Move the goalposts again.
As the vehicle passes, you can see the dark colored SUV driven by Renee Nicole Good. Now, prior to this, the video shows the SUV had been stationary and sideways across the road like that for about 3 minutes. The reason for that is unclear.
Unclear? Oh, okay, I see it. You've moved the goalposts again. Speaking of being an adult, don't run over officers.
Pro tip.
Anymore?
No, ever.
Oh.
Yeah, ever.
This has been a rule.
I just feel like I have to reinforce it.
Yeah.
So the ICE shooting, getting back to the domestic issue, the goalposts just keep moving. They keep moving at light speed. And yesterday, CNN, we have a few updates here, but CNN released a new angle that I would say clears up a lot. Spoiler alert, just so you know, if you don't have time to watch all this. This lady trained with a group specifically to impede ICE officers. She was clearly propagandized. She was there with purpose, and she was there blocking the street for, at least in this one instance, following many instances throughout the day, 3 minutes.
The new video, which is giving us a clearer picture of what happened in the moments leading up to the fatal encounter. A warning, it is disturbing. Now, as the vehicle passes, you can see the dark colored SUV driven by Renee Nicole Good. That's on the right there in the back. The surveillance video taken by a home nearby. Agents can be seen milling about near the vehicle, then converging on it. And then you see right there the SUV begins to move, and that's when the shots are fired. Now, prior to this, the video shows the SUV had been stationary and sideways across the road like that for about 3 minutes. The reason for that is unclear.
Yeah.
Unclear? Oh, okay, I see it. You've moved the goalposts again. It's unclear. Not only was it clear 2 days ago that it was murder, not only was it clear this was a completely innocent person, but it was really clear. Back to your goalposts. This was just a lady trying to flee.
We've seen what happened to this woman I believe it was just a few blocks away from where George Floyd was murdered. And what we need to see is this incident prosecuted. What we saw today was a criminal murder a woman and shoot her in the head while she was trying to escape. And
Please tone down the heat. Why don't you? What we saw was a law enforcement officer utilizing self-defense. Arguably, sure, but I mean, let's be real. You got a strong case for it. Don't say a criminal. We're talking about a law enforcement officer. Don't, like I said, I do hate this radicalizing speech. Y'all already try to paint him as a murderer, a criminal, and it's innocent till proven guilty. I mean, y'all saying that from Maduro, but you can't say that for an American citizen is wild.
Yep,
What up?
that's the most infuriating part about all this.
Yeah, low key. I'll give you that.
Now
one. It is infuriating.
here's a good question. Say the roles were reversed and it had been him who had been ran over. Would they be calling her a murderer, or would they be calling it self-defense?
Question.
I have been asking.
I want to say
question.
before we go on, even if he had been run up and over by the car after he shot her, they would still be calling it murder. So let's not sit here and pretend that if anything were different, that there would be any world in which they would see this as justified. Let's not pretend that we're just one magic clip away from of proving our point. We're never going to prove our point to ideologues. They don't believe that I should have ever been there in the first place. So they're never going to buy it. It doesn't matter. It's not even worth talking about. But except
No, you're right. You're right, because they would be like, "Oh, he had a gun, so obviously she had to run him over."
they will fall to the lowest level of intelligence possible to be as ignorant as possible when it suits them.
Man, all I gotta say is, if the law enforcement officer was a drugged out black guy trying to rob somebody, this would be a different story. And that's sad to say. We all know that.
Well, I would say different story on the on the left. You're right. Different story.
I'm about to say you're even failing to try to come up with a way in which I'm wrong.
Oh no, I wasn't even trying to say that you're wrong. Oh no, I wouldn't say that.
No, I'm sorry. I usually agree with you, but like,
Just get it.
I don't.
Think about it. They're both in heaven or hell together now.
Yeah, no, like I really don't understand. Like it could have been like a white junkie. It doesn't have to be, I don't know.
Because that's what CNN.
Don't understand what you're saying.
That's what CNN loves to do. They love to
I-
martyr and like prop people up based off their skin color, which is ironically racist.
Yeah, no, they're part of the problem for real.
And like, hey, yo, but guess what? Like I said last night, MAGA proved how unracist they are. I mean, they kept it consistent. If this was a black person, they'd have said the same thing. A lot of liberals say if it was a white lady, MAGA would be acting differently. Well, it is a white lady, and they staying pretty consistent.
Because it's almost like we have values and not emotions. We look at things objectively and not fucking through the lens of every single fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry in his mom's basement's fucking opinion about it. We have our fucking, we know what's right and wrong. We see what's right and wrong. We call out what's wrong. What this lady did was wrong.
No, but the problem is that what people see is what they see in these snippets from mainstream media. That's what they see, and that's what they now believe.
Now, real quick, so this is with the whole black and white situation. There's a short clip. If anybody's seen the show Sister Sister, the actress that plays Jackie, she was on a short the other day from a TV show, and I made a comment about how much I loved her as an actress, how she was a great comedian, and how she always plays in the shows I like to watch when she's on them. She always plays a spicy character. Someone commented, "What you mean to say is she's a black female actress who was typecasted into a specific role and is used for that only." I clapped back real quick and I said, no. I said exactly but that's what keeps happening. Doesn't matter what we say about the person. It doesn't matter what we actually mean. They're coming in and saying, what you mean to say is, and then they bring race into it when that was not even our original point.
I had somebody straight up tell me I was a victim and I don't understand how I'm a victim. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
You are a victim, gaming. It's just a victim of a mental health crisis. A victim
of using logic and reasoning.
Yeah, and if you ask them when the time comes, I'm gonna lynch you from a tree. That's what they think.
Not before
Yeah.
I do it.
All right, back to the
God
video.
damn it.
For her life.
She was trying to escape and flee for her life. Oh, okay. Hey, she was there for 3 minutes. Well, I guess it's unclear. You said escaping and fleeing. We're not going to let you move those goalposts, sweetheart. And by the way, that's just a proxy for the left at large. That's what they were all saying.
Yeah. By the way, one of the major critiques, and this video actually dispels it, and I don't think a lot of people are talking about this. If you go back and play the end of the end of that video, or the beginning, I guess, of the CNN clip there, where the officer is talking to the passenger that was filming, it looks like that was the passenger that got out. He walks back to his vehicle and then proceeds to walk around the front of her car, Good's car. Doesn't look like he stops to stand there until she starts to move, and then he freezes.
Right.
And that's
because that's what we previously thought. I've seen
people are like, "Oh, you don't stand in front of the car." Right?
Yeah, I've seen that. Oh, police regulate. You don't. That's not what you do.
Walking up,
He's
she
walking.
moves, he freezes.
Yeah.
And then she pulls into him. Like, he looks like he's walking around to the front of her car and then to the side where she's driving.
Now, do we know this? No, but let me just ask you this. Let's say you're walking around the front. I don't know. Let's say parking lot. You do this probably 10 times a day and don't realize it. You're walking in front of a car. All right, you're walking, and then you hear. Probably what you do, right?
Everybody on
You
Earth
assess.
does that.
He's assessing, okay, what do I need to do to get out of danger here? Like, that was one of the critiques. And I'm like, look, this guy, he's not also, none of these guys are running. None of these guys are doing things that are like super uber threatening. Get out of the car. That's different. Stop. That's different. They're not like, we're going to kill you. You're running for your life from police. And this guy's like casually walking through the front. And then all of a sudden, oh, crap.
Yeah.
Like,
And if you go with that narrative, using your point there, that stop or exit the vehicle warrants fearing for your life, then everyone can justify those actions at every single traffic stop.
Anytime someone tells you, an officer tells you to get out of your vehicle, you can just hit him with your car. You can, or
so stupid.
You can flee.
I remember being in Austin. I think I was 18 at the time, and I remember a guy being tased by the cops. Turns out he had left the bar. He'd been drunk, and I guess he had beaten up a few people, including a woman. And I didn't know at the time. I found out afterward. But I see this commotion. I remember walking up, and a police officer saying, "Sir, stop! Please move back." I went, "Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's it."
Yeah.
Okay.
I was drunk in Oklahoma City, and I wanted to fight a guy in a bar, and I was waiting for him outside. Like I looked like an idiot. I was pacing. I was all mad. And the guy came outside, started yelling at him. The cop was like, "Go! Get out of here! Go home!" And I was like, "All right."
Yeah.
Fine.
You suck, but all right.
Yeah. All right, pig.
What
What
am I
was
gonna do?
that?
Fight you three
Nothing.
cops who are sober? Yeah, okay.
I said I'm going to go for a dig. Also, by the way, it's confirmed now. This cop was dragged by the car, just in case people were wondering. So we have some new confirmed details.
The 6 months ago thing.
Yeah. Renee Good. She was part of a group that worked to, quote, document and resist immigration officers in Minneapolis. The child she was raising with her lesbian lover actually attended the Southside Family Charter School. Here's the school's mission statement. The Southside Family Charter School is a small K-5 school that meets the needs of a culturally and ethnically diverse population by engaging children in critical thinking and problem solving, involving children in political and social activism, encouraging creative expression, including with vehicles, offering a wide range of electives, and advocating for children and families. Yeah, so
Wait, what
They
though?
got EBT special moms.
Bro, that sounds like a complete indoctrination camp for little kids at this point. It's like, what?
Dude, when you said, me and you grew up in the hood, bro. You know what
Bro,
that
I know,
sound
but
like?
can't they just learn about, like, I don't know, science and mathematics? Like, why the hell they gotta learn about gender ideology and social issues like this?
$2 for the chat.
Hey, yo, it's
Yeah,
Monty.
like what happened to math, like English? Speaking of English, like nobody
Critical
can spell
thinking comprehension.
anymore, so it's cool.
And all right, guys, we're gonna
Heck,
go ahead.
even context clues have been lost on the public.
All right, guys, we're
Yeah,
gonna go ahead
like
and play this
apparently
quick little
it's
video.
inappropriate for me to say stuff like lynch all black people.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and play this video real quick.
This is how you don't get shot by federal agents. Step 1, do not commit crimes. Be sure to keep your vehicle on a safe path of travel. Do not use your vehicle as a barricade because of your political objections to law and order. That's not what it was meant for. If stopped by law enforcement for using your vehicle as as a barricade because of your political objections to law and order. Remember to comply with law enforcement instructions. Do not, I repeat, do not ignore their orders that may lead to being taken out of the car in a spicy manner. Step 3, if an officer attempts to take you out of the car in a spicy manner because you decided to use your car as a barricade because of your political objections to law and order, do not attempt to drive away. You are not free to go, especially if there is an officer in front of you.
All right.
That just made me want to do it more, man.
All right, back to it.
Wide range of electives, including, by the way, track and field. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
We couldn't show the javelin.
How do they teach the kindergartners how to read? Make protest signs?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, let's be honest, they can't. Really quickly, best way to stay in, download the Rumble app. Because this is one of those scenarios. I remember this with George Floyd and COVID. There's going to be censorship that you're not going to see. There's going to be censorship on YouTube.
Man, Seth, we saved you a lot of time.
What it is that you're looking for. That's how they control it. What's much more concerning and pervasive is the soft censorship where you search for something and it doesn't show up. It's not a policy to ban it. So download the Rumble app, follow us there.
And trust me, they ain't hiding too much about this. I mean, everybody's giving their, wild ass spin on it, but we ain't too much misinformation around this.
If to the people in the chat that enjoyed that unique Grammy-worthy performance, you can follow me at Mr. Paramedic on YouTube.
Oh yeah, shout out my man Monty. Make sure you go follow him.
Available to you. According to the mother from the school, she said she was a warrior. She died doing what was right, running over officers. Renee Good was trained against these ICE agents. What to do, what not to do. It's a very thorough training.
Against?
Well, I guess she slept through class. To listen to commands, to know your rights, to whistle when you see an ICE agent. Oh, well, that's not a very clear communication. I would look for an attractive lady.
Oh. Well, that was the problem.
Or is it Jessica Rabbit?
She dropped her whistle on the accelerator.
Oh, it's a very large whistle.
Jeez.
It's a commercial grade whistle.
The police officer.
It's a machine, not an appliance at that point. The ICE agent, as we know, Jonathan Ross, it is confirmed. We ran this yesterday, but we said Noam had specified this, but we said we don't know if that report is specifically of that officer. It's now confirmed. Does this matter? Remember, the left always said, well, you should change your mind. You should be open to new information. Does this information maybe shed some light on it? Maybe you should be a little gracious to someone who still needs to go home to their family. This was the ICE officer who was dragged within an inch of his life.
Back in June, ICE agents in Minneapolis attempted to arrest a man who refused to get out of his car. One of the officers, the same man involved in yesterday's shooting, then broke a rear window and reached inside the car to unlock the door. The driver accelerated, dragging the officer about 100 yards. So as you can see in this picture, the incident left the ICE officer with injuries. The officer fired his taser at the driver, but was unsuccessful in stopping him.
Ooh.
He was freed when the car knocked him out.
Damn, so that's effed up. Is because kind of say like this, well, he used the taser the last time and that ain't worked, so we just jumped straight to the gun.
That justifies. Hold on, I didn't know he used the taser last time. That justifies it even fucking more because this has to be in his mindset and based off of another officer with the same experience. So again, everybody's talking about the DOJ saying it's illegal to shoot into a fleeing vehicle, all this fun stuff. It's not a fleeing vehicle at the point in which he shot her. What it is somebody using their vehicle as a battering ram. That's different from fleeing. She wasn't fleeing. She was trying to kill and maim using the car as cover. When are you fucking idiots with your 72 fucking IQ gonna figure that out? If you can go quote the DOJ's handbook, maybe you should read to fucking section 2 of it where it says there is no opportunity for escape. If you're up on the hood of the car, your feet are no longer on the ground, so you can't really move anywhere, can you?
Of the window.
So let me ask you this.
I mean,
If you had been dragged
not to
by a
mention,
car,
like he
and
has
had 30-something
PTSD
stitches.
probably from that.
All right, gotcha.
And you had to go home to your spouse or family and say, man, I missed it by that much. I could just as easily not be here today. And you found yourself in the exact same situation again. You think you'd be on alert? And if we're going to talk about extending grace to people who have PTSD from someone using a naughty word, would we extend, hey, not only this person didn't do anything wrong, but some understanding to someone who wants to still go home to his family, which, by the way, is part of their duty? If none of that, if you say, no, I don't care that he was dragged. I don't care that she was there for 3 minutes. I don't care that she was trained specifically to do this and was looking for it. I don't care about any of that, because still at the core of this is the ends justify the means, because they were protecting people. These ICE agents are tearing apart families. Okay, would it change your mind if I told you that they were specifically on a mission to seek out and to capture Roberto Carlos Munoz Guatemala, an illegal from Mexico and child sex offender?
That's why we weren't playing with his ass.
Maybe it was just Me Too, domestic assault. That's who this woman ran over a cop for. Sorry.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Oh, that's the guy that we're chasing at that time?
Yes.
Hold on, I'll take that.
That is who they were going after that day.
Hold on, let's
that she should have complied with
Roberto Carlos Munoz Guatemala, an illegal from Mexico and child sex offender. Maybe it was just
not
Me
he's
Too,
a sex
domestic
offender when he
assault.
was a child. He was sex offending against children, for the record.
Yeah.
So she was letting him pass by.
Nah, they were trying to stop them, or they were getting in the way, or trying to make it hard for them to get that guy, the sex offender. So pretty much they were
impeding.
Yeah, they were pretty much impeding the arrest of a sex offender.
Those are the great people in their communities that they're worried about getting drug away. Those are the hardworking. They're just our neighbors, guys.
I mean,
Yeah, they're just thinking the American dream.
I mean, I guess that's the neighbors they want to keep around, guys. While they complain about Epstein, they'll keep those Epstein types in their neighborhoods.
Hey, guys, if the ICE officer didn't kill her, that guy would have raped her and killed her. So, she probably got the merciful death.
Golly, Monty. Golly. You need
That's
to
who this
have
woman
some
ran
type of chill.
and over a cop for. Sorry, officer.
I believe that's the case from June where he was dragged. I think that may be.
Oh, is that the case in? Is it not this? They had a mission this time.
They had a mission this time. We don't know. I don't think we know who it was.
Yeah,
but this is the guy.
Same scenario. He was trying to get that person right and gets dragged by a car. He goes in front of another car. He knows exactly what could happen now.
This guy was the one.
Oh, sorry, that's right. Yes, sorry, I mixed up the order. So that was why he was dragged.
Yeah.
Then this time he was going after I can never say Tren de Agua.
No, this is something.
This is Oregon.
Different
Screw me.
Portland. This isn't hockey,
But
pal.
here's the thing. Every single one of these things. Who do you think they're going after? They're going after a guy that's got a hot dog stand down.
This is a very specific mission with a
Exactly.
violent, hardened criminal. That's what he was doing last time.
Yes.
That's what was going on now. We don't know who it was specifically this time. My guess is that they didn't apprehend the person super effectively because they were being run over with cars.
Pause. To Dice God 711. Let's put her up on the wall of shame.
Let's see here. I'm sorry. That's funny.
Goodbye. If you don't like the content, you don't have to watch it anymore.
We can report your content for supporting terrorism.
Oh, jeez.
She's probably a liberal who actually supports terrorism.
Please tell me when ICE became a terrorist group, please. Like, show me the terrorist list that they're on. Oh my goodness.
Untrained. How do you stand in front of a car?
He
He wasn't
but you know what's
standing.
crazy though? Like, hey,
He
yo,
was walking.
nice guy. Are you gonna go also report Hassan Hazanabi for supporting Hezbollah and saying their flag is cool and they were justified in their attacks against Israel? He supports terrorism outright.
Piker?
Yeah, Hassan Piker, or his name's Haba. What's his little screen name?
Hassan Piker. I don't know.
Like that.
I don't give him that kind of
Yeah,
airtime.
he had a
for
legitimate
that.
terrorist on his podcast. Like he actually had a wanted terrorist on his podcast. That at the time of him having him on his podcast, my area of responsibility was actively looking for him.
No way.
Yes.
So let me spell this out for you.
But he was a reporter.
No. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're moving on from that. If you genuinely believe that this government is tyrannical and authoritarian, and ICE are the modern day Gestapo, and all the fun things that you keep spewing, arm yourself and fucking meet me at noon. Because that is when tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. So if you really think tyranny has become law, then it is your duty to rebel. Otherwise,
it says that
stop
in the Constitution.
I mean,
stop
meet me
the
at
fuck-
high noon.
Stop.
Nah.
Stop the half measures. Stop this fucking political bullshit. If you genuinely believe that this is where we're at, arm yourselves and get ready. And fucking and fight about it. Otherwise, shut the fuck up and comply with law and order.
Sid doesn't actually mean this for legal reasons. He is not inciting a riot. He is not organizing a riot or an insurrection. He is merely drawing a colloquial conclusion to a broader
That is what the
point.
Constitution says. Follow the Constitution.
That's the Wild West.
Yeah, but I go.
It's not the Wild West. That is what the Constitution says. When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. So it is your civic duty to rebel and to actually fight, not to fucking just sit here and fucking talk about it. If you really think that, otherwise shut the fucking rhetoric up now.
Okay.
No, wait. Was that person actually defending a pedophile, a pedo?
Well, not really. They probably didn't even know they were defending this. They like I said, first off, when ICE going after these guys, they don't even know who ICE is going after. They just assume that they're going after an innocent innocent. They're going after an undocumented immigrant who committed no crimes. In this case, they were literally impeding the investigation of tracking down an illegal immigrant who's pretty much a child molester.
Stop defending these people because
Well,
at this
I'm
point,
defending them.
hold up, no, screw that. At some point, they don't need a safety net. At some point, God even took the safety net away from the Israels because they kept messing up. They don't need a safety net. I'm sick of people making excuses for them and trying to play devil's advocate. They know that a lot of these people are merciless murderers who rape children, kill people over stupid stuff, and have no interest or regard for American way of life or society. These people know that. We have Lake and Riley. We have the lady that was literally burned alive on the New York subway train.
Bro, so are you really assuming that they just knew that they were protecting a child molester?
I'm assuming no. What I'm saying is they know that these people that ICE are going after are bad people,
No,
and they are making the. Yes, they do.
So then you're basically saying that they know they're protecting child molesters and rapists.
They don't.
They really don't believe that, bro. They don't. Trust me, they really don't believe that. They think we're going after them just because they're undocumented.
Yeah, I think that if they knew, if it were more clear to them that they were
how much more clear? I'm gonna cut you off there.
ICE is going after illegal immigrants who have also committed felonies in the U.S.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Internet is free, okay? These aren't just anecdotal points. These are real court cases. The reason why the white people have been getting what happened?
To executioner Mumborn or whatever the fuck your inbred name is. We know your exact locations. Thank you for keeping your location services on. Now that is getting reported. Continue.
Whoa, what did he say? Wall of shame
He
it.
says,
Wall of shame it said.
There you go. We know exactly. Well, he said other wild things too. We know, but I don't really fear these guys, faceless account guys. Anyway, though, he said, we know your exact location, that you for thank you. Well, I guess he can't even say thank you, but thank you for keeping your location services on. And he also says something even wilder in the chat.
Wait, let me say this.
I was.
Let me say this.
He said,
right
I'm
now.
already armed, so you should be very scared. And he's saying that during Monte's speech. I was like,
I'm also armed, and I have
Yeah, I
an
was getting ready to say.
arsenal.
So am I.
So am I.
Them boys talk really to whoa, 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 whoa. You're going to do so much. You're going to do so much on YouTube.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna say this to the entire chat, and I'm gonna be looking at the comments when I say this. When you're making threats, we ain't some little pussyfoot ass, people on YouTube or whatever. I have a fucking 1911 and I have a fucking AR-15. I don't give a fuck if you know my location. You better be prepared to meet the Lord.
I've been waiting for the day.
I'll be
I've
honest,
been waiting.
like, guys, come on. We all know he's just a keyboard warrior. He ain't like that.
I'm a real warrior,
I need to say
motherfucker.
this.
Oh, no,
I need to
said-
say this. I need to say this because you have
It
some
needs to be
people
said.
that really think that because they get a little gun in their hand, they can talk crazy and try to dox people and they gonna do whatever. I will fucking kill you.
You're a loot
and
drop,
claim,
motherfucker.
I will kill you and claim fucking PTSD. I have zero problems with using that as a defense because, and I'm sorry for anybody that does have PTSD, but you're not gonna sit up here and fucking try to threaten somebody with a gun, regardless of who it is, because you don't like what they said over the internet.
I got a gun
You need
too.
to
That's the crux of the argument. Come.
No.
I bet
There's more.
I also
There's
have
more.
a gun.
The point
There's
is,
multiple in my house.
Right. My stepdad is packing a freaking 10 gauge.
My husband carries a 5.7. I carry a 9.
So you guys need to know that whenever y'all are sitting up here running your mouths, yeah, y'all may have guns, y'all may release address, but just know, especially the area that I live in, the people that I'm around, these country folk, they know who's around there and who isn't. And if they see a car that they not familiar with, they got eyes on you before you even realize. Before you even realize, like, you're being
all
watched.
I'm saying is I didn't spend $30,000 arming myself up so I could fucking play in the dark.
You feel me? We ain't playing Nerf guns.
Nope. Man, we far past that.
And
I don't mean that as to be threatening. That is a fuck around and find out. Come into my house. Go ahead. I want you to. I will not feel sorry for sending you to your maker and putting you on a fucking t-shirt.
Well,
That boy gonna be on some draws, boy. You finna have a closed casket. And this ain't
Hey.
cough tuck, bro.
Hey, for all of you people who aren't armed, just remember your hands are like the strongest muscles in your body.
But all right, guys. All right, let's go ahead and get back to it, and let's leave this guy alone. He ain't about it.
And here's look. And I apologize. I got my order there mixed up. That is, you can admonish me. I definitely deserve that one.
Oh, admonish Gerald?
No, admonish me.
Oh, no, not me.
Both of us.
Well, why both? No. What?
Yeah, both, because the captain goes down with the ship, you know?
Every time.
Remember how I told you that it wasn't about anchor babies when we were talking about immigration? I go, what about because the left wouldn't deport violent criminals who are in our prisons? Remember that? I said, well, yeah, but you won't deport criminals in our prisons who shouldn't be here. It's the same thing here. They go, these are families. You'd still do it anyway. Let me tell you why. Free Maduro. You'd run over officers to protect Maduro.
a Daisy Red Ryder BB gun.
Maryland man was Abrego Garcia. Was very likely was a human trafficker. I believe that was finally confirmed. It was suspected and confirmed. So let's stop with this. We're just protecting innocent people. If these leftists knew that it was a Maduro or knew that it was a Garcia DeCarlos Brown Jr., take your pick of the worst. They would do it anyway. It's because they hate you. It's because they hate this country. It's because they hate the idea of borders. It's because they hate the idea of law and order. It's because they hate anything that President Trump does, and they hate anything that you stand for. Just to be clear. No, it's just because it's families. Okay, but let me ask you this. Would you not show up and block ICE officers if you knew they were child sex offenders, if you knew that they were human traffickers, if you knew that they were totalitarian dictators? No, you would. No. Free Maduro. I'm done acting like we're going to have this conversation on an honest playing field.
See, Seth,
because in
you
Oregon,
told me I was wrong.
pause. There was the Venezuelan.
Pause.
You trying to tell me I was wrong for that thought?
What?
You trying to tell me none of them? None of them knew. No, they know. They know. They don't care.
They don't know.
They do. They know.
He even said but he believes that, but that doesn't mean that they know. He believes. He's saying, I believe that even if they knew it, they would still do so. Not that, oh, I know for sure that they know that they're protecting, child molesters and pedophiles and all that good stuff.
Set. Yeah. I just want to say, can we shout out Catherine Johnson, 7794? I have never seen a gun. Thank goodness for that. I am 73 years old and I live in Scotland, my native land. You poor thing. I'm sorry.
Oh, what a sweetheart. Oh my goodness.
We said thank you for that.
Monty solving people's fixes one gun at a time.
I have more.
Listen.
Boating accident.
I saw the comments, and I understand that your tongue is the strongest muscle in your body, but I said some of the strongest muscles are your hands. Don't forget that, ladies.
All right.
However you say it. Aragua. That's right. Otherwise, it's just trenda water.
It's trendy agua.
Trendy agua?
Yeah, it's like Evian.
Okay.
It's not. So there was trendy water?
They were going after, meaning patrol agents were going after someone there, was a member of that gang. And you had agents who were harmed, who were assaulted while they were going after hardened criminals. I believe, by the way, there was also a video of that, of the officers being assaulted. Let's just call this what it is.
FBI, open
Stop
up.
acting like none of this is justifiable, and the left doesn't care if these are innocent people who overstayed a visa or a child rapist or Maduro. They will still side with them over American ICE agents. Okay? Let's be clear about that. Here's the Philadelphia sheriff vowing to go to war with ICE over his love for violent gang members and child traffickers.
Let know that law enforcement professionals, real ones, not the fake made up ICE, probably Trump's new army to attack citizens of the United States. So we stand here today with all those who stand against the made up fake, what you can call ICE, professional law enforcement. I don't call them none of that. I call them made up fake wannabe law enforcement.
That's a long name.
Because what they do is against
Made up.
Bitch, they were probably there before you were. They probably started their service before you were out of fucking diapers, woman. Know your fucking place.
I know what the crazy part is. I mean, the guy who shot that young lady, I mean, he's a 10-year veteran.
Damn.
I know, but
and an Iraq war veteran. So keep it up.
Hold up.
Well,
hold up, Monty. Damn, bro.
Monty, I think you need to. I think you need to cool off for a second. You're getting as heated as I was the other night.
Man,
I don't mean. You know what I mean? Fucking gaming. I don't mean it like that.
No, we
learn your fucking place as a local law enforcement officer. She doesn't run
I thought
shit.
you were talking to me, bro. I thought
no.
I thought you were talking to me. I was like, who the fuck are you talking to? Because I'm not them.
No. Everybody, now I ain't gonna lie. Everybody, Monty got everybody tight in the chat. Like, well, damn, no, yo, fucking.
No, not you guys.
Nah, I get what you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Gaming doesn't buy it.
It's time for you to cool down, bro. You're getting a little too. It's getting a little too personal for you.
Oh wow, that sure does look feminine, doesn't it?
Right, like
not only legal
I
law,
just really
but
took
the
a look
moral
at
law.
them.
If any of them want to come in this city and commit a crime, you will not be able to hide. Nobody will wish you off. You don't want this smoke.
Here's a woman. Whoops.
Because we will bring it.
Go back to the chat.
Because I smoke. What's up?
What? We don't want the smoke. We want all the smoke. Give us the smoke.
Dang, she talking gangster now.
Give us the smoke. I'll give you the flashless powder.
Moral law. If any of them want to come in this city and commit a crime, you will not be able to hide. Nobody will wish you off. You don't want this smoke. Because we will bring it.
Go back to the corner.
Because I smoke crack.
That's Philadelphia County, I believe. So she said, and she started off by saying this woman's name. Say her name. Say her name. See, I think they said it 3 times. I don't know if they're trying to conjure her or what, but figure it out.
No, they love a chance.
That's like Candyman just saying,
I know,
dumb bitch in the mirror 3 times.
Exactly, and then it happens. And then she goes on to say that these are fake law enforcement. We will arrest them. And then we will, she's basically saying, like, you won't be able to be whisked away, basically, so your identity is protected. That's exactly what they're saying.
Right.
We will arrest you. We will remove your masks, and we will let everybody know who these ICE agents are. And then you've got morons out there saying, I can't believe we have people in masks running around. Why do they have to have masks? I wonder.
Yeah.
It's because law enforcement officers are out there doing their jobs, and people are starting to hunt them because of that. That's why, because the left is a bunch of radicals saying, this is just Trump's hitman going out.
I don't even think that's it with the with these police forces. I think some, maybe not all of them, sure, but I think some of these police forces have a great reason to do this. They want the heat off of them.
Yeah,
they're like, the people they've been protesting and burning our cities down because of the crap that we did.
Go after ICE.
We're the good guys now.
Yeah.
Hey, look, we're on your side. We're the cops. We're the good guys.
We are going to go to war. We're going to fight you. We're going to great. Now do MS-13. Now to the people in your city.
Yeah. If you could, please.
Also,
don't mind.
This is not something empirical, but I will tell you this. You can go back to a Change My Mind where we were, I think it was a Build the Wall, and there was a lady, we had to blur her face because she was a Hispanic lady, and she had a bunch of illegal aliens in her neighborhood, and these criminals basically ran the neighborhood, and she didn't know what she could do about it because she was afraid. She lived under threat. That happens a lot. I can tell you this. I pretty much never spend time on social, but I was looking at some yesterday, and I noticed a huge portion of my new followers are Venezuelan, are people from Latin American countries. There's been a notable uptick in the percentage where they are glad to see some Americans change.
Like, thank God.
Yeah. So they're not doing the tribalism like, hey, we're all Hispanic.
Yeah.
They are tired of it. These are the people who have to live with it. You know who you didn't see interviewed in Aurora, I believe it was Colorado?
Yeah.
All the other Hispanic people there who lived under the tyrannical rule of gang violence.
They probably wouldn't have either, out of fear.
Right. You don't see them. So you think so? The privileged left is thinking,
AKA the left is protecting the same people that these immigrants are running away from. Like, it's just simply put, it's like the same people these people are running away from, the left is embracing. I mean, best example, Maduro. Crazy. But all right, guys. All right. Shoot.
I am more measured now. I still stay. I did not say that. That was gaming.
He did say it. He forced me to say it.
Anyway.
All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and close down on this note right here. Wait, actually, you know what? Let me give you guys this Sean Ryan video. Go get and give you guys an extra 30 minutes. Let's see how far we can get into this.
We'll turn that 30 minutes into 6 hours.
Bruh.
Right.
$1 Rumble rant on Rumble. And what he said was 07. I wonder when he actually sent this. But yes, he said 07. Because people had to support it. Yes, you could. I'm also streaming on Rumble. You can also send a Rumble rant or support through there, which super chats are a little cheaper. It's only $1 to send something on Rumble. Well, minimum.
Fucking one of them.
Yeah, they really are. And then when it comes down to investigating the fraud instead of investigating,
and let me tell you why they're a complete joke. Because like this guy did a decent investigation on him, went to these daycares, they was acting funny, and instead of the mainstream media trying to actually see for themselves what was going on, they spent all their time attacking Nick Shirley. And then I remember on CNN where God bless this lady though, God bless her heart, but she did the most laziest form of investigation ever. This man tried to go in there to the daycare center and find out what was going on. The CNN correspondent literally called the daycare or the Leering Center and said, yeah, this is a CNN correspondent. Are you guys committing fraud? Like, they were really going to tell her the truth. Like, bro, lazy.
Oh gosh, these people, they're so dumb sometimes. I don't understand.
Fraud, they investigated me.
I saw right here in the USA and Michigan. Maybe you can hand those out to Somali toddlers that are in daycare.
Maybe. If we could find them.
In the learning center.
Wow. Thank you so much, Sean.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. You're welcome.
Yo, and shout out to my man Monty. He says, hot take, I really don't care what Trump does as long as he arrests these monsters in our society. Yeah, I mean, we can all get down with that one. But you know, so crazy now, it's like, you know, that's kind of about to shoot Dan Bongino in the foot when he comes back to media. Is the fact that he ain't got no deep states arrest, but he's about to come out here and start talking crazy about, well, the people who's complaining about there being no deep state arrests. So I'd give the same type of heat to Dan Bongino. It's like, you know, FBI deputies in history, as long as you at least got us like 2-3 deep state arrests, I could have forgiven it. I could have been like, all right, bro, you did something. You did something, instead of just leaving and not really getting much accomplished.
And then lastly, before we get on with the interview, I have a Patreon.
You play this, but all right, yo, all right, Monty, but I guess we could save that. Might have to save that one for another time. That's a whole 35-minute video. All right, yeah.
So who was telling you you're going?
Man, but it'd be your own people. It'd be your own people. But all right, man, let's go into this video right here. Shout out to my man Monty. He says another plan to play it tonight. I was thinking about playing it later, but he says Iran is officially fucking over. I mean, well, not Iran, but the rule of the Ayatollah.
Iran,
unless, you know, the Iran getting kicked out, you know, the Ayatollah getting kicked out, meaning about to rename Iran, then, you know, but I doubt that's gonna happen.
It's taken. It's over. It's happened. I can't believe it. I can't believe we're actually here. Iran is falling in real time. Cities are taken by protesters that are fighting against the radical Islamic regime. The Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, has seemingly fled to Russia. He is no longer in the country. The Shah of Iran, which is the exiled prince, is meeting with Donald Trump tomorrow. Iran shut the internet off for the people. And
Wait.
You know, I don't think Prince Pahlavi has any desire to rule Iran. I mean, he's came out and said it on PBD, multiple platforms, that he just has.
He says it on here. He says it on here too.
No, I was just thinking maybe they can all flee to Russia, and then it would only take one time.
Who, all the protesters or the Ayatollah?
Can we send our protesters to Russia too?
No, I mean the absconding of
Ayatollah.
Yeah, they can consolidate themselves in Russia so we can go do strikes on Russia is what she's saying.
It'd be perfect.
All right.
To them with Starlink. There is so much we need to talk about today in potentially one of the most diabolical, epic downfalls of all time. All right, listen, this is huge because Iran is all of our enemies. He funds our enemies everywhere. All right, Iran funds Russia and China with oil. Iran funds Venezuela with their bullshit. They provide the suicide drone technology and the anti-aircraft technology to certain countries. Not that it works that well because Israel was able to wipe them out in like 4 seconds. And they also fund terrorist organizations around the world. These guys fucking suck. And this is crazy. See, and I'm going to show you all of our favorite retards crashing out. So first of all, Iran's crown prince, Pahlavi Reza, is to meet President Trump at Mar-a-Lago. This is crazy. That's insane. This is actually schmoving along. Trump decided to release possibly the most terrifying audio of all time.
As you know, probably better than anybody, they're doing very poorly. And I have let them know that if they start killing people, which they tend to do during their riots, they have lots of riots. If they do it, we're going to hit them very hard, as you know.
Oh my, if they kill people, then Trump will hit them hard. Well, they're killing people. They shut the internet off so they could do massacres in silence. By the way, that is literally what's going on. So I'm very excited to show you what's going on. And honestly, prayers to the brave people of Iran. Make Iran Persia again. So anyway, invisible to the BBC, this is literally not even being reported, unlike obviously Gaza, which was like the only story told literally everywhere. Everyone's only talking about Gaza because that helps promote the ideology of destroying Western civilization, but no one wants to talk about the actual oppressed people, unlike the Palestinians in Gaza who were given Gaza in 2005, and they used Gaza to become a terrorist state and fire missiles into different civilian cities. Iran was a conquered nation for 47 years under an oppressive radical Islamic regime. No one's talking about the protest map, which is the entire country at this point. 70 million people protesting. The Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has gone on Fox News talking about his plan to take over.
You planning to go back to Iran? You have not been there in many, many years. It was 1979 when the Ayatollah came back. He was in exile in France at the time. Do you plan on going back? Do you plan on having free elections? Have you thought about it?
Sean, at the call of my compatriots, I've stepped forward to lead this transition from this tyranny to a future democracy. My role is to help my compatriots.
Bro, we're gonna have a democracy in Iran. Holy crap, bro. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. That's his plan, at least. If Iran becomes a democratic country, okay, that is an ally of ours, then China's fucked. China gets over 70% of its oil from Iran and Venezuela, and everything is changing. They're never going to be able to invade Taiwan. They won't be able to fucking warm their tuchuses in China, all right? They're going to have zero oil, all right? These guys, by the way, start 90% of the bullshit in the Middle East, all right? Iran funds Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, which includes torturing the people of Syria, Lebanon, Israel, did I say Yemen? Yemen, Gaza. All right. You don't understand how insane it is. This would be massive.
Achieve that goal to bring about a peaceful end by means of a national referendum and a constitutional assembly. I'm impartial as to what the ultimate result will be, so long as it's a secular democracy. I've trained all my life to serve my nation. I'm there to serve and help them achieve that goal. And I'm more than ever ready to step in Iran as soon as the situation warrants itself. And I'll be there with my compatriots to lead the ultimate battle.
All right. This dude has a nose for the ages, and he is spitting straight facts. That's right, dog. That's what we're talking about. Mipa, ladies and gentlemen. Make Iran Persia again. Of course, you got Lindsey Graham, all right, everyone's favorite warmonger. I don't know, man. This dude's been feeling really, really comfortable with himself ever since we kidnapped an El Presidente.
To the people of Iran, we stand with you tonight. We stand for you taking back your country from the Ayatollah, a religious Nazi, who kills you and terrorizes the world. We pray for you. We support you. Donald J. Trump is not Barack Obama. He has your back.
Oh,
and to
damn.
the Ayatollahs, you need to understand, if you keep killing your people who are demanding a better life, Donald J. Trump is going to kill you.
Okay.
Change is coming to Iran.
Bro?
It'll be the biggest.
Did you hear that? Bro just says, if you don't stop killing people, we're gonna kill you. Holy fuck.
Better life, Donald J. Trump is going to kill you.
Oh my
Change is coming
God.
to Iran. It'll be the biggest change in the history of the Mideast to get rid of this Nazi regime. To the people of Iran, help is on the way.
Well, did you really have this hat on Air Force One with President Trump this weekend? The one that says, am I reading that right? Does that say, make Iran great again? Did you give that to the president?
Oh my God, dude.
He's not Barack Obama. He's not turning his back on the people of Iran who are demanding that their oppression end. And to the Ayatollah and his thugs, if you keep killing your people in defiance of President Trump, you're going to wake up dead.
What the fuck does that even? You're gonna wake up dead,
I say that.
Ayatollah. You and your goat fucking proclivities. Iran will be free. You're gonna wake up dead, dude. Are we living in real life right now? Are we living in real life? What the neocon shit is happening? Oh my God, bro, this dude feels so full. Like, dude, we got Delta Force taking Maduro, and that's it. That's it. Like, I feel like a shackle has been literally unshackled. Okay? Insane. Now, again, I don't want U.S. military on the ground in Iran. I just want to make that clear. I will not cry if Khamenei wakes up dead. All right? Holy shit. So they're just, like, actually cooking. It's crazy. So, anywho, Obama's reaction to the protests in Iran. The world is watching. Meanwhile, Trump. If Iran shuts and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue, locked and loaded, ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It's obviously pretty insane. The new governor of Abdanan and his assistants taking a picture together. Iran will be free. They are taking pictures of liberated cities in Iran. Holy crap, bro. This is crazy. So anyway, before we even get into what the brave people of Iran are doing against their oppressive Islamic regime, I have to show you what the retards are saying. All right, so this is the Young Turks. So for those of you that are unaware, the Young Turks is a radical leftist Islam-style retard organization. They have like 6 million subscribers. They're, run by Chank over here, Hassan Piker's uncle. Radical leftists, complete idiots. They're constantly inciting violence against law enforcement in the United States of America. For those of you that don't know the lore, a super fan of the Young Turks murdered 4 police officers in 2016. So they've been basically not toning down the rhetoric ever since. So anyway, they've made multiple videos on all of this. Cenk and Anna slam neocon regime change plot for Iran. Excuse me? You guys were yelling about Gaza and Israel every single day for the last 2 years. All right? I'm not even exaggerating. You have been screaming about Gaza for 2 years when they lost a war that they started. Okay? But Iran actually fighting back against oppression, unlike Gaza, all right? Who are just Hamas are just bloodthirsty terrorists fighting a holy war to kill as many Jews as they can. All right. Iran is actually fighting back against their oppressors. And it's neocon Don threatens to attack Iran. Okay. What about this? What's behind the Iranian protests? Is Mossad involved? Bro, holy shit. I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that the Iranian regime is a radical Islamist organization that murders women in the streets if their hair is uncovered, that arrests people if they dance in public or even in private if it's filmed. Maybe it's some of that. I don't know. Maybe it's because their actual economy is absolutely destroyed because instead of actually spending money on funding the people in Iran, they're spending money funding terrorist organizations around the world. I don't know. Maybe it's any of those reasons. Hassan Piker, another radical terrorist supporter, leftist, he also is freaking out about this, talking about how, this is so sad about what's going on in Iran. I can't believe these people are like doing these things in Iran. It's horrible.
Destroyed by sanctions, which has like
He's saying the reason why Iran's economy is not so good is because of the sanctions. And the sanctions did help, but Russia and China are still trading with Iran. So it's not just the sanctions. Also, Iran managed to have enough money to fund terrorists around the world. Is this not crazy?
A hermetically sealed form of governance as a consequence of Western intervention. Since it's
Western intervention is not the reason why the Ayatollah took over Iran and tortures their people.
Successful revolution against the previous Western intervention that was so unfavorable that like it unified the Islamists alongside with alongside the communists and the socialists. It's a just cause for military intervention. If Iran shots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to the rescue. We are locked and loaded, ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Which is such a funny thing to say because the last.
Why is this funny? You were literally screaming for years that we needed military intervention in Gaza. All right, when protesters get killed as collateral damage, but here. Bro, we just had a protester in Minnesota smash her car into an ICE agent, and the ICE agent killed her in self-defense, and this dude crashed out for hours about that, okay? But in Iran, where you have the regime shutting off the internet and just mowing people down in the streets, and he's like, no, that's justified.
Last time America intervened in Iran militarily, alongside Israel, which, by the way, I consider Israeli intervention in Iran also an American intervention, as do they killed a bunch of children. So what are you going to do? You're like,
children died in collateral damage when they tried to make nuclear weapons to blow up our country. Is this not the most insane shit of all time? The reason why we bombed Iran was because Iran was developing nuclear weapons, which they directly said they were going to use to kill us.
No proof.
So
we had
we
no
wiped
proof.
out the nuclear site. And yes, collateral damage happens in war. And you know whose fault it is? Iran's fault for trying to bomb us with nuclear weapons. Absolutely. If they would have shut down the nuclear program, if they wouldn't have started the war with Israel, none of this would have happened. Literally. Bro, you know why Israel attacked them? It's because Iran started a war against them by, organizing Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis to bomb them constantly. So, Israel returned fire and destroyed their military bases. And yes, people die as casualties in war, especially wars you start. This is like the actual Islamist retard Hassan point every single time. Every time. He's like, yeah, the Muslims started a war and they lost miserably. They're actually the victims.
Like, no, excuse me, Iran. Only we get to kill your population.
Correct. That's right. Only we get to kill the Iranians. I like this deal a lot more. Now, ideally, no one dies, but if someone has to die, ideally it's them and not us. Correct. Facts. Yes. Only we have the right to kill you, and you don't have the right to kill us. True. Thanks, Hassan.
At the argument here, it's like you better not kill your protesters, or else we'll come over there and bomb the out of your capital. Like what are you gonna do? So yeah, it's a.
I don't know. Did you see what happened to Maduro? We can do that to these fuckers too. We can Delta Force the shit out of these guys. We're America.
Horrible situation in general, and
horrible situation. These people want to be free.
Obviously, it shows the incredible inconsistency and liberal media.
So inconsistent. These people want to be free.
Of course, plays a formative role in upholding this inconsistent attitude.
Iran, and of course we have.
He's angry that the liberal media isn't defending the radical Islamist regime. So anyway, that's what Hassan's been up to. Dude, you have to understand what is going on, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. Netanyahu has been posting speeches talking about how he stands with the Iranian people and stuff like that. All right. Oh my God, this was one of the craziest twists of all time. Iran offered citizens $7 monthly payments as protests spiral over economic crisis.
Bruh.
Iran wanted to pay the protesters $7 a month.
That was freaking
to
hilarious.
Stop protesting and ally up with the Islamist government. $7. All right.
That's how desperate they are.
Per terrorist if
how
they get,
broke
to
they
go
are.
kill Jews or whatever the fuck. But
They're still trying.
but $7 for people protesting.
That's
big
7
bucks.
million in their
Oh
dollar
my
money.
God, dude, they're so cooked. They're so cooked.
It's still worth
Iran gave
$7.
Hezbollah $700 million
God.
per year. Iran gave Hamas $100 million per year. When it comes to the Iranian people, they offered them $7 a month. Holy shit! It's hilariously sad. These guys got broken. These people were broken. We broke these people. And so did Israel. I think Israel fucked these guys so hard, it's crazy. In like 2 seconds, Israel took out all their commanders. I still think one of the craziest situations of all time was when Israel gave them a prank call, telling them, we're doing a general meeting right now. And all the generals gathered together for a general meeting. Then Israel bombed the fucking room. Oh my God. Just like some of the most insane shit of all time. Like, oh my Lord. Their 80 IQ asses got fucking roasted and toasted. Dude, and the B-2 bomber just goes in, goes out, levels a mountain. Oh, my God. A major city currently
Freedom Dorito.
Iran, with a population of 500,000, rose up too. My God.
That's way to deliberate.
Dude, absolute craziness. Look at that shit. That's wild. Breaking news, Iran's Khamenei fled the country and is on his way to Moscow. Bro, what are we doing? What are we doing, dude? Holy shit. Kurdish militia groups entered Iran and are fighting security forces. So the Kurds, I'm pretty sure they're in Syria, all right? And they breached Iran to help the Iranian people overthrow their government. So I'm probably going to do another video on this at some point, but the Kurds are currently getting murdered by Syrians. So that's a whole other issue that I'm probably going to talk about another time. I just wanted to mention that here because it's one of the great tragedies. The fact that the Syrian ISIS government is just murdering minorities in their country. You know, they killed out the Yazidis. They tried to kill the Druze, the Alawites, the Christians, and now they're killing the Kurds. And the Kurds decided, fuck Iran anyway, and they literally are entering Iran to fight the security there. Crazy. North Iraq? My bad, North Iraq. So anyway, anywho, this is the streets of Tehran, the capital. Oh my God, that's the streets of the capital of Iran. Oh my Lord, they're so cooked. They are so cooked. It's over. The people of Tehran are burning down regime buildings. brother.
Like literally. What?
This is the craziest
No.
thing. They are cooking. They are
What?
cooking. All right. So also in Iran, there's a massacre. Islamic terrorists shut down the internet and are murdering Iranians in the streets. I don't think I could show this footage, but they're literally just walking through the streets with machine guns, just mowing people down. Now, obviously, this is something that Hassan Piker thinks is justified. So when an ICE agent kills an American person in self-defense, when the American tries to kill them, that is actually not justified. But when the Iranian terrorist government just mows down protesters in the streets, that actually is justified. Do you understand how the radical Islamist retard mind works? So breaking news, the Islamic regime shut down the internet in Iran. This is, as you can see, the network connectivity per region in Iran, and just boop at exactly 12 p.m. They shut off the internet entirely. This is a massive story, and it's obviously because they want dead silence. They want dead silence so they can kill people in peace. But don't worry, there is one hero that does not wear capes. All right, he is the one that bought the platform that gives us this news because the American media doesn't want to talk about this. He is the one that produced Starlink internet. Amid Iran's internal shutdown, Elon Musk has quietly enabled free Starlink access to protesters, according to people familiar with the matter. The move was implemented several days ago without a public announcement, with protest leaders informed privately. Holy shit. Israeli businessman Dubi Francis raised the issue with Musk's team after an inquiry from Deputy Minister Almog Cohen. Musk committed to keeping the network open at no cost while protests continue and instructed Starlink executives to block regime interference. So this is the craziest move of all
check
time.
that.
Israeli, probably Mossad guys, go to Musk and say to
He said, not only are we going to give you free internet, we're gonna shut down any sort of Iranian firewall so you can get it out. And now, if you go to some of the Iranian protesters' websites, there's some gruesome thing. Like go to their X accounts. There's some gruesome things that are not for the average eyes of what they're doing to their people.
No, I was seeing it. The cracking down, the kicking in houses, the killing of protesters just because once they kick in their houses and they find out you were a protester, like Iranian Secret Service is getting involved.
There's 70 million out of 90 million people are protesting. This isn't like an election where someone loses really, really badly. 70 million out of the 90 million population are out in the streets. That's what a protest looks like. That's a revolution, actually, is what that is.
I'm about to say, I'm like, hold on, this is a bit past that.
They're getting violent and getting ready to throw the government out. That's a revolution.
Yeah, they burning buildings down, like flipping cars. I mean, cop cars, all that. Huh. Well, we'll see. We'll see how this progresses.
To apologize. I've turned Monty into a Nux monster.
I mean, good for them. Like the people should be able to say, right? It can't be worse than the cartels, right?
And that's why I said if you really think your government is that oppressive, this is why I wanted it to play tonight, because I want this to be in contrast to the conversation we're having tonight about authoritarian regime and just murdering its citizens. I wanted this to be played for a reason. If you really think that we're on the level of that we're just murdering people in the streets, then you need to rise up. If you think tyranny has become law, rebellion is your duty. But I'm calling out the hypocrisy. I'm calling out the blatant propaganda. I'm not actually encouraging people to go and do it unless they really think it's to that point.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't think that. I mean, let's be real. Like,
Then if they don't think that, then they shouldn't be saying it. That's my point.
Yeah, you're right. Because especially when you compare the authoritarian regime of the Ayatollah, bro. I mean, I always do say, all right, cool. If you think this is authoritarian, then please, go to Iran. You can really go to like a lot of countries in the Middle East and you'll lose rights. So please go ahead and do that. Go to countries in Africa. You'll lose rights all the same. Shoot, even some countries in Europe you can go to. You'll lose freedom of speech. I know that.
If I am in the minority, if I am in such the fringe group that I think that law and order should be upheld, then then I guess it is your duty to overthrow my style of governance.
Musk, Iran's going to shut off the internet and massacre their people. We need to know. We need to know what's going on. So he fucking has a satellite because he's a bajillionaire. This absolutely based autistic retard, and I love him for it. Literally gives them internet when the actual government takes it away. They didn't make an actual announcement of this, but the Mossad people that, let's be real, probably are involved in this uprising. Like, let's be honest, the Jews control definitely this shit. All right, I don't know about the world, but they definitely are involved. All right, let's be real. All right, the Jews, they have big noses, they stick them into things. It's what Jews do. Okay, so anyway. The reality is they gave the info to
He's a Jew for the record.
the little protest commanders, and now they have internet, and that's how we know what's going on. That's how we know what's going on in Iran. I think this is Nobel Peace Prize worthy, if you ask my opinion. Anyway, so Iran had a pretty genius plan. Their plan was they shut down the internet in order to massacre people, but also they shut down the internet to propagandize people. All right, if they shut down the internet, then people wouldn't be able to communicate with each other properly, but also they'll be able to propagandize them. And guess what they used as Iranian state media? Are you ready? Are you ready for what they used as Iranian state media? Tucker Carlson. They blasted him on every television in Iran.
Wait, stop, Armin. So the Islamic regime right now is literally broadcasting Tucker Carlson interviews in Persian on their 24-hour news channel.
Which is
the
hilarious.
country is in a state of chaos, and yet for some reason, the Islamic regime is choosing to play Tucker Carlson interviews because this is like, it's Islamist propaganda.
Yeah, you got to fact check that. There's no way, because if you actually listen to any of Tucker Carlson's,
came from Iran. That came from an account in Iran.
What would be the point? Iran, bro. Tucker's never supported the Ayatollah. Ever.
No, Tucker is against Israel or in bombing Iran. This was the interview with Ted Cruz. That's why they're playing that particular interview.
This is not the interview with Ted Cruz. No, this is not it. Remember, he was in a suit for that interview. But,
you sure?
Yeah.
I mean, look,
sure.
she is recording this off of her TV, and you can look at the banners that are going across, and it is dubbed. And the account that he got that from.
To let me know what interview, because not the Ted Cruz interview, and Tucker Carlson has never supported the Ayatollah. So you know what? I'm actually, if it is true, which I'm going to give it to you. If it is, then what the hell was worth even playing that? Like, I kind of want to know this clip, to be quite honest with you. Like, what was Tucker saying in this clip that Ron felt was noteworthy to play?
Run it backwards. Look at where the account that he just clicked on came from. That's an Iranian account. Like, you can see where accounts come from on Twitter. Then look at the actual screen in which she's playing.
No, I get what you're going at.
And
it's just that doesn't mean that it's like,
remember, all of the state media, media has been shut down. Or sorry, all of the media except for state media has been shut down. So it can only be coming from the state.
I don't know if we can draw that exact conclusion, but continue. I'm hearing it out.
What do you mean? That's an objective fact. They shut the internet down.
No, I know they shut the internet down, but doesn't mean that everything coming out of Iran now is just fact. You feel me?
What do you mean it's not? Like, if it's coming out of Iran and she's recording her TV, this isn't like,
could that be an edit? I mean, like I said, I still don't know. And here's the thing. What were they playing of Tucker Carlson? I mean, play the English version so we know. Because
the Iranian media played it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, but what were they playing to where, we would have to consider Tucker Carlson Iranian propaganda, because he's never supported the Ayatollah whatsoever.
You don't have to support the Ayatollah. You just have to support the person that you're trying to unite your people against.
Yeah.
So hold on now. Are they playing it to go against the Ayatollah or playing it to support?
No, they're playing. The Iranian state media is taking viewpoints from Tucker Carlson that are favorable to the Iranian state media and the state of Iran, trying to stow this fucking idea that everybody except for the Ayatollah is their enemy. Think about it from their perspective, what they're viewing in an isolated fucking thing, and with them controlling what they get to see. Don't think of it with everything we know about Tucker Carlson. Think of it about everything that they're able to see.
That still doesn't answer my question, but I
And
get
then they dub it.
And then,
into
then they
their
put it in a
language.
different language.
we don't even know what interview it came from or anything.
It could
All
be.
right.
They could.
All right.
He could literally be dubbing it to fucking whatever and putting it over the top of his voice. It doesn't matter. Like they could literally put Tucker Carlson's face up there and fucking dub it incorrectly. Like I don't speak fucking Persian. I don't know exactly what they're fucking saying. But you're asking why is it propaganda? Because it's fucking. That's why he's saying it's propaganda. The state media, who has silenced all opposition, thinks that this is the most important thing to play right now.
And we don't know what it is or what it's referencing. Huh. I don't know. Like I said, I can't take that one. I gotta know what it's referencing, but it is what it is.
Tucker Carlson. They blasted him on every television in Iran.
Stop, Armin. So the Islamic regime right now is literally broadcasting Tucker Carlson interviews in Persian on their 24-hour news channel. The country is in a state of chaos, and yet for some reason, the Islamic regime is choosing to play Tucker Carlson interviews because this is like, it's Islamist propaganda. I'm just filming this right now because if I didn't do this, no one would believe. This is literally what's going on in occupied Iran right now.
Are we on the same page? And you're going to tell me this guy isn't a shill? You're going to tell me this guy's not like an actual Islamist shill?
No, he's not an Islamist shill. And like I said, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, that's why I don't trust it, because they're already trying to paint a narrative of Tucker Carlson that, honestly, nobody's ever been able to prove that he's an Islamist shill. Not one bit. And let's be real, he's never supported any type of terrorist regime or like Hassan Piker. So that's why I don't really believe it, because I'm like, all right, well, what would they be playing of Tucker Carlson that supports the Ayatollah?
They can still like say that this is what Tucker is saying.
Okay, like faking his words.
And they can use his credibility as a staunch conservative, just like every time somebody that supports Trump speaks out against Trump, the fucking media blasts it on fucking repeat over and over again. Marjorie Taylor Greene. No, that's all that propaganda is. It's trying to slight one message and fucking blast it to your audience. You have to understand the psychology behind communication. If you say, oh, look at this person, you're establishing credibility. Now you get them to say what you want them to say. See, this guy's even saying it. You should go side with us. That is how propaganda works, Set.
Yeah, but like I said, I know what you're saying, bro. I get what you're saying. The problem is that I'm just wondering, like, bro, what are they playing of Tucker Carlson?
I don't know what they're
feel
playing,
like they
but
need
it's
to
not
run this
fucking
over
good,
and over
because we know
again.
that
This
Tucker.
guy want to say, well, that's how I know he's an Iranian shill. Now I'm like, all right, bro, now I don't believe you, because you don't even know what this man is actually saying. But we're just gonna call him an Iranian shill, like, okay, and then we're just gonna believe this right here without being actual Iran ourselves and think that it's actually Tucker Carlson playing on TV. I don't know. I gotta be spec.
The location came out of Iran, so somebody was recording something in real life in Iran, posted it from Iran. So that at least is credible. You can see where things are posted from. Yes, you can see where things are posted from on X. Go to the account that posted it and follow it backwards.
Okay, well, I did just follow the account. I got it right here.
It's kind of
this young lady.
like the way that we do sound bites, right? We have sound bites, and so we take like a little tiny snippet of what somebody has said, and we can manipulate it.
So she's not reporting from Iran. Well, that's easily disprovable.
That account is based in the United States?
Yes. Yes, it is. About this account, Iran. Verified. But I'm saying, man, you gotta watch these people, man. X ain't always,
where did the actual video come from, though?
Wouldn't be able to tell you that because just a post that doesn't really link you to the actual video. And then, I mean, let's see here though. She actually, let's see.
It's not an original video. It's not her original video on the post.
Sometimes they show where the original account came from when you
if you click on the actual post, yeah.
Yeah, which is usually under the video.
And my fucking contact lens case.
Huh?
All right. Her
All right, it is what it is. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get right back to this.
You have your vape on you? No.
They blasted him on every television in Iran.
Wait, stop, Armin. So the Islamic regime right now is literally broadcasting Tucker Carlson interviews in Persian on their 24-hour news channel. The country is in a state of chaos, and yet for some reason, the Islamic regime is choosing to play Tucker Carlson interviews because this is like, it's Islamist propaganda. I'm just filming this right now because if I didn't do this,
I'm sorry, and she retweets Mark Levin. I don't know. But then again, I'm being biased. That's bias. Let me be more fair to what she's saying. I'm looking for the video on her timeline. I don't know, probably like a farther back, probably like way further back. But yeah. Well, I mean, I can't find it on her timeline now. I don't know. Maybe it got.
It's not the account.
No, this is the account
owner that posted. Huh?
Yeah, like this lady here. Yeah, we're looking at her account. Yeah, that same one. Now, if you're talking about the account under it that posted it, let me see here.
no one would believe this is literally what's going on right now. This is like for Carl.
Let me see here. One more time. I'm trying one more time.
Tucker.
There it is. Goldie. Here it is. Let me see if I can. This guy Goldie. That's it. Let's see. Hopefully it doesn't lead me to another dead end. Here it is. It came right up. Oh, look at you, Goldie. Aren't you popular? Yep. Armara. So this is here it is. Goldie Armara. Well, first, let's make sure she's even in Canada. So she's in Canada, posting like she in Iran. This is where it originally come from. No,
keep following it
here. But this is the original poster. And ooh, shit.
Yeah, be careful.
That's gonna be
if you have your community thing turned off, be careful.
Yeah, that's gonna be an age restriction. But she's popular. I mean, ain't no way. Well, both of those accounts ain't based out of out of Iran. I mean, I'll be real with you. I doubt any case out of any profile out of Iran is really getting through. But all right, yeah, that's where we're at. Let me see replies.
I mean, she got access to a recording of a TV with Persian fucking writing on it in Persian.
Yes, doesn't mean that it couldn't have been created and sent to her, or she just created it herself to spread propaganda about Tucker Carlson, because everybody hates Tucker, and these guys like Mark Levin. I'm just like, oh, to me, they're part of the whole. Let's be real. I mean, Insurrection Barbie, Zionist, Tommy Robinson, complete Zionist and Muslim hater and all this good stuff. And she's supposed to be like riding literally following a complete Muslim hater, and so is Insurrection Barbie. So I don't know. I don't know about that one.
I mean, at what point do you need proof? Do you need to see someone getting shot by Iranian police?
No, I'm onto you're being extreme now. Come on now. I would rather see somebody on X or I don't know, video chat with an Iranian themselves, and that would convince me. Sure, that's going directly to the source. But showing me people that are not even based in Iran, like you said, you assume they were. So yeah, I
The
can't really say
video
it's
came out. The video came from Iran.
we don't know that for sure.
That news coverage came from Iran.
We do not know
Actually,
that for sure.
I have seen this video on the Iranian news station that's on YouTube.
Which one?
You really are going to make me go look for it, aren't you?
Nah,
Give me a
you're
few
good.
minutes.
You're good, though. You're good. But go ahead. If you got it, you got it.
I don't have it right
They
now, and I'm in the
blasted
car,
him
but yeah.
But there is Iranian state media, and Iranian state media is propagandizing fucking people. Like you're flying over to drill into something because it fucking doesn't make sense to you. But look at the overarching picture of the matter.
I don't know. I just got a BS detector, and I'm just like, it's going off.
You have a bias, and your BS
I have a
detector is going
BS
off.
detector. That's it. Not a bias, a BS detector. I'll let you know when I'm being biased. When I was going the whole thing about Mark Levin, that was me being biased because I don't like Mark Levin. But this right here, I'm just speculating. I'm like, it just gives me a funny feeling. I'm going on the gut and, of course, the BS detector. But all right, let's continue.
Every television in Iran.
Wait, stop, Armin. So the Islamic regime right now is literally broadcasting Tucker Carlson interviews in Persian on their 24-hour news channel. The country is in a state of chaos, and yet for some reason, the Islamic regime is choosing to play Tucker Carlson interviews because this is like, it's Islamist propaganda. I'm just filming this right now because if I didn't do this, no one would believe. This is literally what's going on in occupied Iran right now.
Are we on the same page? You're going to tell me this guy isn't a shill? You're going to tell me this guy's not like an actual Islamist shill? That the Iranian state media decided to fucking post this shit? Oh my God. Oh my Lord. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Tucker Carlson is being played as the Iranian state media? Oh my Lord. Oh my God. What happened to this guy? Like he used to be like normal. What happened to this guy? Oh my Lord. He's being broadcasted on Muslim TV as well. Good shit. Anyway, oh my Lord, absolute insanity. Like we're living in upside down world, for real, for real. Meanwhile, in Khorramabad, Iran, the lion flag rises in the city square. The lion flag is the flag of the old king before this regime. Make Iran Persia again. We will be making Iran Persia. I don't know if you heard the news. Iran will be Persia, whether you like it or not. It's gonna be big. So anyway, this is Reza Pahlavi. He's decided to give like a little statement, a little message to the people.
Hey, Seth.
Obviously.
You just a quick Google search and fact check on that. So I just asked point blank, was Tucker Carlson played in Persian on Iranian state media? The AI overview, which I know Sid would not accept this, but yes, Iranian state media has recently broadcast clips and interview featuring Tucker Carlson in Persian or Farsi. Reports and social media posts from January 26 indicate that the Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting, that's the media, IRIB system included its 24-hour news channel, has been airing dubbed segments of Carlson's content, particularly during period of widespread anti-government protests and state-imposed internet blackout in the country.
All right. Does it give you the link in what they were saying, or that's it?
I mean, I can go look at the IRIB and get it from the source.
All right. Go ahead.
There is one.
Keep it going.
All right. Gotcha.
Right, Usta Mustaningi. And here he said, direct message to all the people, Iran's armed forces and security forces. You put on a military uniform to defend the Iranian nation, and you are facing a clear historic choice. In days when Iran's brave and united police, people, and buildings are building and writing history. My question to you is, what side of history will you stand? Alongside criminals or alongside the people? The other issue is not whether the Islamic Republic, this corrupt and repressive regime, will fall. The only question is when it will fall. And that time is closer than ever. In these decisive moments, I expect you to return to the embrace of the nation and to use your weapons not to shoot the people but to protect them. All right, bro drops a huge shit be on the right side of history, police, and start actually fighting for the people of Iran, not against the people of Iran. And you want to hear the craziest part? That happened. It actually happened. You actually had police officers rebelling against the regime. Now, the Iranian anti-regime protesters are still holding the streets of Elam, setting fire and making it harder for the security forces to see him as they chant death to Khamenei.
So while I cannot find the IRIB, like I don't find a website for them, there are multiple news outlets that are confirming this. That it is it has happened, and that it is like it's a widespread known thing if you search for it.
Is it? All right, I will. I'm searching for it right now. I got you. I'm doing the deep dive into it right as we speak. And I'm seeing if I can find the original Tucker Carlson clip that they were, dubbing as well. Like,
So
going deep on it.
The vast majority of the outlets that I found said that he was dubbed condemning warmongering neocons and the West's intervention. So that was the statement that was being dubbed.
Oh, okay. Then that makes okay. Thank you, Monty. Now that makes sense. All right,
The other one that they were talking about was when he was talking about his time over in Saudi Arabia. I think was it Saudi? One of the countries that lives under Sharia law, and he goes, "Yeah, why wouldn't we want to have that here? I mean, it's clean. Everybody's got these nice cars. Crime is down." That was another one that they had dubbed and were they were pushing out too.
Yeah.
So is your bullshit detector satisfied, Set?
Yes, it actually is. Somewhat it is, though. I'm not even gonna lie. I appreciate that. Because now it makes sense. I'm like, oh, he's talking about neocon intervention, then
yeah.
Okay, then that seems like something they would actually
That's something
play.
that would make sense for them to put up on the air while there's a whole fucking talk of American intervention.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense now. Because I ain't gonna lie, the way bro was spinning it is like, all right, you're calling him like a Muslim shill, and I'm just like, I don't know about that.
You
But
kind
if
of
he's
have to
talking
remember.
about Zionist, but if he's talking about like intervention, neocon intervention, then I'm like, okay, well, I can see I can see how they could spin that into propaganda. But trying to sit there and say that, oh, he's supporting the Ayatollah in this, I'm just like,
No, he never said he was supporting the Ayatollah.
He said he's an Iranian shill, though.
Yeah, he's an Iranian shill. In one guy's opinion, that's not what everybody is saying. That's one guy's opinion on the matter, and you honed in on it.
More than one. I wouldn't bring it up if it wasn't a popular opinion.
Well, you have to remember. This is why I give Nux a little bit of grace. He has been through a lot. With his family has been through a lot over in Israel since he was born. So I kind of give him a little grace on his rhetoric on that, because he is Jewish, but he's also he's Christian Jewish.
I mean, then he's Christian then. Oh, well, I guess heritage.
Well, he's born ethnically Jewish. He is very much by the Bible. By the Christian Bible, but he also celebrates Jewish holidays. So his family is, and he also has Muslim family, but they do not talk to each other anymore.
Oh, why is that? What, do you hate Muslims?
No. The Muslim family decided that the Jewish side of the family was no longer worth their time, and Nux himself has had to move over 5 times in the last 3 years alone because of Hassan Piker's audience. They have tried to kill him. They have shown up in his neighborhood, and he just got married 4 years ago.
Well, hold on, Toby. Hit me with a lot that I do not have verified, to be quite honest with you. So if you can
I've been following him
like Monty, then I got you. But if not,
I've been following him for a few years. So that's why I know.
Well, don't believe it because he say it.
No. This is stuff that I'll try and bring up some of the footage from when a lot of this was happening. He's got I think almost 10,000 videos on YouTube alone. So it's going to take me some time. He puts up 2 to 3 videos a day. So.
But all right, though, let's get back to it.
Dude, this shit is crazy. Anyway, Iranians took over entire cities, driving people out. Tens of thousands of people in the streets. This is historic. This isn't like a little protest. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, this is also one of the wildest clips I've ever seen in my entire life. Right, so this is a school, right? This is a school. I don't know if you hear what they're yelling. They're yelling Marg Bar Palestine. So the teacher apparently told them death to America, death to Israel, and they all responded with death to Palestine. Whoo, shit, bro. It's getting hairy out there. It's getting really hairy out there, bro. It's getting kind of insano style. Oh, my God. Iranians in occupied Iran are renaming streets Trump Street. All right. So they're going after all these streets that are named after probably radical Islamic terrorists. And they're just replacing the street signs with Trump Street. Right? President Trump Street. There it is. President Trump Street. Isn't that crazy? So, bro, we're living in a wild time. Oh, my God. This is another city. Look at this crowd. Oh, my God. This is not a little rinky-dinky protest. This is crazy. Brave Iranians openly taking to the streets with the real Iranian flag. Brother! Dude, the cojones of these motherfuckers. Oh, my Lord. Video from today in Tehran. The crowds have only grown in size as Iranians offer them $7 per month. Yo, this is crazy. No, the Iranians are based as fuck. The Islamic regime in Iran is cracking. The entire city of Abdanan took to the streets to protest. And there's just infinite footage. Thanks to, Elon Musk's Starlink. There's infinite footage. Just look at these streets. Absolutely overwhelmed and overrun. Absolutely and utterly controlled by the protesters. Iran reportedly lost its first city. One like an Album Iran. Say no more. Thank you, Mr. President. Very good. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And it keeps happening. Iranian capital city of Tehran is fighting their best. Dude, look at this. Look at the streets.
91 seconds.
Sheesh, man. Bro, I love what happened? Am I in Iran? All right. This is the beginning of the end for the Tehran tyranny, and the BBC missed all of it. And literally no one is even talking about this. It's literally not in the media. If not for Twitter, we wouldn't even know. Is that not the most insane thing ever? We wouldn't even know this was happening if not for Twitter. Oh, I can't show this video. I wanted to show this, but I can't show it, I decided. This is one of the craziest videos of all time. I suggest you look for this tweet yourself if you want to see something fucking insane. So there's an Iranian general named Mahmoud Haqiqat or whatever, and he is driving in a car, all right? And you have a protester with a machine gun, all right? This is wild. And you have a protester with a machine gun on a motorcycle driving by him and just blasting the fuck out of the Iranian general in the car. It's one of the most gangster things I've ever seen in my entire life. It's for real, -1 terrorist. Oh my God, insane shit. Yeah, no, I obviously cannot show this to you, but this is one of the wildest videos of all time. Now, for those of you that are unaware, everyone's always out there sharing shit constantly. No one feels the need to mention the fact that there are Iranian children murdered by the Islamic regime. All right? The Islamic regime is straight up murdering people for protesting. Obviously, no one has anything to say. In fact, everyone's supporting the Islamic regime on the leftoid side of the force. The complete retard world that we're in. I could show you endless clips because this is one of the craziest protests of all time. Every single scene is more terrifying than the last. Something that wasn't said much yesterday. For the first time in all of history, a foreign country bombed the capital of a South American country. It has never been bombed like this in our continent. Right? So they're freaking out. Oh my God, I can't believe Trump bombed Venezuela. Trump bombed Venezuela. That's crazy. I can't believe Trump bombed Venezuela to capture Maduro. And the response to this is absolute cinema. Actually, Iran bombed Buenos Aires. Not true. Not true. This is not the first time that, South American country is bombed. Iran bombed South American countries. Oh my lord, dude. Mostly peaceful fires. For real, for real. Yeah, so this is Khamenei fleeing the country, running to Russia. Absolute pussy bitch. Apparently, they're trying to assassinate now Giuliani in Syria. It's like actual death rolls. Like they're dying. They know they're dying. Right? These people drop messages to Trump, Musk, and Netanyahu from Iran. Like this is the craziest thing of all time.
This is a historic moment. The descendants of the liberators of Normandy have once again stood alongside an oppressed people fighting for freedom, facing the world's axis of evil. From Iran.
Thank you, Trump and King Reza Pahlavi. Thank you, BP and Elon Musk.
Dude, what absolute insanity. We're literally witnessing the collapse of one of the most diabolical regimes of all time. As they open live fire onto people, as the UN decides to say absolutely fucking nothing about anything. The results are in. Here's a list of all the UN General Assembly 2025 resolutions that criticize countries. North Korea, 1. Venezuela, with a communist dictator murdering their own people, 0. Myanmar, 1. Pakistan, a country that started a war with India, 0. Hamas, 0. Turkey, you know, the people that were massacring all sorts of people, 0. Russia, 6. China, 0. Qatar, 0, even though they literally housed and funded Hamas, the guys who started a war. Saudi, 0. Israel, 15. Bro, that's crazy. Israel more than Russia? Cuba, 0. Cuba with a communist dictator. Syria, 1. US, 2. What 2? What are we doing? They condemned the U.S. more than Iran and Pakistan and Venezuela? Bro, mental illness. Actual mental illness.
And
Dude,
Set,
crazy shit. So
Set,
anyway, that's what the U.S.
So that is the argument against this whole international law. All they're talking about are UN resolutions of countries that don't like America coming together to condemn America. That's what they mean by international law. They don't actually mean that there's a set of rules written down somewhere that the US is breaking. They just mean other countries don't like it. So it means that because the UN, in their mind, the globalist mind, is the supreme authority on fucking everything because we want to neuter ourselves to the UN. Not that we're committing. You just saw the U.S. has 2 condemnations, and Venezuela, fucking North Korea has 1. So you telling me if you look at that, and if you look at their voting history, the U.S. is more oppressive than North Korea, or more radical than, or more fucking unhinged than North Korea, or Venezuela, or Iran. We have more condemnations than Iran does, and they're mowing their people down with machine guns.
Well,
Got it.
I'll say this. The only reason why the UN even talks to us is because they're trying to keep their, I would say, their biggest player in check. That's why they're always stringent on us, because they don't want us to use the power that they know we have to assert our will. So, always, trying to shame us is their best way to do it.
And that's what the liberal fucking left
That's
fucking
what they fall for.
And that's why I said it doesn't. Whenever you hear someone talk about international law and they're coming from the left, this is what they're talking about. They don't actually know what they're talking about. They just heard someone say it. But when you get to the root of it, if anybody actually quotes what international law they're talking about, they talk about the UN. And the UN, in my opinion, has no fucking authority over us, first of all. Especially, and they have no credibility. They have no authority because they have no credibility because they do
Monty,
shit like
honestly,
this.
who can check us?
No one. We check ourselves because we're fucking America. That's who. That's who checks us, ourselves.
Exactly. So yeah, the American people is the only people who can honestly check America, and that's.
But they use it as a voice of authority. They use it as an example of authority.
Yeah, because they're trying to make it seem like, oh well, the UN has what, more sway than over the American people, over what we allow our government to do. No, you don't. I mean, you can condemn us all you want. If the American people are in agreement with it, we don't care what the UN got to say.
But when you hear someone use that buzzword, international law, this is what they're talking about. I want this to be linked in your head the next time you hear someone talk about international law. What they mean is China and Russia don't like it.
True. Actually, I wonder what they might be touching on something. They might be
so international law
definition.
It's not a vague definition. It's literally customs and courtesies and what the opinion on the matter is at the time. That is what if you look up international law, that's what it says. Now, if you want to talk about international maritime law, that is an actual set of rules. There are rules to that, and we as a world, there's no disputes about it. There are disputes about, oh, China wants to neuter us because they want to gain dominance over us. That's disputed. That's not an agreed upon law. No one fucking decided. Just because China sits at the table does not mean China gets to fucking run shit.
True. That's true.
But next time you hear international law when Trump does something, I want you to remember this conversation right here. This is what they're talking about with international law.
I don't know. To better debate it though, I gotta understand what law are they even talking about?
It's a vague concept. It's not written. It's like transgender. You can be a woman if you want to be a woman. What is a woman? What is international law? You can't define it.
All right.
They aren't saying a specific law. They're just saying international law.
I get that they're picking and choosing when they apply it, but wait.
There is no. They're not picking and choosing.
Like, what international law did we break in Venezuela? They'll just say, well, they'll just start explaining to me about what the history of international law without giving me an exact law.
Exactly.
Yeah, and actually we didn't because we have an extradition treaty with Venezuela.
And an arrest warrant and cooperation of the Venezuelan government.
All right, here.
He's an illegitimate president. Remember that. He doesn't count as the president as far as international law sees it.
All right. So international law, really they mean what? The charters, which is, I guess they say one of them that we violated was the ban on using force. Really?
Right. See what I mean?
What? Hold on. Chart. All right. So, let's see here. The military strike / operation in Venezuela territory is widely described as an unlawful use of force because it wasn't authorized by the UN Security Council. Who is y'all?
Exactly. See, I told you. I fucking told you.
Hold on. Then they got the other one, Article 51 of self-defense limits. The U.S. has pointed to self-defense, but critics say that the facts don't satisfy the charter's requirements for invoking Article 51. Wow. Okay, yeah, we are neutering ourselves pretty much. We're holding
exactly.
Aggression. UN.
We have a constitution that conflicts with international law.
Like, bro, they're saying the Constitution as an international crime of aggression.
Yeah, bullshit.
And then the OAS charter, Organization of Organization of American States. Wow, we violated that. The rule states that no state may intervene directly or indirectly in another state's affairs.
It's not intervening. They had an arrest warrant. They're framing it that way. They're trying to hold on to it because he was a quote-unquote president. But remember, when you don't recognize somebody as a president, they don't get those protections. So it's literally you know what? I don't feel like it today. I have proof that you violated it. You're not a legitimate president. You're actually a fucking anarchist dictator. Yeah, we're not going to fucking listen to that. That's how easy that is to get around.
Then there's the Chicago Convention of International Civil Aviation, Sovereignty over Airspace, Article 1. UN experts said the U.S. statements treating Venezuela's airspace as closed violates the rule that states have complete and exclusive sovereignty over their own airspace.
But Maduro's not a president, so Venezuela's not a state.
Damn.
Yes, that's how it worked. No, seriously, I'm not kidding. That's why
they got a president now. So they were like not a state for 2 days.
No, they were not a state from the time Venezuela stole Maduro stole the election until he was ousted.
I don't know about that one, but all right.
That's the only thing you can go off of. That's why I say it's complete bullshit. It doesn't make sense. It literally just says we can follow the law until we don't want to follow the law anymore. That's why I don't listen to it. You listen to the Constitution because that's the supreme law of the land, not some fucking UN fucking resolution that China voted on.
On our land. But yeah, you're right though, because we're talking.
We are the world superpower. We fucking say what is what.
God damn, basically the whole world is under our constitutional republic. Well, if that
Yes.
was so, trust me, wouldn't have places in the Middle East that do what they
No,
do.
you wouldn't. It would be a good thing if the whole fucking world followed our laws, but we can't get there. So
Or
we
at least
can
the
just fucking
Constitution.
we can follow our laws in our country. That's all that matters. There is no law above the Constitution. Specifically says that no law can rise above the Constitution. So any law repugnant to the Constitution is void. So international law that conflicts with the Constitution is void under the Constitution. It doesn't matter what China says about it. China's a communist fucking regime, a failed state. It doesn't matter. And because it's so vague and so ambiguous, any leftoid lunatic can fucking pick it apart and be like, see, look, sovereign airspace. You forget the part where it says Venezuela is not a fucking sovereign state because they don't have a legitimate government.
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that.
The UN is an Islamic radical organization. Let's be honest for a second, okay? Literally, Israel wins again. Yeah, Israel wins again, I guess, because everyone's crying and shit. What are we going to do about the protests? Blame America. Blame Israel. Listen to what the Iranians have to say. Murders the guy. Yeah, sounds about right, actually. Pretty insane. Pretty crazy. Bro, the UN doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. For real. So this is people in London. They ask an Iranian guy. They're like, yo, Mr. Iranian fellow, what do you think about Iran and the migration of Iranians?
Where are you from?
Iran.
Iran? Oh, you're from Iran. When did you come to London?
2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Nice. Did they help you with?
I'm not coming to support to Palestine. I'm coming to support to England and.
I'm not coming support Palestine. No. Borat over here is not here for Palestine.
Anti-protest. I'm coming.
They call them Borat.
Palestine or anything.
Oh, you don't support Palestine?
UK. Yeah.
Oh, why don't you support Palestine?
Hamas is going to Israel. Is rape. Is ISIS. Hamas.
Right.
Hamas is ISIS.
He's right. He's right.
Is Iran.
He's like, why support terrorists? He knows. He lived in Iran. He knows what it is.
Is Islamic Republic coming here?
Yes.
I know Islam is coming to your country. Is down. Everybody.
I'm noticing that there's a big rise of Islam in London specifically.
Yes.
Yeah.
47 years ago, Iran the same, the UK.
You feel this
Iran 47 years ago, before it was oppressed.
Islamic revolution coming?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Careful. You love country. Islam is not coming. England, people. You
Bro, this is the kind of immigrant we need, man.
don't love country. Islam is coming. Like for my country, same.
Why don't you like Islam? What's the problem with Islam?
I'm see Islam government and.
Why don't you like Islam? I lived with them. Oh my God.
To Iran. I know Islam is coming. Your freedom is finished. You know, Trump is trying. Stop it, Islamic. It's protest.
Trump can stop the Islamic stuff.
I like it. I support it.
You support Trump?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you saw Iran flags here, would you like it, or you only want to see UK flags?
UK flag.
UK
England
flags.
flag.
Yeah. So you got attacked.
Attacked to me.
Where was this?
Wembley.
In Wembley.
Yeah.
And what? So you got.
This is my girlfriend.
So you were counter protesting,
Yes.
and you got attacked. This is you.
Exactly. This is me. This guy is attacked to me. This guy attacked to my girlfriend, and this guy.
Where are they from?
Arab, maybe Arab.
So Iraqi.
Isn't that insane? I think this is some of the most insane shit ever. Yeah, this is going to cause all sorts of Islamophobia. Yeah, absolutely. Damn, he just randomly picks this one Iranian guy, and this guy's the most based fucker on the planet. Crazy how that happened. Anyway, it's pretty insane stuff, honestly. It's pretty crazy. It's insane how this keeps happening. It's almost like everyone hates this oppressive regime. As of January 5th, Islamic regime in an Iran crackdown against protesters over 9 days in 257 locations, 88 cities, 27 provinces, 29 killed, 64 injured, 1,200 arrested. UN Human Rights Council reaction, 0 resolutions, 0 sessions, 0 commissions of inquiry. Interesting. It's almost like they have a bias. It's almost like 25% of the UN is Islamists. Marco Rubio finding out he's got to run Iran, Venezuela, Minnesota, and Hilton. What a horrible day, bro. Marco Rubio doing his absolute best. They keep finding more shit for him to do. This poor bastard, wherever he goes, it's not enough. Marco Rubio finding out he has more jobs. One of the saddest days of all time. This is so bad.
Marco Rubio is juggling hella positions, and he's I can see Loki getting mad. He's like, bro, if I gotta fill in for one more
If
position,
I gotta run the Miami Dolphins, so help me fucking God.
It's like, this is some bullshit, bro. I'll feel it.
This is so
like my man running like multiple trade negotiations, peace negotiations, dealing with the whole Russia, Israel, Venezuela. Oh man, this man don't sleep.
No, he doesn't sleep.
Absolutely. Now, Marco Rubio actually responded to this. A lot of you
I
might
will
not know
say,
this, but Marco Rubio
Seth,
actually responded.
I will say, before Marco Rubio was Secretary of State, I really thought that he was fucking spineless and fucking slimy. After seeing what he's done now, I'd vote for him for president. We can put him in the lineup of people to succeed Trump.
All right.
I'm kind of on the same note, but I want to see how well. I honestly want to see how well he handles everything that's being thrown at him too.
He needs a break. Like he needs like a couple, like a term where he can be vice president, so we can see him in that capacity, see how he talks, and then we can hand him the nuclear football. But this poor fucking guy. Trump's like, yeah, you can do that too, right? You got that? He's like an unpaid intern.
He's like, I thought I was just Secretary of State. Yeah.
You're Secretary of the world,
Shah of
bitch.
Iran, and there's possibly the Shah of Iran. You're possibly about to be the president of Ukraine too, so you might want to prepare for that.
He decided to respond with one of the greatest tweets of all time. I do not normally respond to online rumors, but I feel the need to do so at this moment. I will not be a candidate for the currently vacant HC and GM positions with the Miami Dolphins. While you never know what the future may bring, right now my focus must remain on global events and also the precious archives of the United States of America. Thank you. Hardest working man of all time. Thank you, my guy. I love this guy, by the way. I would support him to become president in an instant. This guy's incredible. Yeah, this is a real tweet with 200,000 likes. Bro, this man, Marco, finding out he's the new Shah of Iran. Well, anyway, to end things off on a wholesome, nice note, did you know that 50,000 of Iran's 75,000 mosques have closed due to a significant decline in attendance? Meanwhile, there's a boom in people visiting Zoroastrian temples, the native religion of Iran. We are witnessing an absolute, utter, and final collapse of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The media is silent. They closed the fucking internet. Elon Musk showed up. You got Mossad agents spitting at each other. It's absolute insanity. Thanks for being here. See you in the next one. I will keep you updated when it actually collapses. Israel will strike Iran before the 31st of January. That's my prediction. All right? I'm calling it. They're getting fucked. They're getting absolutely fucked. It's happening. They're going to have to.
Yeah, they're going to strike them while they're weak. And then, well, we'll see what happens. Because the way things are going in Iran, I don't even think you'll be able to fire back like last time.
No, hell no. The fucking people is soon. If we're not being propagandized, which is always a possibility, because I don't fucking trust anything with people that have authority over me. But if we're not being propagandized, and there's really 70 million out of 92 million people ready to go fucking throw their government out of office, and Israel just goes and takes out the fucking the 100 or so people that want to fucking mow their people down, there's nothing stopping them. There is nothing fucking stopping them.
I like how you said just in case we're being propagandized, because you can never. Hey, look, like there is such thing as too good to be true news, but it's rare.
Yeah. Think about recent events and how many things have happened recently where it's like, what?
To be honest, you're right though. You're right. If we talk about the lead up to this, you could see how this could be. You could see
we were talking about this. We were talking about this, and then fucking El Presidente got fucking stolen.
Bruh. Yeah, I know. When we woke up to that one, I was like, wow.
I literally woke up to that one. Literally woke up and had the stream playing, and I was like, what happened? We stole a president. What?
Yep. Like right out of bed. Where's he at? In New York with Diddy.
What?
Bruh. But and then 6ix9ine joined them like a couple weeks ago.
Everything. 6ix9ine's been out of jail. I thought he snitched.
Nah, he's back.
He's back in jail.
3 months. That's crazy.
I honestly think no matter what the left says, they are a fringe minority. They're a loud minority, a violent minority. this gives me hope that if that kind of shit ever happens here, America would not fucking stand for it. And we have a lot more people. So
Bruh.
it gives me hope. It makes me feel. I still don't think we need to go into Iran. Please do not fucking send people in Iran. But every time I say something like that, oh, we don't need to go do that, Trump goes and does it in a way that I wasn't expecting, and fucking I'm like, well, I guess that worked.
I mean, yeah, but hey, like I said,
Every
we'll
single
see.
time, every time we have like on the precipice of something big happening, I'm like all the way leading up to it. This is how I'm scared like something's going to happen. All the way leading up to it, I'm like, no, we shouldn't do that. We should stay to ourselves. And then like, well, how the fuck did that happen? Like that helps. What the fuck?
But all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and close it down on this one, man. Appreciate y'all coming up. I think gaming might be fell asleep on us, but it's all good.
Bro, gaming is fucking knocked the hell out.
Man, he probably woke up a little bit right when because he heard his name. But all right, guys, I'm heading out on this one, man. I appreciate you guys for coming up. Shout out Monty, Tove, TB, and Gaming, man. Appreciate you guys.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, all right, guys, we're heading out on this one, man. We're gonna just play a couple clips. Appreciate the support, guys.
Bro,
Well, a couple funny ones.
play the video one more time. One more time for the people in the back.
All right, I got you. Let me see if I. There it is.
This is how you don't get shot by federal agents. Step 1, do not commit crimes. Be sure to keep your vehicle on a safe path of travel. Do not use your vehicle as a barricade because of your political objections to law and order. That's not what it was meant for. If stopped by law enforcement for using your vehicle as a barricade because of your political objections to law and order, remember to comply with law enforcement instructions. Do not, I repeat, do not ignore their orders that may lead to being taken out of the car in a spicy manner. Step 3, if an officer attempts to take you out of the car in a spicy manner because you decided to use your car as a barricade because of your political objections to law and order, do not attempt to drive away. You are not free to go, especially if there is an officer in front of you.
The United States needs Greenland. No, you sound insane. Greenland is strategically placed between the Americas and Europe and Asia, and as the predominant force within NATO, it is crucial this land is ours for the security of the world. Dude, Greenland is an autonomous territory of Denmark, a long-standing NATO ally, meaning Greenland is also a part of NATO, and the Denmark president said invading a NATO ally would destroy the alliance and post-World War II security. The real security threat is the fact China and Russia have been increasing their presence in the Arctic, which, as the climate warms, becomes more and more of a strategic area for shipping and military routes. Denmark has long allowed U.S. bases in Greenland. There used to be over 30 during World War II and the Cold War era, but the U.S. decided to shrink that to only 1 today. Again, being a NATO ally already, Greenland has Article 5 protections, meaning if China or Russia try something, all of NATO must defend them. Well, NATO is nothing without America, and let's just be frank, the world is witnessing an existential AI race between China and the U.S. that will decide who will lead the future of planet Earth, the free world or the communist authoritarian world. And one advantage China has is it dominates with rare earth minerals, and Greenland is loaded with rare earths, especially as more ice melts. Finally, we got to the root of the issue, just like Venezuela. You say it's about the drugs, but it's actually oil. Here, you say it's national security, but it's actually rare earth minerals. Well, it's a big part, as access to rare earths may very well decide the future of civilization, especially if we enter a war with China and they shut off our access. Well, the U.S. has rare earths. China has just been more efficient at mining and refining them. Plus, they care a lot less about environmental issues. But if it really came to it, we don't need Greenland. We just need to start mining again. Look, the U.S. has a long history of expanding its territory, all of which have worked out pretty well for us. We doubled our size with the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, bought Alaska from Russia in 1867, and Trump appointed Louisiana Governor Governor Jeff Landry as envoy to Greenland to make a similar type accusation here. We're not going to invade Greenland. There's nothing to invade. They have 50,000 people. Heck, except only 6% of the Greenlandic people have said they want to become a part of the U.S. Their leaders and Denmark's leaders have maintained they're not for sale, and a 2009 agreement says it's in the hands of the Greenlandic people to decide their future independence. Yeah, but just wait until we make our official offer to them. Grandpa will always say his 1965 Ford Mustang is never for sale until a cash buyer puts the cash in front of their face. And who